Chapter 327. Ezramia, sober up. Yang Feng raised his hand and uttered a magic sentence, and a stream of healing water hit Ezramia's pretty face. Washed by the ice-cold healing water, Ezramia regained her sobriety. When she thought of her behavior just now, her pretty face blushed, and she was almost ashamed to death. Karina was Ezramia's descendant born from the elven mother tree. Although Ezramia treated people gently, but she was very proud and arrogant from a young age, and looked down on all men in the world. However, her unrestrained behavior just now made her angry, ashamed, and furious. She groaned, and 2 streams of tears flowed down her beautiful eyes. Gleistar said with a bewitching and sexy smile, "Master, that was a great opportunity." Great elven monarch Ezramia, the noblest, most beautiful, and most powerful woman in the secular world of the Wuxia plain, took the initiative to make love to you. You didn't force her, but she took the initiative. She has nothing to say if you want her. By relying on Yang Feng's potions and Gleistar's terrifying physique, Gleistar began to rapidly recover her vitality. Feeling ashamed, Ezramia turned her head, not daring to look Yang Feng in the eye. After Yang Feng carried Ezramia onto the magic carpet, he frowned and asked, "What's going on with Gleistar?" Kiss of Lolth is the most vicious spell of the Dark Elves. Once hit by this spell, not only will you be discovered by the Mirror of Lolth no matter where you go, but this spell is also a curse. Moreover, this spell was a kind of curse. No matter how strong-willed and unyielding a woman was, she would fall step by step into depravity and become a slut. The predecessor of the dark elven goddess Maiden of Joy was the goddess of chastity. She was caught by the big spider, hit by this spell, and then degenerated step by step. If this spell isn't dispelled in time, the noble great elven monarch Ezramia will become a lowly bitch in heat at the sight of men. Gleistar said with a smile, taking pleasure in Ezramia's misfortune. The reason why Gleistar was seriously injured and caught by Yang Feng was because of Ezramia's terrifying arrow. Her hatred and anger towards Ezramia were deeper than the sea. When she heard that, Ezramia shuddered and was filled with fear. If she was going to become like that, she would rather die. Ezramia looked up at Yang Feng with tears in her beautiful eyes, looking indescribably beautiful and lovely. She implored weakly, "Help me, Ian. When I return to the elves, I will definitely repay you. I can open the elven clan's treasury and let you choose 1, no, 5 treasures." When he saw Ezramia's delicate and beautiful appearance, Yang Feng's heart stirred, and he turned to Gleistar and asked, "How do you dispel this spell?" Loltha's kiss was one of Loltha's most vicious curses. In the Tsangji plain, only the top sects have the spell model of Kiss of Lolth. Yang Feng's status in the demonic fighting sect wasn't high enough. As such, he couldn't come into contact with such terrifying and powerful spell models. Gleistar smiled bitterly. "I don't know. Reportedly, only Goddess Lolth herself can dispel this spell. Of course, if the radiant primary god of the Zalia divine system takes action, then with his radiant divine spell that can purify everything, he should be able to purify this curse. Apart from that, only some legendary treasures that can restrain curses can suppress this curse." Goddess Lolth was an intermediate divine force rank god as well as a primary god of the dark elven divine system. She was extremely powerful. In the elven divine system, only the strong divine force rank elven primary god Mofasaraja, the intermediate divine force rank sun god Alexia, and the intermediate divine force rank moon goddess Kristen could defeat her. In terms of fighting strength, none of the other elven gods were goddess Loltha's match. Even on the Wuxia plain, there weren't many existences that could defeat goddess Lolth head-on. The might of the curse she set up could be well imagined. Yang Feng pondered for a while, and then asked, "Since the radiant primary god can purify this curse, then there should be someone among the elven divine system who can dispel this curse, right?" Gleistar replied, "I don't know about this. I think Ezramia should know more about the elven gods than I do." Yang Feng's gaze fell on Ezramia. Ezramia's beautiful eyes flashed with bitterness, and she sighed faintly. Among the mighty gods, the elven primary god, the sun goddess, and the moon goddess should have a way to dispel the curse on me. However, there is an agreement among the gods that they cannot directly interfere in the secular world. If it was a curse set up by goddess Lolth, then I think that even Pope Escudera of the Elven Church wouldn't be able to dispel it. Pope Escudera of the Elven Church was a pope who served the elven primary god Mofasaraja. She was a demigod rank powerhouse second only to Ezramia. Even if she conjured a level 5 divine spell, she might not be able to dispel the curse set up by goddess Lolth. Ezramia was silent for a while, then finally sighed faintly, "Forget it. Ian, I only ask one thing of you. Please kill me the moment I turn into a woman in heat at the sight of a man. In this way, before my soul is tainted, I can still return to the divine country of the gods. I'm counting on you. In this way, I'll be grateful to you in the divine country of the gods." Gleistar's eyes swiveled, and she revealed an extremely wicked smile. "Heh, there's no need for that. Ezramia, I have a secret method that can dispel the curse. It's nothing more than using a curse to fight a curse." Ezramia's beautiful eyes lit up, and she hurriedly asked, "What secret method?" Gleistar showed a bewitching smile, cast the secret method, and told Ezramia about it in a low voice. Ezramia's pretty face suddenly welled up with crimson. Staring at Yang Feng, her beautiful eyes flickered with flames of fury, and she gnashed her teeth, saying, "I won't use this secret method even if I have to die." Yang Feng was baffled, not knowing why Ezramia's attitude changed so much. He hesitated for a while before asking, "Gleistar, what secret method is it?" Ezramia said anxiously, "Gleistar, don't say it. If you do, I won't let you get away with it." Gleistar looked at Ezramia's somewhat flustered and exasperated expression, and then revealed a pleasant yet wicked smile. "Your Majesty Ezramia, do you still think that you're the noble and powerful elven great monarch? You're now just a burden to my master. If my master abandons you, you'll end up miserable. What qualifications do you have to threaten me?" Ezramia blushed at Gleistar's words, and she gritted her teeth, unable to speak. Gleistar smiled charmingly at Yang Feng, saying, "Master, we dark elves have a secret method. Once it's used, one's body and mind will fall, and everything will be dedicated to that person. So long as Ezramia uses this secret method, she'll only fall in love with you, master. Wouldn't that be a happy ending?" Yang Feng smiled awkwardly, realizing why Ezramia was staring at him like that. He laughed, as if nothing had happened. He picked up Gleistar, looked into the distance, and asked her about the Fesua Plains underground world. After Ezramia calmed down, she realized that it wasn't Yang Feng who instructed Gleistar, and the anger inside her subsided a little. The carpet had flown less than 500 meters when a series of buzzing noises suddenly rang out in the distance. Numerous scorpion-tailed wasps, each about the size of 2 fingers, with mouthparts that resembled locusts and tails that resembled scorpions, abruptly flew out and flew toward them as if they had turned into a swarm of wasps. Gleistar's beautiful eyes creased slightly, and she whispered, "Master, there are many extraordinary demonic insects in the underground world. Apart from dragons and some scaly legend-rank demonic creatures with pressure, it's best not to fly in the sky. Otherwise, you'll attract the attacks of many extraordinary demonic insects. Singly, those extraordinary demonic insects are very easy to kill. If there are many of them, then even demigod-rank powerhouses will be stung. When we travel in the underground world, we generally smear a lot of insect-repelling potions." Yang Feng nodded. Looking at the dense insect swarm, his eyes shimmered with graveness. "I was negligent about this. On the Tyrannid subcontinent, when Yang Feng's robot legion slaughtered its way into the underground world, it crushed everything in its path. When the extraordinary demonic insect scorpion-tailed bee swarm appeared, tens of thousands of flamethrower robots sprayed a few rounds of flames to burn the insect swarm. Now that Yang Feng was the only one left, he naturally couldn't resist the dense swarm of extraordinary demonic insects. The flying speed of the scorpion-tailed bees was terrifying. Before long, they arrived in front of Yang Feng and company. Yang Feng pressed the black dragon armor on his chest, and a frightening dragon might gushed out of the black dragon armor and spread in all directions. When the scorpion-tailed bees sensed the frightening dragon might, as if avoiding snakes and scorpions, they circled around Yang Feng and split into two, revealing a passage. Gleistar uttered worriedly, "Master, if you use dragon might, you can indeed quickly avoid the insect swarm. However, in the underground world, there are some frightening life forms that hunt dragons for food. If you do this, you may attract existences more dangerous than the extraordinary demonic insects." The underground world was full of dangers and the living environment was extremely harsh. Therefore, the races that lived in the underground world were generally stronger than those of the surface world. However, because of the harsh living environment, their numbers were naturally far less than those of the surface world. Chapter 328. Yang Feng hesitated for a moment. Then, following Gleistar's instructions, he descended from the sky and landed on the ground. Yang Feng took out a dragon skin belt and tied Gleistar in front of him. At the same time, he tied Ezramia on his back with a dragon skin belt. When Ezramia was on Yang Feng's back, she immediately uttered a cry, blushed, and powerlessly collapsed on Yang Feng's back. The black curse rune between her eyebrows glowed with a gloomy light. Yang Feng took out a piece of black dragon skin paper and shook it slightly. The dragon skin paper flashed with demonic light and turned into a black unicorn with lifeless eyes. With a light leap, Yang Feng flew onto the black unicorn demonic horse and shook the reins, and the black unicorn demonic horse made from alchemy quickly galloped into the distance. On the Feisua plain, magic had all kinds of miraculous powers. The magic artifacts left behind by some alchemists were even more miraculous than the technological creations of Earth. Ezramia and Gleistar were bigwigs of elves and dark elves respectively, and they were extremely knowledgeable. Naturally, they wouldn't be surprised by a trifling black unicorn. While riding the black unicorn, Yang Feng took out vials of insect repellent potions from a storage ring and sprinkled them on the three of them. The insect repellent potions Yang Feng obtained from the dark elves of the Tyrannid subcontinent's underground world. Although the strength of the dark elves of the Tyrannid subcontinent's underground world was far inferior to that of the dark elves of the Feisua plain. However, they had also lived in the underground world for many years, and were very interested in making various insect repellent potions. Gleistar looked at Yang Feng in surprise, and her evaluation of him rose by a few notches. Along the way, under Gleistar's guidance, Yang Feng avoided one dangerous area after another, and cautiously walked towards the surface world. Nourished by the liquid metal nano-robot elixir and various potions, Gleistar's severed limbs finally began to slowly grow back. It would only take 10 days for her severed limbs to fully recover. Ezramia was very surprised by Gleistar's recovery speed. His limbs had been severed. Unless he used the best level 4 healing magic, only the best potions could heal him so quickly. Ezramia's injuries, on the other hand, became even more difficult to recover from. Whenever the potion entered her body, the weird curse between her eyebrows would absorb more than half of its power, and the remaining power would begin to repair her body, making her recovery extremely slow. In a corner of the Feisua Plains underground world, the space distorted, and a blonde, burly young man walked out of the space. He looked at the surroundings, showed a smile, looked into the distance, and muttered in a low voice, "According to the calculations of the old guys, that thing should appear in the near future. If I can get that thing, I will be able to dominate a region when I return to the Tsangji plain." After he finished speaking, the young man was shrouded in endless darkness, and he disappeared completely. In another corner of the Feisua plain, a tall and burly young man dressed in oriental attire, with black hair tied into a single ponytail, a large blade on his back, and a lascivious aura walked slowly on the ground. Suddenly, the oriental man stopped and closed his eyes. After a while, he opened his eyes, and his eyes radiated bright light. I sensed it. Sure enough, that thing has begun to appear. The figure of the Oriental man blurred, and he rushed towards the dark forest, a forbidden area of the Dark Elves. In every corner of the Fesua plain, powerhouses from other plains appeared one after another and moved towards the dark forest. In the underground world shrouded in endless darkness, an alchemical demonic eagle with solidified night vision flew in the sky. Its eyes flickered with mystical light, and it took in everything in its surroundings. A group of dark elves riding a large group of tamed extraordinary demonic beast dark demonic leopards walked in a huge mushroom forest. Surrounded by the large group of dark elf warriors, a dark elf powerhouse with blonde hair, plump buttocks, and a sexy and hot figure, with only some pitch-black leaf armor covering her vital parts, exposed large areas of her smooth skin, suddenly looked up. Her eyes locked onto the alchemy demonic eagle in the sky, and she very nimbly took out a magic bow and shot an arrow into the sky. With a flash of pitch-black light, the arrow pierced through the alchemical demonic eagle flying in the sky like a meteor. With a loud boom, the alchemical demonic eagle was blown to pieces by a terrifying force, and turned into countless fragments that scattered on the ground. In a huge mushroom forest in the distance, Yang Feng frowned slightly, and his eyes flashed with worry, saying slowly, "The scout eagle was destroyed." The dark elves came so quickly. Through the scout eagle, Yang Feng saw countless dark elven experts coming from all directions to surround him. If it was just Yang Feng alone, he would have countless ways to easily escape the dark elven encirclement. But Ezramia had been hit by the extremely vicious curse Kiss of Lolth. Unless he abandoned her, Yang Feng would have no way of escaping. The dark elven experts pouring in from all directions had formed a huge encirclement. If Yang Feng broke through the encirclement, only death would await him. Who is this person? Yang Feng waved his hand, and magic radiances flickered and formed the figure of the beautiful dark elven woman who shot the alchemical demonic eagle midair. Under Yang Feng's control, the alchemical demonic eagle was very careful, yet it was still shot dead by an arrow from the beautiful dark elven woman. Yang Feng instinctively felt that the beautiful dark elven woman was very dangerous. Gleistar frowned slightly, her eyes flashed with graveness, and she said unhurriedly, "She is Charity, an expert of the new generation of dark elves, the commander of the Dark Leopard Cavalry Corps, and a pinnacle legend rank expert. She is one of the most cunning, cruel, and powerful dark elven experts. If she presides over the encirclement, then we'll be in danger." Yang Feng frowned slightly and suddenly asked, "Pinnacle legend rank? Why didn't Dolores come?" Dolores was a demigod rank expert. If she came in person, then Yang Feng's group of 3 disabled patients wouldn't be her match. Perhaps a level 3 warlock like Yang Feng wouldn't be taken seriously by a terrifying expert like Dolores, but the great elven monarch Ezramia was definitely worth Dolores taking action. If Dolores captured Ezramia alive and sacrificed her soul to the goddess Lolth, then Dolores would reap great benefits. She might even gain the favor of the goddess Lolth and promote to one of the gods of the dark elven divine system. Gleistar's eyebrows arched slightly, her beautiful eyes flashed with determination, and she stared coldly at Ezramia. "We entered the Moonlight Tree through a teleportation portal opened by an abyssal fiend in the surface world. With Dolores's speed, it would take at least 5 days to return here from that place. Master, in our current state, we won't be able to escape Dolores's pursuit with the burden of Ezramia. Please make up your mind to kill her. Whether it's for her or for us, this is the best choice. After she dies, the elven gods will naturally help her eliminate the curse of the goddess Lolth." Ezramia shrank back slightly, her pretty face changed several times, and finally, her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of unswerving determination. She sighed faintly, "Ian, as Gleistar said, you won't be able to escape the pursuit of the Dark Elves with me. Kill me now. This is the best choice for both you and me." The curse of the Kiss of Lolth turned Ezramia into a big light bulb. No matter where she fled, she wouldn't be able to escape the pursuit of the Dark Elven powerhouses. Once the advanced demigod rank expert Dolores returned, Yang Feng's group of 3 would have no leeway to fight back. Heh, we have to try to know. We still haven't reached the end of the line yet. Yang Feng smiled confidently, pulled the reins, turned the horse around, and galloped towards the dark forest. There were traces of dark elves in all directions. He could only move towards the dark forest to see if he could borrow the power of the forbidden area to block the dark elves and buy more time. They're escaping. They're escaping in the direction of the dark forest. Charity carefully looked at the mirror of Lolth in her hand for a while, then her eyes flashed with a decisive glint. She took out a communications crystal and ordered coldly, "Hannah, Polly, you two immediately take people to cut off the path of retreat of the blasphemers to the dark forest." "Yes." 2 delicate shouts brimming with heroic spirit came from the communications crystal. Charity whistled, and a 7-meter-tall legend-ranked demonic beast flying scorpion lion with a lion's head, a scorpion's tail, and a pair of wings on its ribs flew over from the sky, exuding a fierce and ferocious aura. Charity leaped lightly and immediately jumped onto the legend-ranked demonic beast flying scorpion lion. The flying scorpion lion flapped its wings and quickly flew towards Yang Feng's party along with a gust of wind. As a legend-ranked demonic beast, the flying scorpion lion was extremely fast. In less than an hour, it caught up with Yang Feng's party. Chapter 329. Meteor-like black arrows dropped from the sky and shot towards Yang Feng. Superior warping force field. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and a fearsome warping force field suddenly appeared and blocked midair. When the black arrows hit the warping force field, they were ricocheted, fell to the ground, and exploded like missiles, blasting open holes in the ground. A gust of wind blew, and the legend-ranked demonic beast flying scorpion lion dropped from the sky and blocked Yang Feng and company's escape route to the dark forest. Charity glanced at Yang Feng's group of 3 and revealed a smile, a human arch-wizard, the great elven monarch Azramia, and the former Pope Gleistar. "Hello, I am Charity. Please stay here and wait for a while." Gleistar's beautiful eyes shimmered with graveness, and she said solemnly, "Charity, for the sake of me taking care of you in the past, will you please step aside?" Charity's eyes flashed fiercely and viciously, and she uttered with a seductive smile, "Gleistar, you traitor. You betrayed the great goddess Lolth and were abandoned by her. What qualifications do you have to talk to me? After I catch you, I'll torture you. After you've suffered enough, I'll offer you as a living sacrifice to the great goddess Lolth. The goddess will definitely be very happy." The gods of the darkness divine system dominated their believers with terror, massacre, bloodshed, and fear, forcing believers to fear and worship them. At the same time, blood sacrifices, live sacrifices, and other sacrificial methods emerged endlessly in the darkness divine system. This was why they were rejected by the other gods of the Fesua plane. If it wasn't for the fact that the gods of the darkness divine system weren't weak, the gods of the darkness divine system would have already been wiped out by the gods of other divine systems. Even so, once the believers of the darkness divine system appeared in the surface world, they would be besieged by the believers of other gods. Charity stuck out her pink tongue and licked her lips seductively. She said seductively, "As for you, Ian, as long as you hand over those 2 women, I'll let you have some fun. I have 30,000 dark elven beauties under my command. As long as you hand over those 2 women to me, you can play with those 30,000 beauties. I guarantee that you will taste the bliss of the world." Yang Feng pressed his chest. The dragon leather belt on his chest rolled up, and Gleistar, who was in front of him, was turned behind him and pressed against Azramia. When Azramia smelled Gleistar's enchanting fragrance that could kill both men and women, the black rune between her eyebrows blossomed with extremely wicked light, causing her tender body to tremble and her pretty face to flush. She could only resist the waves of heat inside her with her great willpower. Yang Feng willed, and the black dragon armor he wore released black light and promoted his cultivation base until it reached the great warlock realm. "Are you going to fight me, Ian? Why bother? My job is to stall you. This mission doesn't require a battle to complete. Charity smiled and pressed down on the flying scorpion lion beneath her. The flying scorpion lion flapped its wings and flew into the sky along with a gust of wind. What a cunning fellow! Yang Feng was startled. As long as Charity flew into the sky and fired continuously, he would be forced to use the black dragon armor to maintain his great warlock rank battle prowess to deal with her. With Yang Feng's current physique, even if he used the black dragon armor, he could only maintain his great warlock rank battle prowess for about an hour at most. After an hour, if Yang Feng didn't use the various battle robots inside the dimensional badge, only death would await him. His thoughts revolved lightning fast, and Yang Feng pressed the dimensional badge on his chest. A 10-meter-long mechanical aurora lightning python covered in pure white scales, with a pair of wings on its ribs, a horn on its head, and a lightning rune engraved on its forehead suddenly appeared. Ezramia was startled when she saw the mechanical aurora lightning python that suddenly appeared, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with astonishment. That's a legend-rank demonic beast. What kind of treasure is that? It can actually contain living beings. Legend-rank demonic beasts were very rare on the Feisua plain. Only major races like elves and dark elves would rear a few in captivity. Yang Feng, who was just an arch-wizard, actually possessed an aurora lightning python, a legend-rank demonic beast that was practically extinct on the Feisua plain. This was simply terrifying. Moreover, treasures that could contain living beings were very rare on the Feisua plain. In the entire elven race, there were no more than 3 such treasures. As expected of Master, he's really unfathomable. He has so many trump cards. Gleistar's beautiful eyes flashed with excitement. Dark elves respected the strong. Now that Gleistar had become Yang Feng's subordinate, the stronger he was, the happier she was and the more she approved of him. Yang Feng jumped onto the back of the mechanical aurora lightning python, and the mechanical aurora lightning python was shrouded in arcs of lightning. With a burst of crackling electric arcs, the mechanical aurora lightning python was like a railgun. Amidst the countless electric arcs, it ferociously slammed into the back of the flying scorpion lion in an instant. It opened its jaws and ruthlessly bit down, directly crushing half of the flying scorpion lion's body. Charity's reaction speed was terrifying. At the moment of imminent peril, she jumped from the back of the flying scorpion lion, shot towards Yang Feng, and mercilessly kicked him in the face. Yang Feng unleashed the level 4 spell dragon force. As if he had incarnated into a humanoid dragon, endless power surged from all over his body, and he slammed his fist into Charity's slender leg. Boom! A fearsome explosion sounded from the place where their fists and legs collided, and Charity was sent flying into the distance like a broken rag doll. Yang Feng's body only shook slightly. Clearly, he had the upper hand in terms of strength. The mechanical lightning aurora python bit down on the flying scorpion lion's body, its huge body tightly wrapping around the flying scorpion lion. It frantically strangled the flying scorpion lion, causing the flying scorpion lion to let out a miserable cry. Yang Feng's thoughts revolved lightning fast, and he uttered a magic sentence. In a flash, the level 2 spell wind control was unleashed. Surrounded by a strong wind, he flew to the head of the flying scorpion lion, took out a secret treasure sword forged from divine blood steel, and mercilessly stabbed. The secret treasure longsword forged from divine blood steel was incomparably sharp. Only a peerless demigod powerhouse like Ciceron, who possessed the sea god's bloodline and demon's bloodline, had terrifying bones that could withstand that secret treasure longsword. Although the flying scorpion lion was powerful, but it was only a legend-rank demigod-rank powerhouse. Its bones couldn't resist the secret treasure sword forged from divine blood steel. The secret treasure sword pierced through the flying scorpion lion's hard skull, entered its head, and twisted madly, crushing the flying scorpion lion's brain into pieces. When the flying scorpion lion's brain was crushed, its body only trembled a few times, and then it was twisted into a pile of minced meat by the mechanical aurora lightning python. Yang Feng raised his hand and put the flying scorpion lion's corpse into a storage ring. The flying scorpion lion was a legend-rank demigod. Its fleshly body could be made into a mechanical battle beast. Its blood meridian could also be extracted and used to produce the necessary blood meridian essence of the blood meridian warlock flying scorpion lion family. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, warlock knowledge could be found everywhere. However, it wasn't that simple to become an official warlock. The vast majority of people were still ordinary people. The flying scorpion lion's blood meridian could allow people to evolve to the great warlock rank at most. It was a precious blood meridian. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Charity cast Imperial Wind, turned into a hurricane, landed on the ground, and then cast the level 4 spell Blink one after another. Flickering, she disappeared into the mushroom forest. Yang Feng glanced at the mushroom forest and creased his eyebrows slightly. In that very short period of time, Charity's aura had completely disappeared. Unless Yang Feng used a special method to release countless mechanical insects to cover the mushroom forest, it would be impossible to find traces of Charity. Otherwise, with the spells he currently mastered, it would still be very difficult to quickly find Charity hiding in the mushroom forest. Yang Feng's thoughts revolved, and he made his choice. Riding the mechanical Aurora Lightning Python, he rushed towards the dark forest. Along with a rumble, the mechanical Aurora Lightning Python brushed past the mushroom forest and flew away, startling the countless extraordinary demonic insects and extraordinary life forms inhabiting the mushroom forest. After the mechanical Aurora Lightning Python passed through the mushroom forest, a figure flashed through the mushroom forest. With a light leap, she landed on the top of a huge mushroom like a leaf. It was Charity. Charity looked at Yang Feng's back from afar, her beautiful eyes shimmered with a bewitching glint, and she revealed a smile. This Ian really isn't simple. It seems that he's far from an ordinary archwizard. However, this isn't bad. I can borrow his hand to eradicate the two little bitches Hannah and Polly. In this way, the position of commander will be as stable as a mountain. After Yang Feng piloted the mechanical Aurora Lightning Python for several kilometers, he dropped from the sky and landed on the ground. After storing the mechanical Aurora Lightning Python into the dimensional badge, Yang Feng switched to the black wildebeest and continued to move towards the dark forest. The Aurora Lightning Python was surrounded by electricity. In this dark underground world, it was like a beacon. It attracted countless demonic insects and all kinds of powerful extraordinary life forms with phototaxis. It wasn't a means of transportation that could be moved for a long time in the underground world. Chapter 330. Fire. Yang Feng and his party had just arrived near a shrub, when a dense rain of arrows suddenly shot towards them from the shrub. Advanced Warping Force Field. Yang Feng grabbed a secret treasure shield forged from divine blood steel in one hand, silently recited an incantation, and pointed at the sky. A strange and formidable warping force field suddenly appeared in front of Yang Feng. More than 99% of the arrows shot from the shrub were twisted and ricocheted aside. Only one arrow containing terrifying legend-ranked power hit the secret treasure shield in Yang Feng's hand. Boom! Along with a blare, the secret treasure shield in Yang Feng's hand shook, and a terrifying force transmitted from the shield into the black wildebeest below him. The black demonic wildebeest's body was directly shattered and turned into countless pieces of demonic skin that splattered in all directions. After all, the black wildebeest was just a level 1 alchemical secret treasure. It couldn't withstand the terrifying power of a great warlock rank spell. The center of the shield forged from divine blood steel in Yang Feng's hand caved in slightly, showing how terrifying the legend rank archer in the shrub was. Dark rays. Weakness. Darkness deterrence. Fear. Fireball. A dense rain of spells barreled towards Yang Feng. Most of the spells that slammed into Yang Feng were shattered by the terrifying life force field protecting him. However, the spells were constantly consuming his life force field. Once a warlock condensed a soul seed and became an official warlock, a terrifying life force field would surround the surface of their body. This was one of the basic extraordinary innate abilities of an official warlock. This extraordinary innate ability would strengthen along with the increase in the warlock's strength. Even level 3 spells would find it difficult to destroy the life force field of a great warlock. Only level 4 single-target offensive spells might be able to break the life force field of a great warlock. With the help of the Black Dragon armor, Yang Feng possessed great warlock rank strength for a short period of time. His life force field was also very powerful and terrifying, and could resist most low-level spells. But releasing his own life force would also be neutralized and consumed by the low-level spell. If Yang Feng was alone, he could rely on the extraordinary Black Dragon's blood meridians to disregard those low-level spells. But behind him were Ezramia and Gleistar. If he didn't release his life force field, he would be unscathed, but the two women behind him would be blasted into dregs. Yang Feng patted the dimensional badge on his chest, and the mechanical lightning aurora python suddenly flew out. With a light leap, he landed on the back of the mechanical lightning aurora python. Rumble! Countless electric arcs flickered, and the mechanical lightning aurora python flew into the sky at a terrifying speed that surpassed the speed of sound. Virtually all the arrows brushed past the mechanical lightning aurora python. Only a black arrow containing legend-ranked power pierced through the void, stabbed the force field surrounding the mechanical lightning aurora python, and stabbed the abdomen of the mechanical lightning aurora python, penetrated its scales, and sank into the superalloy deck forged from divine blood steel. Boom! The black arrow exploded, and the frightening power caused the mechanical lightning aurora python to shake slightly. Dark exploding arrow was one of the most powerful secret archery arts of the Dark Elves. The arrow contained dark force. Once it pierced an object, it would detonate, and its might was extremely frightening. If Yang Feng hadn't used divine blood steel to comprehensively strengthen the mechanical lightning aurora python, this arrow would have seriously injured it. It's impolite not to reciprocate. I'll let you have a taste of my power. A fierce glint flashed past Yang Feng's eyes, and a vast dragon might spread from him. He opened his mouth and belched a black dragon breath that shot towards the direction from which the dark arrow came from lightning fast. The black dragon breath flew at an astonishing speed. Practically in an instant, it arrived in the mushroom forest and barreled towards a beautiful dark elven beauty with a sexy figure. The pretty face of the dark elven beauty with legend rank cultivation base flickered, and she reached out and grabbed a dark elven beauty beside her to block the black dragon's breath. The dark elven beauty with level 3 warlock rank strength, who was used as a shield, was engulfed by the black dragon's dragon breath. She uttered extremely mournful screams, and then abruptly stopped as she was burned to ashes. The dark elven beauty with legend rank cultivation base rolled on the ground and dodged the terrifying black dragon breath. But her reaction was still a bit slow, and her right hand was grazed by the black dragon breath. As if maggots on a bone, the black dragon breath spread along her right hand and devoured her flesh. The dark elven beauty spun the sword in her hand and decisively cut off the flesh on her right hand that was corroded by the black dragon breath. Blood flowed, revealing ghastly white bones. The dark elven beauty swept her right hand that was corroded by the black dragon breath, and her beautiful eyes flickered with an enigmatic light, as expected of an expert who made the great matriarch eat a loss. Sure enough, this Ian isn't an ordinary archwizard. The might of that dragon breath isn't inferior to that of an adult black dragon. Charity had me and Polly intercept him. It seems that she wants to kill him with a borrowed knife. Framing and killing each other had never stopped among the dark elven race. What the goddess Lolth liked the most was to watch dark elven geniuses kill each other. On the one hand, it was because she was cruel by nature. On the other hand, when dark elven geniuses killed each other, their souls would return to her divine country and become her toys, servants, slaves, and troops. In addition, fratricide could also enhance the strength of dark elves. At the same time, it would cause internal strife, making it impossible for them to unite and contend against her rule. Hannah only blocked it for a moment. After discovering Yang Feng's strength and terror, she gave up on the idea of sniping him with all her might. A dark elven beauty walked up to Hannah and asked, "Lady Hannah, what should we do now?" Hannah's thoughts revolved lightning fast, and she ordered, "Continue the pursuit." The dark elven beauty responded respectfully, "Yes, sir." The 5,000 dark elven warriors riding dark leopards ran out of the mushroom forest and chased after Yang Feng from afar. Hannah, riding a dark leopard, moved unhurriedly among the crowd, showing no intention of pursuing Yang Feng by herself. She was well aware that following a large group was the safest choice. After breaking through Hannah's interception, Yang Feng landed on the ground, switched to another black wildebeest, and rushed towards the entrance of the dark forest day and night. The dark forest was located in the deepest part of the 9th floor of the Feisua Plains underground world. The dark forest was shrouded in a black fog all year round. Shrouded by the black fog, even dark elves with innate night vision could hardly see more than 10 meters away. Moreover, the black fog restrained all kinds of spells. Without the two powerful weapons, archery and magic, dark elves felt as if their hands had been chopped off in the dark forest. There were also countless terrifying demonic plants in the dark forest. Even many legend-rank dark elves who entered the dark forest died. There were even demigod-rank dark elven heroes who entered the dark forest, never to return. In the end, under the divine decree, the dark forest became a forbidden area for dark elves. No dark elves were allowed to enter. After breaking through the obstruction of Hannah and her party, Ong Feng and his party quickly arrived at the real entrance to the dark forest. Yang Feng looked at the dark forest, frowned slightly, and his eyes flashed with a touch of graveness. "This is the dark forest." There were countless huge ancient trees growing in the dark forest. The huge ancient trees seemed to run through heaven and earth, piercing through the 9th floor of the underground world and growing towards the 8th floor of the underground world. Needles, sawtooth-like leaves, weird tree vines, huge man-eating flowers, and all kinds of branches brimming with dangerous auras and characteristics of dangerous extraordinary plants extended from the huge ancient trees. With his keen eyesight, Yang Feng could vaguely see eerie and strange skeletons hanging on the branches of the ancient tree. By relying on the keen intuition of a level 3 warlock, Yang Feng could feel the waves of dangerous aura coming from the dark forest. Even someone as powerful as him could die in the dark forest if he wasn't careful. Gleistar took a look at the dark forest, frowned slightly, and said solemnly, "Master, kill Ezramia." The dark forest was too dangerous. The dark forest was said to be the dwelling place of an existence of the Tsangji Plain, which was even more terrifying than devils and fiends. Even gods were not its opponent. Even deities who entered the dark forest could fall. This is a forbidden area. It's too dangerous for us to enter. A peculiar glint flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he quickly made a judgment. In the Tsangji Plain, existences stronger than gods are terrifying existences above the glorious Dawn warlock rank. No, since this dark forest has not been invaded by anyone. In that case, the strength of this existence should be above that of a great divine power god. In other words, this is a relic site of a warlock monarch rank powerhouse. Chapter 331. Warlock monarchs were fearsome existences of the Tsangji Plain that could contend against mighty divine force rank gods. Even in the 8 warlock dynasties, warlock monarchs were the pinnacle powerhouses. After the collapse of the 8 warlock dynasties, warlock monarchs were the strongest powerhouses of the Tsangji Plain for a long period of time. Every warlock monarch possessed the terrifying power to move mountains and drain seas, pluck stars and grab moons, and destroy a plain. After the collapse of the 8th warlock dynasty, the Tsangji Plain's warlock civilization declined a lot. It has been more than 10,000 years since the birth of a new warlock monarch. At present, the strongest known powerhouses of the Tsangji Plain were merely infinity warlocks. Even if some treasures casually leaked out from a relic site of a warlock monarch rank powerhouse, it would still be able to benefit the little warlock Yang Feng greatly. Of course, a relic site of a warlock monarch rank powerhouse was extremely dangerous, and even gods might die inside. Warlock monarch rank powerhouses could completely suppress their terrifying life force field. But that was only when they were alive. But once they were on the verge of death, they could no longer suppress their power, and their terrifying life force field would combine with the surrounding environment and form all kinds of frightening and strange phenomena. The various frightening and strange phenomena formed by the dissipation of life force before the death of a warlock monarch rank powerhouse could even kill gods. Yang Feng only thought for a moment before dispelling the idea of treasure hunting in the dark forest. He was well aware that this was the dark forest, a place where even god-rank powerhouses could die, and a god-rank powerhouse could squash him to death with a finger. At most, he could only move around in the periphery of the dark forest. If he entered the dark forest, he would undoubtedly die. Ezramia hugged Yang Feng and sighed faintly, saying, "Ian, as Gleistar said, the dark forest is a dangerous forbidden area that even the gods fear. You should just kill me. In this way, I can still be reborn in the divine country of the mighty gods." Yang Feng sneered, "Heh, reborn in the divine country of the gods. That's when your soul is received into the divine country. Most of your memories and feelings will disappear, and some will even disappear completely. The new memories and feelings were given to you by God. Would you still be the real you if you were reborn like that?" Once the soul of a powerhouse like Ezramia returned to the divine country of a god, if there was no special reason, most of her memories would be erased and instilled with all kinds of memories and feelings loyal to the gods, turning her into a tool that could evolve in the hands of the gods. It was not impossible to be reborn in the divine kingdom of the gods and retain the emotions and memories from when they were alive. However, it required a large amount of divine power or the use of treasures with special nomological powers to achieve that. Unless there was a special reason, the gods wouldn't do that. Slightly startled, Ezramia exclaimed, "How do you know this secret?" This secret was only circulated in a small circle of powerhouses, and Ezramia learned of it by chance. She didn't know how Yang Feng knew this secret that could shake the foundation of the gods. Yang Feng smiled and said nothing. This was a secret for the people of the Feisua Plain, but for the Tsangji Plain's demonic fighting sect and the other 9 great sects, it was just common sense. This was the huge difference in information between the two planes. "Let's go." Yang Feng hesitated for a moment, then clenched his teeth and stepped into the dark forest with Ezramia and Gleistar on his back. As soon as Yang Feng stepped into the entrance of the dark forest, strange ripples rose in the space there, and a twisted black face suddenly appeared in the void, revealing a strange smile. The backs of Yang Feng and his party disappeared. The path leading to the inside of the dark forest covered in rotten leaves was empty, as if no one had entered. Shortly after Yang Feng and his party entered the dark forest, a 5,000-strong dark elven army riding dark leopards, led by a beautiful dark elf with a curvy waist, stopped in front of the entrance of the dark forest. A beautiful dark elven warrior came to the side of the dazzling dark elven powerhouse and respectfully asked, "Lady Polly, what should we do now?" Polly took a deep look at the depths of the dark forest, and her gaze fell on the path full of fallen leaves and exuding the smell of decay, yet devoid of footprints. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with apprehension, and she said solemnly, "Let's wait outside for them to come out." Another beautiful dark elven warrior frowned and said solemnly, "Madam Polly, Commander Charity ordered us to chase after Ian. Ian has escaped inside. We should chase after him." Polly's beautiful eyes flashed with an incomparably cold murderous intent, but she said with a smile, "That makes sense. In that case, Diana, take your group of people and immediately go inside to track Ian's traces. This is an order, don't disobey." Diana's pretty complexion changed, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with fear. "Madam Polly, this." The dark forest was a terrifying and perilous place where even divine spirit experts would fall if they entered its depths. Daina only possessed level 3 warlock rank strength. Once she entered the dark forest, she would most likely die. Polly smiled gloomily, her beautiful eyes shimmered with killing intent, and she uttered while stressing each syllable, Daina, this is an order. Do you want to disobey it? Daina was a spy planted by Charity in Polly's side, and Polly had been looking for an opportunity to eradicate her for a long time. Now that she got such a good opportunity, Polly naturally wouldn't let her go. Polly's confidants and personal guards surrounded Daina, and their beautiful eyes shimmered with frigid killing intent. Daina gritted her teeth and said with a look of helplessness and hatred, "Yes, Madam Polly. I'll take my men inside." Polly said coldly, "Don't dawdle, go inside at once." "Yes. Madam Polly." Under Polly's urging, Daina quickly gathered her troops and entered the dark forest one by one. The dark elven warriors saw strange ripples set off in space, and then Daina and the other dark elven warriors disappeared into the ripples. As if they were swallowed by something, they didn't appear on the other side. When the dark elven warriors saw this scene, a chill welled up in their hearts, and no one proposed to enter the dark forest again. Hannah came from the rear with 5,000 dark elven warriors. When she saw Polly, she asked, "Polly, why didn't you take anyone inside?" Polly said with a sweet smile, "I already sent people inside to track Ian and them." "Hannah, since you're here, then I'll give you the credit for hunting down Ian." Hannah took a deep look at the dark forest, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with apprehension. She instinctively felt the great terror lurking inside the dark forest. Hannah suddenly said with a smile, "In that case, I'll stay here and help you, Polly." Polly also smiled slightly, "Okay." The nearly 10,000 dark elven warriors immediately surrounded the entrance to the dark forest, and no one dared to rashly enter the dark forest. "What are you two doing? Didn't I order you to pursue Ian and them? Why are you still here?" Commanding the main force of the Dark Leopard Corps, Charity came from the rear. When she found Hannah and Polly, she berated them sternly. Polly immediately reported, "Great Commander, I've sent people into the dark forest to track Ian and them. As long as there's news of them, I'll send people inside to support them." Charity frowned, and said coldly, "This is a divine decree from the great goddess Lolth. Ian and the other two must be captured at all costs. I order you two to enter the dark forest and continue to pursue Ian." A cold glint flashed in Hannah's eyes, and she said with a cold smile, "Yes, Great Commander. However, the dark forest is too dangerous. The two of us and our subordinates are a little understaffed. Great Commander, please enter the dark forest with us." Polly also said with a cold smile, "That's right. We're too weak by ourselves. Great Commander, please enter the dark forest with us." Anger flashed in Charity's beautiful eyes, and she said coldly, "You take the people inside first, I'll follow." A cold glint flashed in Polly's eyes, and she said aggressively, "That won't do. Even if it's you, Great Commander, if you violate the divine decree, won't you end up badly? Let's go in together, Great Commander. No need to argue. Let's all go in together." Accompanied by a cold yet alluring voice, the charming and coquettish Dolores slowly walked in, a fragrance wafting from her. "Greetings, great matriarch." When Charity and the other two saw Dolores, their pretty faces changed, and they lowered their heads and said respectfully. Dolores was a frightening advanced demigod rank powerhouse. In the era when gods stood high above the stars, she was one of the most powerful people in the Fesua Plains secular world. After Pope Gleistar was declared a traitor, she grasped practically all the power of the Dark Elves. Dolores said in a cold voice, "Have all your subordinates go in. You come with me. This time, we must capture Ian and them. No, whether dead or alive, Ezramia must not be allowed to leave the underground world alive. Otherwise, you'll all be made into evil spirit dolls." When they heard that, Charity and the other two stiffened, and their beautiful eyes filled with fear. The evil spirit puppet dolls were monsters made from living dark elves using all kinds of evil secret methods. The method used to make the evil spirit puppet dolls was cruel, bloody, and terrifying to the extreme. It was one of the most vicious punishments of the dark elven race. Chapter 332. Charity's eyes flashed with unswerving determination, and she said resolutely, "Yes. Great Matriarch, we'll do our best to prevent Azramia from leaving the underground world alive. Charity would rather die than be made into an evil spirit puppet doll. If she died, she could be reborn in Goddess Lotha's divine country. But once she was made into an evil spirit puppet doll, she would live a life worse than death, living in endless pain and torture. That was the cruelest thing." Hannah's group of 2 also said resolutely, "Great Matriarch, we won't let Azramia leave the underground world alive at all costs." Under the orders of Charity and the other 2 commanders, the Dark Leopard Corps entered the Dark Forest. As if a terrifying monster, the Dark Forest devoured the Dark Leopard Corps. When all the warriors of the Dark Demonic Leopard Corps disappeared into the Dark Forest, a strange demonic face suddenly appeared and revealed a sinister smile. "A bunch of idiots. This is the place where he once stayed. It's not time yet, so even gods don't dare to enter. What a bunch of uncultured barbarians." A young man with black hair and yellow skin, tied into a ponytail, dressed like an oriental swordsman unhurriedly walked out of the void, took a deep look at the Dark Forest and revealed a contemptuous smile. Then, he revealed a contemplative expression. "However, the Dark Elves really deserve their reputation. Every one of them is a beauty. Compared to us humans, they are much stronger. Since I've come to this plane, I must have a good taste of the legendary Dark Elves. Someone else is coming." The eyes of the young man dressed like an oriental swordsman congealed, then ripples enveloped him and he disappeared. A tall and burly man, looking like a bear, trod on 2 black clouds, ran all the way from the horizon and plunged into the Dark Forest. Not long after, a golden-haired, blue-eyed man flew over from afar and disappeared into the Dark Forest. One after another, powerhouses from different places entered the Dark Forest. As soon as Yang Feng stepped into the Dark Forest, he felt as if he was shrouded in a thick fog. He frowned slightly, keenly sensing that his connection with the weave had been severed. The weave was an existence created by the goddess of the weave by relying on the laws of the plane. It was said that it covered the entire plane and was everywhere. Even the elven race's moonlight tree could borrow the power of the weave. The dense fog of the Dark Forest cut off the connection between Yang Feng and the weave, indicating that the level of power contained in the Dark Forest may even surpass that of the goddess of the weave. Fortunately, I'm not a wizard of the Feisua plane, or else I wouldn't be able to use spells. But even so, the power of many spells cast here will be pitifully weak. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation and cast the level 0 spell Mage Hand. Shortly after the transparent Mage Hand took shape, it collapsed and disappeared. This phenomenon made Yang Feng crease his eyebrows slightly. Logia and elemental spells used the caster's spirit force as the source of power and the spell model as the core to communicate with the mysterious laws of the plane and mobilize the vigor of heaven and earth to produce all kinds of powerful and miraculous phenomena. It was with the help of the power of heaven and earth that the spells of wizards and warlocks were so powerful that they could easily instill body-tempering martial artists of the same rank. However, in places with abnormal plane laws and abnormal vigor of heaven and earth, the strength of wizards would be weakened to a pitiful extent. Warlocks, on the other hand, had extremely tyrannical fleshly bodies after continuous evolution. They could quickly adapt to any environment, which was one of the strongest aspects of human warlocks. He. I am Yang Feng from the Tsangji Plain. I came to the Feisua Plain to hunt demigods. All of a sudden, the faces of babies appeared on a large tree. Strange laughter came from the faces of the babies. How could this be? Yang Feng's heart shook, his body trembled slightly, and fear and killing intent welled up inside him. Entering the Feisua plain from the Cangji plain was one of Yang Feng's greatest secrets. No one on the Feisua plain knew about this secret. Once it was known that Yang Feng came from the Cangji plain, everything he had on the Feisua plain would be destroyed. Gleistar had betrayed her faith and lost all her power. At the same time, Goddess Lolth could no longer see or hear anything through her. Ezramia, on the other hand, was a believer of the elven gods. As long as the primary god she believed in looked at her, he would know everything about her with a thought. Only by killing Ezramia before the gaze of the primary god she believed in fell on her, and then destroying the memories of her soul, would Yang Feng have a chance at survival. I am Yang Feng, I came from Earth. My greatest reliance is the technology one inherited from the Shizu. The faces of the babies on the trees were grinning and their mouths were constantly opening and closing, revealing the secrets hidden in the depths of Yang Feng's heart that he was most afraid of being discovered by others. Don't say any more. You freaks. Eyes bloodshot, a fierce glint flashed past Yang Feng's eyes, and a bloodthirsty glint shrouded his eyes. He issued a fearsome roar, and wanted to rush over and smash the faces of the babies growing on the trees one by one. The host is being eroded by negative spirit force. Activating stimulation therapy. A sharp pain suddenly came from Yang Feng's sea of knowledge, making him, who was on the verge of erupting, hold his head in pain and gasp for breath. There were no sound fluctuations detected in the surroundings, it was just an illusion, the host. Just now, you were hit by an illusion, which was comparable to a level 5 spell. Because the spirit spell was too strange, the black dragon bloodline inside you could not completely offset the influence of the illusion. A line of information flashed in front of Yang Feng's eyes. Yang Feng was slightly alarmed, and cold sweat flowed down his back. So I was hit by an illusion, how strange. My black dragon bloodline didn't react, this illusion is really terrifying. Ancient black dragons were immune to the vast majority of spirit spells, and Yang Feng, who possessed the ancient black dragon bloodline, was immune to most spirit spells as well. Now, he was actually being eroded by that spiritual spell. The might of that spiritual spell was so strong and its rank was so high that it was simply shocking. When Yang Feng took a closer look at the tree full of baby faces, he saw a thick layer of bones under the tree full of baby faces. Countless skulls piled up on top of the decaying leaves, forming a strange and terrifying scene. Tree vines full of sharp thorns were scattered around the large tree. Once ordinary experts got close to the strange tree, they would be instantly pierced through by the tree vines full of sharp teeth. Yang Feng's complexion became very unsightly. He recognized the origin of the strange tree at a glance. This is a level 5 extraordinary plant baby face evil tree. The spirit spells released by the baby face evil tree can even unwittingly confuse gods. I'm sorry. I didn't want to. I really had no choice. I wanted to live. Jenna. Behind Yang Feng, Gleistar sobbed uncontrollably. Tears streamed down her face, her body trembled, and she screamed miserably. Ezramia also trembled and struggled behind Yang Feng, a look of pain and fear on her face. If it wasn't for the fact that she was seriously injured and couldn't muster any strength, she would have already seriously injured Yang Feng. With a thought, Yang Feng cast the innate level 4 spell Dragon Breath and belched a fearsome dragon breath that slammed into the strange baby face evil tree in a flash. When the terrifying dragon breath landed on the baby-faced evil tree, raging flames engulfed the baby-faced evil tree. The baby-face evil tree issued mournful cries, and countless tree vines buried in the ground surged and stabbed towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng brandished the sword in his hand, and sword rays shone and turned into sword afterimages that shot towards the tree vines. The vines of the baby-face evil tree were severed, and a copious amount of blood-like sap shot out from the severed parts and scattered on the ground. Almost at the same time, a series of blood-curdling screams from the baby-face ghost tree rang out from within the black demonic mist. The mournful screams of the baby-faced evil trees resounded according to a certain rhythm, forming a strange sound wave that bombarded Yang Feng as well as Gleistar and Ezramia on his back. Yang Feng felt a stifling sensation in his chest, a fishy taste in his throat, and a mouthful of blood spewed out of his mouth. His complexion turned extremely pale. Blood with a slightly fishy smell flowed down Yang Feng's back and dripped on him. Clearly, Ezramia and Gleistar were seriously injured. Yang Feng gritted his teeth and raised his hand, and a 5x5 black magic tent suddenly appeared. He drilled into the magic tent. As soon as he entered the magic tent, the ear-piercing screams of the babies subsided by a lot. Yang Feng went to a corner of the magic tent and kept adding magic stones to it. Only with sufficient magic stones could the magic tent withstand the baby-face ghost tree's soundless mental attack and strange whistling sound. The baby-face ghost tree that was hit by the dragon breath screamed in pain and struggled. In the end, it was completely devoured by the dragon breath and turned into ashes. The spirit attacks of the baby-face evil tree were silent and impossible to guard against. Even god-rank powerhouses could be hit by them if they were careless. However, the baby-face evil tree feared fire the most, and a dragon breath could burn it to ashes. Chapter 333. Many extraordinary life forms had weaknesses. Some transcendent creatures were powerful but stupid. Some transcendent creatures were afraid of fire. Some transcendent creatures were afraid of sunlight. Some transcendent creatures were afraid of water. By finding the weaknesses of those extraordinary lifeforms, it would be easy for the weak to defeat the strong. The reason why the Tsangji Plains human warlocks conquered countless plains was because the human warlocks absorbed the knowledge of the countless plains and formed a unique warlock cultivation system. No matter what kind of harsh environment they were in, they wouldn't lose their fighting strength. In some special plains, where the vigor of heaven and earth was in disorder, wizards or life forms specializing in magic were extremely weak. However, warlocks could still possess a powerful physique comparable to that of extraordinary life forms. In this fog, the vigor of heaven and earth was blocked by a mysterious force, making it nearly impossible to cast spells. If it was an elemental warlock, they would find it difficult to cast spells, and could only rely on their tyrannical physique to fight. However, for a bloodline warlock like Yang Feng, he could stimulate the power of his bloodline and cast various innate spells. After the baby-face evil tree was burned to ashes, Yang Feng heaved a slight sigh of relief and withdrew into the magic tent. Yang Feng looked at Gleistar and asked quickly, "The dark forest is very dangerous. We'll stay here for now. After you've fully recovered, we'll find a way to get out. When will you be able to restore your demigod rank cultivation base, Gleistar?" A terrifying existence like the baby-face evil tree had already appeared in the periphery of the dark forest. Who knew what terrifying existences were in the deepest part of the dark forest? Yang Feng wasn't arrogant enough to think that he could do better than those gods. Gleistar's beautiful eyes dimmed, and she sighed faintly, "No. The power to break through to the demigod rank came from the goddess Lolth. Now the goddess Lolth deprived me of this power, unless another true god accepts me and gives me enough divine power. Otherwise, even after I recover, I can only fight as a legend rank archer." The more powerful a clergyman was, the closer they were to the gods, and the more serious the divine power erosion. After losing the favor of the goddess Lolth, Gleistar was already very lucky not to die. It would be extremely difficult for her to restore her demigod rank cultivation base. "Then we'll wait for you to recover your legendary level combat power before we find a way to leave this place." A look of exhaustion in his eyes, Yang Feng took out several vials of elixirs and poured them into his and Gleistar's mouths, and then closed his eyes to recuperate and restore his physical strength and spirit force. After drinking the potion, Gleistar closed her eyes and urged her power to repair her limbs. Ezramia looked at Yang Feng in a daze, and the bizarre light of the curse on her forehead dimmed a bit. Clearly, the demonic fog had a strong suppressive effect on her curse. Time elapsed, 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Yang Feng's group of 3 were holed up inside the small magic tent, as if stones, motionless. On the 3rd day, Yang Feng suddenly opened his eyes and pressed with his hand, and the magic dragon leather ribbons wrapped around Esramia and Gleistar and flew onto his back. The magic tent also became transparent, allowing people to see the scene outside from inside the tent. Esramia and Gleistar were smart women. When they saw that Yang Feng looked as if he was facing a great enemy, they remained motionless and vaguely guessed the truth of the matter. "Big sister Esramia, you're actually hiding here. It really took me a lot of effort to find you." A charming, alluring, and enchanting voice came from the side, and the extremely enchanting and sexy dark elven great matriarch Dolores walked over with a smile on her face. Next to Dolores were 3 extremely beautiful dark elves. They were Charity, Hannah, and Polly. Dolores was untainted by even a speck of dust. It was as if she was taking a leisurely stroll in the dangerous dark forest. Charity and the other 2 were in tatters and riddled with scars. Their injuries were not light. The tens of thousands of dark elven warriors of the Dark Leopard Corps had already disappeared. Hiding inside the magic tent, Yang Feng looked outside and saw Dolores's enigmatic expression at a glance. Her gaze had already fallen on the magic tent enchanted with advanced stealth. Yang Feng's figure shook slightly, and he rushed out of the magic tent. Looking at Dolores in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, countless thoughts revolving in his mind. Dolores showed a bewitching smile, her beautiful eyes full of ridicule and delight. "Big sister Esramia, the most beautiful and honorable woman on the surface, your majesty the great elven monarch. You are in a very miserable state. I heard that you were hit by the cursed kiss of Lolth. That's really pitiful. After being hit by the spell kiss of Lolth, even the most chaste goddess will degenerate into the most lowly sow. I feel indescribable delight at the thought of the most honorable great elven monarch Esramia degenerating into the most lowly sow." In the battle in the Moonlight Square, the 2 demigod rank powerhouses Dolores and Gleistar besieged Esramia, yet they still weren't her match. That battle filled Dolores with jealousy of Esramia. Now, she felt indescribable delight at the thought that the person she regarded as her greatest enemy and rival was about to degenerate into the lowest rung. Esramia's pretty face turned extremely pale, she clenched her silver teeth, and her tender body trembled. Dolores revealed an expression of a cat toying with a mouse. She smiled charmingly and said viciously, "Big sister Esramia, don't worry. I won't hurt you. After the kiss of Lolth curse breaks out completely, I'll help you find 100 men. Of course, demonic beasts are fine as well. I'll let them satisfy you, and then send the magic image back to the elves. It must be very interesting." Face pale, Esramia clenched her silver teeth and said, "Dolores, even if we're enemies, it's fine if you just kill me. Why do you have to be so vicious?" A trace of frustration streaked past the abyss of Dolores's beautiful eyes, and her charming face revealed a trace of ridicule, "Because I'm a dark elf. Isn't it the nature of us dark elves to be vicious, cunning, and cruel? Only the most vicious, cunning, and cruel people can win the favor of the great goddess." The competition among dark elves was extremely cruel. In order to rise to the top, they would resort to almost any means. Conspiracies, betrayals, and massacres ran through the history of every upper-class dark elf. In order to ascend to the throne of the great matriarch, Dolores had also piled up corpses beneath her feet. Dolores's beautiful eyes sparkled, and she smiled sweetly like a lover whispering in his ear, "Ian, give me these 2 women. As long as you give them to me, not only will I guarantee your safety, but I'll also let you have fun with them. One is the most outstanding woman of the elves, the great elven monarch, and the other is the former pope of the Dark Elven Church. You can play with them as you please, and it doesn't matter even if you're done with them. As long as you offer them to me, then apart from me, I'll give you any woman of the Dark Elves you like to have fun with. How about Charity? She's a famous cold beauty among Dark Elves, and she's also a very rare virgin. Dolores gently grasped with her lily-white hand, and Charity, who was standing beside her, was involuntarily caught by her. She casually tapped Charity with a finger, and Charity's delicate body went limp. Her pretty face blushed, and she revealed an extremely flirtatious expression. She twisted her delicate snake-like body, exuding an astonishing charm. Charity's eyes shimmered with shame, but she couldn't muster any strength to stop Dolores. Yang Feng said unhurriedly, "Your proposal is very tempting." Esramia's beautiful eyes shimmered dimly, and she sighed faintly in her heart. Gleistar's eyes swiveled, her thoughts unknown. Dolores glanced at Yang Feng, and the abyss of her beautiful eyes shimmered with contempt. In the end, men are only at this level. Yang Feng gave an unruly smile. His eyes flickered with a sharp glint, and he moved unscrupulously around Dolores's vitals. "However, I prefer to take the initiative." "Pray that I take the initiative to catch makes me more excited. Besides, Dolores, I think it would be very interesting to catch you and make you my pet in the future." Esramia covered her cherry lips and revealed a smile. A cold glint flashed past Dolores's beautiful eyes, and she sighed faintly. "Ian, I thought you were a smart person. Now it seems that you're just an idiot. In that case, go to hell." As Dolores spoke, Yang Feng suddenly burst out and shot towards the baby-face evil tree grove. "It's no use." Dolores smiled sweetly and pointed with her lily-white finger. Strange fluctuations of magic diffused from her fingertips, and then collapsed and disappeared. "I forgot that I can't cast spells in this environment. However, Ian, the gap in strength between you and me is like a moat. No matter how you struggle, I'll crush you to death like an ant." Dolores showed a flirtatious smile, took a step forward, crossed a distance of hundreds of meters, and appeared behind Yang Feng. Her lily-white palm, carrying no trace of smoke or fire, slapped towards Yang Feng's head. Baby faces strangely appeared on the surrounding trees, and a burst of laughter that didn't exist suddenly sounded in the forest. Dolores's beautiful eyes shimmered with confusion, and she stiffened and stopped in place. Chapter 334. The host is being eroded by negative spirit force. Activating stimulation therapy. Just as Yang Feng was about to lose himself in the illusion of the baby-face evil trees, a sharp pain rose in his sea of knowledge. He clenched his teeth and frantically rushed into the distance. During the past few days, Yang Feng didn't do nothing. He released a large number of mechanical insects to find a way out of the baby-face evil trees. Although he would still suffer from the mental attacks of the baby-face evil trees, but he wouldn't suffer from physical attacks. There were hundreds of baby-face evil trees in the forest, and Yang Feng didn't have the strength to spew more than 100 breaths of dragon breath. A series of strange laughter rang out from the baby-face ghost tree group. Every time he heard such laughter, Yang Feng felt a stabbing pain in his sea of knowledge. Amid the whirlpool of pain, Yang Feng clenched his teeth and madly dashed along the way. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, a series of childlike screams rang out from the baby-face evil trees. Countless terrifying sound waves condensed into one and blasted toward the rear. Yang Feng took a look behind him and mused, did they make a move? I wonder who will win and who will lose this battle. Dolores was a terrifying high-level demigod powerhouse. If she was in the outside world, she could borrow the world's essence energy to cast all kinds of powerful spells. She could easily use fire spells to destroy the entire baby-face evil tree forest. But in the dark forest, every bit of power she used consumed her own power. Even if it was a demigod-ranked powerhouse, without any powerful treasures, it would be difficult to destroy the baby-face evil trees by relying on their own power. As soon as Yang Feng passed through the baby-face evil trees, a wasteland of bones exuding a strong stench of corpses appeared in front of him. Flocks of skeletons were linked together. They had a pair of skeletal wings and were riding a gust of wind. The skeletal crows were constantly flying among the skeletons. Bone demonic crows were undead life forms comparable to level 1 extraordinary life forms. They were strange undead life forms formed from the powerful life energy and death aura emitted by warlocks and the condensation of bones. A single demonic skeleton crow wasn't too terrifying. However, there were countless demonic skeleton crows in the wasteland of bones. It was as though they covered the entire sky. As soon as Yang Feng and his party stepped into the wilderness of bones, as if smelling prey, the dense crowd of bone crows flapped their wings and flew towards them like dark clouds. Yang Feng's complexion changed greatly. He pressed the dimensional crest on his chest, and a 10-meter-tall, remodeled obsidian golem suddenly appeared in front of him. With a light leap, he jumped into the chest of the obsidian golem with Ezramia on his back. The obsidian golem's magic patterns flickered, and it cast advanced aura masking and mimicry. The aura of Yang Feng's group of 3 was completely concealed, and the obsidian golem's external appearance changed into a huge giant skeleton. The dense crowd of bone crows lost their target, and then circled around the obsidian golem transformed into a giant skeleton. Many bone crows landed on the obsidian golem transformed into a giant skeleton, looking like they were resting. The place where Yang Feng's group of 3 previously stood was occupied by countless bone crows. Looking outside through the obsidian golem, Yang Feng's group of 3 could see countless bone crows occupying the surroundings. The dense crowd of bone crows could scare people with trypophobia half to death. When she saw the countless bone crows, Ezramia's scalp couldn't help but turn numb. Even if she was at her peak, she would have no choice but to retreat when she encountered the terrifying flock of skeletal demonic crows. If she went all out and fought to the death, then even someone as tyrannical as her would eventually die of exhaustion. The wasteland of bones suddenly trembled violently. A skeletal demonic crow that was dozens of meters long with a body made of dragon bones and a skull of a giant on top of its head suddenly flew out from the endless skeletons. It was a skeletal demonic crow with a white jade-like luster. The huge bone crow exuded frightening starry sky warlock rank might. The frightening fluctuations of power emitted by the bone crow were even several times stronger than Ezramia's. When Yang Feng's group of 3 hiding inside the obsidian golem saw the frightening bone crow, their countenances suddenly changed dramatically, and they fell silent. In the wilderness of bones, even if Ezramia came here at her peak, she might not be the opponent of the starry sky warlock rank bone crow. Yang Feng looked at the starry sky warlock rank bone crow with a dignified glint in his eyes. What a fearsome fellow. How powerful was the former master of the dark forest. Just a trace of his life force fluctuations reached the periphery, yet such a fearsome monster was born. Squawk. The starry sky warlock rank bone crow suddenly opened its maw, dark soul flames flickered in its skull-like eye sockets, and it issued a strange shriek. Squawk. 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 All of a sudden, the dense flock of skeletal devil crows began to cry out. The cries of countless bone crows reverberated in the wilderness of bones. Combining with the cries of the starry sky warlock rank bone crow, they formed a strange soul sound wave that reverberated in the area. When Yang Feng heard the strange cries, his heart suddenly throbbed strangely, his body trembled uncontrollably, and the soul seed in his sea of knowledge shook slightly. The host's soul is shaken. According to the current strength analysis, the host's soul seed will shatter after 10 minutes, and the host's soul will leave the body and die. Immediately cut off the sound transmission. The inside of the obsidian golem quickly formed a vacuum layer, which cut off the soul trill. When the strange sound disappeared completely, Yang Feng felt that he could control his body. A wet feeling came from his face. Yang Feng wiped it with his hand, and his palm was covered in blood. Yang Feng looked at the blood in his hand, frowned, and his eyes shimmered with apprehension. How dangerous. I almost died. Furthermore, I died in an unclear manner, without the power to fight back. The dark forest is really dangerous. The wilderness of bones was still the outermost part of the dark forest, yet the starry sky warlock rank bone crow was actually proficient in the level 5 spell soul shock sound wave. This greatly exceeded Yang Feng's expectations. If it wasn't for the smart chip implanted in Yang Feng and the black dragon armor, he would have died silently to the soul shock sound wave cast by the Starry Sky Warlock rank Bone Crow. Suddenly, an incomparably tyrannical aura came from behind. Dolores, covered in wounds, forcibly rushed out of the baby face evil tree forest. Dolores had just rushed out of the baby face evil tree grove, when the strange sound wave that could shock people's souls slammed into her. Her soul shook wildly, and she stood in place, a look of pain on her pretty face. Wisps of dark force pervaded her body. On the Feisua plane, the powers that ordinary humans cultivated were called qi and magic, while experts of other races cultivated different secret methods. The power that dark elves cultivated was called dark force, the power that kindred cultivated was called blood energy, and the power that dragons cultivated was called dragon force. The power that Sangji Plains human warlocks cultivated was called life force. As time passed, blood slowly flowed out from the 7 orifices on Dolores's face. Traces of bright red blood flowed down her beautiful face, making her look like an extremely beautiful female ghost. Her beauty was mixed with great terror. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, the earth shook, and a vast and boundless pressure gushed out from the deepest part of the dark forest. The Starry Sky Warlock rank Bone Crow suddenly issued a mournful cry and plunged into the pile of bones. Countless bone crows suddenly flew up, pounced on the Starry Sky Warlock rank Bone Crow, and formed a pile of bones on it. A mysterious gray aura slowly blew out from the dark forest. When the gray aura came into contact with the bone crows immediately collapsed and lost all signs of life. They turned into skeletons that scattered on the ground. Virtually in an instant, the gray aura hit the obsidian golem, and the spells cast on the obsidian golem immediately collapsed. The gray gas ignored the obsidian golem's outer armor, entered the cockpit, and blew towards Yang Feng, and a gloomy and cold feeling swept through him. When the gray aura blew at Ezramia, the curse imprint on her forehead flickered, and, as if about to collapse, it eventually dimmed. She suddenly felt her body become a lot more relaxed. Glystar, however, showed no reaction. Yang Feng pushed open the chest of the obsidian golem, rushed out, and pulled the trigger with the super-gravity gun in his hand at Dolores in the distance. One after another, super-gravity spheres shot out and bombarded Dolores's body. Boom! Dolores felt as if she was being pressed down by a mountain. Like a frog being run over by a car, she was pressed to the ground. Yang Feng opened his mouth and unleashed dragon breath. Suddenly, a fearsome dragon breath barreled towards Dolores like a meteor. Even if it was a demigod rank expert, once hit by the dragon breath, they would be seriously injured. Chapter 335. Dolores chanted a magic sentence and spatial power surged out and enveloped her. She activated Blink, instantly disappearing from where she stood and retreating 100 meters away. At this moment, Charity and the other 2 powerhouses walked out of the babyface ghost tree forest covered in blood. Seeing that the situation was anything but reassuring, Yang Feng blurred into motion, turned into a stream of black light and rushed into the depths of the dark forest. Although Dolores's injuries weren't light, but she was an advanced demigod rank powerhouse after all. So long as she recovered a bit of her strength, Yang Feng wouldn't be her opponent. Dolores's beautiful eyes flashed with resentment, and she uttered while stressing each syllable, "Ian, how dare you attack me? I'll capture you alive and let you have a good taste of our Dark Elven clan's 1365 kinds of punishments." In Dolores's eyes, Yang Feng, who only had a level 3 warlock rank cultivation base, was like an ant. The fact that such an ant, who she didn't care about at all, injured her made her feel offended and enraged. Although Dolores was furious, but she still didn't take any risks. She took out a few vials of elixirs and poured them down her throat, operated dark force, and enveloped herself in a layer of black light, restoring her body and the power she consumed. Dolores had always been very cautious, which was one of the reasons why she defeated countless competitors and ascended to the throne of the great matriarch of the Dark Elves. The dark forest was full of dangers. Dolores almost died to the sound wave attack of the bone crows. The depths of the dark forest contained great dangers that could even kill gods. Naturally, Dolores wouldn't enter it while she was in a poor state. After passing through the wasteland of bones, a dense forest without a single passageway appeared in front of Yang Feng and company. All the trees in the forest had strange heads, including dragon heads, human heads, devil heads, and multi-armed trolls' heads. Countless tentacle-like vines extended from the trees, giving people a gloomy, strange, and terrifying feeling. These are extraordinary plants, headhunter trees. These are level 6 extraordinary plants. If they're not careful, even deities will be beheaded by these headhunter magic trees and their divine power will be sucked dry. When Yang Feng saw the strange trees full of different heads, his scalp turned numb and his eyes flashed with shock and fear. A level 6 transcendent plant like the headhunter devil tree was an extremely dangerous and terrifying devil tree. They were not like ordinary transcendent plants that waited for their prey to take the bait. Once they hunted their prey, they would extract their prey's blood essence and strength, leaving only their heads, which were embedded in the tree trunk. Once the headhunter magic tree had a head, it would gain the ability to move. Furthermore, it would possess a portion of the bloodline power of the prey it devoured. According to legend, the Warlock Emperor of the Second Warlock Dynasty, the Taboo Lord, had studied the evolution system of Blood Meridian Warlock step by step with reference to this characteristic of the headhunter magic tree. The only weakness of headhunter trees was that they were afraid of fire. However, there were hundreds of headhunter trees forming a demonic tree forest. Yang Feng was afraid that he would be devoured by the headhunter trees as soon as he spat out a dragon breath. That's not right. These headhunter demonic trees don't have any life fluctuations. Is it because of the gray aura? Yang Feng's heart suddenly stirred, and he thought of the skeletal crows that collapsed due to the mysterious gray aura. After hesitating for a while, Yang Feng clenched his teeth, rushed into the forest of headhunter trees with Ezramia on his back, and frantically fled into the distance. The eyes of the heads embedded in the top of the headhunter trees were lifeless, and there were no fluctuations of life coming from them. They allowed Yang Feng to pass through the strange forest. After passing through the forest of headhunter magic trees, a vast and almost boundless desert appeared before Yang Feng's eyes. Yang Feng took a deep look at the desert made of golden sand. With the keen perception of a level 3 warlock, he perceived a great terror at the bottom of the desert. Yang Feng hesitated for a moment. Then, thinking of Dolores chasing after him, coupled with the mysterious gray aura and the strange headhunter trees, he clenched his teeth and pressed his chest, and the mechanical lightning aurora python flew out at once. Yang Feng jumped lightly onto the back of the mechanical lightning aurora python. Surrounded by countless bolts of lightning, the mechanical lightning aurora python immediately turned into a bolt of lightning and flew towards the depths of the desert. The mechanical lightning aurora python's energy source was the crystal cores and high-energy crystals inside its body. Even if it couldn't use the vigor of heaven and earth, it wouldn't be affected much. After passing through the strange desert, a forest covered with all kinds of terrifying extraordinary plants appeared in front of Yang Feng and company. After passing through the forest covered with all kinds of terrifying extraordinary plants, Yang Feng and company passed through magma, mysterious lakes, weird mountain ranges with human faces, and other peerless danger zones brimming with a sense of danger. When Yang Feng passed through those areas, relying on his extraordinary perception of a level 3 warlock, he could sense some peerless existences hiding in places he couldn't perceive, and gazes full of malice fell on him. Yang Feng pretended that he wasn't aware of those terrifying existences. He braced himself and walked forward quickly, not daring to retreat. After passing through a strange extraordinary plant forest, a 5-kilometer-wide river exuding wisps of netherworld aura gushed out of a huge cave in midair. After extending for nearly 100 kilometers, the river strangely disappeared and appeared in front of Yang Feng and company, blocking in front of them. The river water was gray, and wisps of mysterious gray aura diffused from it. Above the river, there was a shabby boat made of gray wood quietly floating. When Yang Feng arrived in front of the river, he frowned slightly. He vaguely felt that there was a great terror hidden in the gray river. After hesitating for a while, Yang Feng flicked his wrist, and a piece of dragon bast paper appeared in his hand. He lightly tapped the dragon bast paper, and it immediately flashed with light and transformed into a sparrow. The sparrow flapped its wings and flew towards the gray river in the distance. The alchemical sparrow had just flown above the gray river, when, as if it encountered an irresistible force, it fell into the gray river, completely severing its connection with Yang Feng. Yang Feng's complexion changed slightly. He flicked his fingers, and alchemical eagles, alchemical dragonflies, alchemical swans, and many other alchemical treasures flew into the distance. As soon as the alchemical treasures flew above the gray river, under the effect of a mysterious force, they plunged into the gray river, directly severing their connection with Yang Feng. Yang Feng pondered for a while, then took out another stack of dragon bast paper, silently recited an incantation, and tossed it. The dragon bast paper rose into the air, turned into a 10-meter-long alchemical boat, and landed on the gray river. When the alchemical boat landed on the gray river, it was immediately eroded by the gray aura, and sank into the gray river inch by inch. What a strange river! It seems that I can only use that boat to cross it. Yang Feng's eyebrows wrinkled slightly, then he stepped onto the small boat. After carrying Yang Feng's group of 3, the dilapidated gray boat, which looked like it would fall apart at any moment, still floated on the water, showing no signs of sinking. When Yang Feng saw this, he heaved a sigh of relief, then picked up the wooden oar and started rowing. When the oar rowed, the gray boat moved, and a strange and terrifying life force slowly spread from the depths of the gray river. When Yang Feng sensed the terrifying life force, his body immediately became extremely tense. Under the terrifying pressure, he was practically unable to budge. The terrifying existence hidden in the depths of the gray river was a terrifying freak above ordinary gods. When the fierce and terrifying life force was released, the gray wooden or released gray light and pressed down, and the fierce and terrifying life force disappeared. This thing, I didn't expect it to be a treasure. Yang Feng wiped the cold sweat from his back. He grabbed the gray wooden oar and looked at it for a while, his eyes flashing with a strange light. No matter how he looked at it, Yang Feng couldn't tell what material was used in the gray wooden oar, nor could he see anything strange about it. If it hadn't released the gray light just now, he wouldn't have known that the gray wooden oar contained such terrifying power. After crossing the strange gray river, Yang Feng jumped off the wooden boat, took out a dimensional badge, and activated it, attempting to store the gray wooden boat and the oar inside the dimensional badge. Bang! The dimensional badge collapsed and exploded, sending countless fragments flying in all directions. As if stimulated by something, the gray wooden boat moved on its own despite the lack of wind, and slowly but firmly swam towards the other side of the gray river. Sure enough, such a treasure isn't that easy to collect. Yang Feng looked at the gray wooden boat, and his eyes flashed with regret. He turned around and walked into the distance. After crossing the strange gray river, in the distance, a domineering palace towering into the clouds, as if supporting the entire world, appeared in front of Yang Feng and company. Rays of mystical and resplendent light shrouded the domineering palace, making it seem like a temple where the gods lived in legends. Since there's no retreat, then I can only go in and take a look. Yang Feng looked at the palace that suddenly appeared, his eyebrows creased slightly, and then relaxed. His eyes flashed with determination, and he strode towards the palace. Chapter 336. When he arrived in front of the gate of the palace, Yang Feng looked at the palace with shock in his eyes. He saw the heads of countless formidable extraordinary life forms embedded outside the huge palace gate. There were heads of primordial dragons, heads of primordial giants, heads of abyssal fiend dukes, heads of strong divine force rank gods, heads of high elven monarchs, heads of 9-headed dragons, heads of primordial earthen beings, and other terrifying existences. Outside the palace, the heads of countless formidable existences merged with the palace. Even after who knows how many tens of thousands of years, they still exuded frightening might. Yang Feng stared at a 50-meter-long primordial dragon head with a peculiar glint in his eyes. The body of a primordial dragon contained the ultimate mysteries of dragons. If he could take out the primordial dragon head for research, then Yang Feng's embodiment might even have a chance to break through the bloodline shackles and possess god-rank battle prowess before ascending to godhood. Primordial dragons were already very rare on many planes. Furthermore, every primordial dragon was a bigwig with a world-shaking cultivation base. It was very difficult to obtain their blood and tissues. If the primordial dragon head was sold in the Cangji plane, it might even be exchanged for a grade 9 plane. Yang Feng pondered for a while, then took out a piece of dragon bast paper and flicked his finger. The dragon bast paper turned into a demonic eagle, flapped its wings, rose into the sky, and flew towards the primordial dragon head. The demonic eagle had just flown to a distance of about 30 meters from the primordial dragon head, when it was shrouded by yellow light containing frightening power and quickly exploded. Yang Feng frowned slightly. This is a barrier, a very powerful barrier. This barrier isn't something that I can contend against at the moment. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation, pointed at his eyes, and cast the spell Spirit Eye, and a misty cyan light enveloped his eyes. Yang Feng looked at the huge palace with wide eyes, only to see that the palace was surrounded by a frightening barrier. Only the entrance to the palace wasn't covered by the barrier. At the entrance to the palace stood a 6-meter-tall stone statue with a human head, a dragon head, and a devil head. The lower half of the statue was humanoid, and it held a trident in its hand. We've finally arrived. This is the legendary palace where the Cangji Plains Taboo Lord once lived. With a sigh, a burly, hairy, middle-aged man with strange demonic runes on his face walked over. He looked at the palace with excitement in his eyes. Taboo Lord. The Second Warlock Dynasty's Warlock Emperor. Yang Feng's heart shook greatly. Looking at the palace, tempestuous waves set off in his heart. The Taboo Lord was one of the strongest warlocks in the history of the Cangji Plain. During his lifetime, all the plains around the Cangji Plain were his territories. No one dared to resist his order. The bloodline warlock path was opened by the Taboo Lord, and it was still one of the 2 righteous paths leading to the pinnacle of power in the Cangji Plain. My luck is pretty good. Before entering the Taboo Lord's palace, he would encounter 3 more prey. These 2 prey were the most beautiful elves I had ever seen in my life. How lucky! The gaze of the middle-aged man covered in long hair, looking like a bear, shifted and fell on Yang Feng and company, and his eyes flashed with excitement. The eyes of the bear-like middle-aged man flashed with a fierce glint, the demonic runes on his face lit up, and frightening great warlock rank might spread from him. He suddenly swelled and turned into a 4-meter-tall bear-like man with 1-meter-long claws. Lowly human, when you get to the netherworld, remember that the one who killed you is the Black Radiant Plains Antonia. The eyes of the terrifying bear-like man suddenly flashed with a fierce and sinister glint, and he swung his claws at Yang Feng. Idiot! You'll be the one to die. A cold glint flashed past Yang Feng's eyes. The black dragon armor shone, and formidable power poured into him from the black dragon armor. He unleashed the level 4 spell Dragon Force. As if the embodiment of a frightening humanoid dragon, he suddenly burst out and slammed his fist into the terrifying bear-like claw. Under the frightening Dragon Force, the bear-like Antonia was blasted away by Yang Feng's fist and violently retreated by dozens of steps. Suddenly, as if the embodiment of a black bolt of lightning, Yang Feng rushed to in front of Adonia, stabbed his claws into Adonia's chest, and tore open a huge hole. Yang Feng opened his mouth, and a dragon breath sprayed on Adonia's body, setting him ablaze. Antonia struggled frantically in the dragon breath. After a while, he turned into a pile of ashes and disappeared. Esramia's beautiful eyes shimmered with disgust, and she said unhurriedly, "Really, these guests from other planes are really savage." Yang Feng smiled faintly and didn't say much. Powerhouses capable of planar travel were at least great warlock rank powerhouses. These powerhouses didn't come from a higher plane like the Tsangji plane, but rather from a lower plane. After countless fights, they stepped into the pinnacle of power. When such powerhouses went to other planes, they didn't regard the intelligent life forms of other planes as beings of the same level as themselves. In front of great warlock rank powerhouses, Yang Feng's trifling level 3 warlock rank strength wasn't enough. This meant that Yang Feng didn't have the qualifications to be taken seriously by them. Interesting, Ian, you're using the power of a dragon. In other words, you're from the country of dragons. No wonder you can practice magic and martial dual cultivation. A burly, domineering middle-aged man with a Tiger King tattoo on his forehead and a thick golden tail wrapped around his waist walked out from the side, stared at Yang Feng, and uttered with a faint smile. Esramia's beautiful eyes flashed with astonishment, and she uttered unhurriedly, "You're the guardian of the Tiger Men in the secular world, Golden Tiger Monarch." Golden Tiger Monarch swept Esramia with a glance, a look of disappointment flashed past the abyss of his eyes, and he sighed slowly, "Esramia, this is the first time we've met. However, I've seen you many times in magic images. You're really in a sorry state now, needing the protection of a human with dirty black dragon bloodline flowing through his veins. I'm really disappointed. I thought that in the entire Feisua Plains secular world, only you had the qualifications to be my woman. What a disappointment. I'm really disappointed." Esramia warned, "Ian, Golden Tiger Monarch is the guardian of the Tiger Men in the secular world, one of the 2 royal families of the Beastman Empire. He possesses demigod rank strength, and is one of the strongest lords in the Feisua Plains secular world." Demigod rank powerhouses were the most powerful existences in the Feisua Plains secular world. The entire Dark Elven race originally only had 2 demigod rank powerhouses, Dolores and Gleistar. "Ian, give me Esramia, and then get the hell out of here. I can give you 2 a chance to live. Otherwise, this will be your burial ground. You might be the bloodline descendant of some old dragon in the country of dragons, but that's not important to me." Golden Tiger Monarch stared coldly at Yang Feng. Shortly after, demigod rank might spread from him and swept towards Yang Feng. The advanced demigod rank might oppressed Yang Feng to the point of suffocation. "Golden Tiger Monarch, I'm very sorry. Esramia is my prey. Please let me have her, okay? Of course, I'll offer you the former Pope of the Dark Elven Church, Gleistar, as well as 100 beautiful Dark Elven virgins." Amidst the waves of enchanting and sweet sounds, Dolores wore a flirtatious smile on her face as she swayed with every step she took. Bursts of exotic fragrance drifted from her body along with the wind. When Golden Tiger Monarch saw the enchanting Dolores, his eyes flashed with an intoxicating glint, and he said with a hearty smile, "So beautiful, what a beautiful and coquettish woman. As expected of the great matriarch of the Dark Elves. If you're willing to play with me for a few days, then I promise to give Esramia to you after I'm tired of playing with her. In any case, you're going to sacrifice her to the gods, so it doesn't matter if I play with her for a few days." Dolores threw Golden Tiger Monarch a coquettish look and said with an enchanting smile, "All right. Golden Tiger Monarch, it's a deal." Yang Feng swept Dolores and Golden Tiger Monarch with a glance, and his eyes shimmered with determination. His figure blurred, and he rushed towards the entrance of the huge palace. Normally, Yang Feng wouldn't be so reckless as to rush towards the entrance of the palace. But with the 2 advanced demigod rank powerhouses Dolores and Golden Tiger Monarch joining hands, he had no chance of winning. Dolores and Golden Tiger Monarch just looked at Yang Feng with ridicule in their eyes. Then, they glanced at the stone statue guarding the entrance of the palace, and their eyes shimmered with apprehension. They used Yang Feng as a test prop. When young Feng was only 10 meters away from the stone statue, a bloody light descended from the palace and shone on the stone statue. Crack! Crack! As a series of crisp cracking sounds rang out, the stone on the surface of the stone statue peeled off inch by inch, revealing a monster with 3 heads, a human head, a dragon head, and a devil head. The lower half of its body was humanoid, and it held a trident in its hand. It was 6 meters tall and exuded a terrifying pressure that surpassed that of a god. As soon as the freak within the stone statue woke up, its scarlet eyes flashed with a touch of killing intent, and 2 blood-colored beams of light shot out from its eyes and shone on Yang Feng. Chapter 337. Yang Feng was brushed by the 2 scarlet radiances practically without any resistance. Under the suppression of a terrifying and peerless power, he was unable to move his body in the slightest. It was as if time had stopped for him, with only his thoughts remaining. Even the connection between Yang Feng and the smart chip implanted in his brain was severed. Like a statue, he stood quietly in place. When Dolores and Golden Tiger Monarch sensed the fluctuations of power emitted by the freak, they spat out a mouthful of blood and suffered minor injuries. Dolores's beautiful eyes were filled with shock and fear. What a terrifying freak. I'm afraid it's even stronger than Goddess Lolth. As soon as the terrifying pressure from the 3-headed monster spread out, ripples appeared in the surrounding space. The powerhouses from different planes hiding in various corners were forced to reveal themselves. In this vast plane, there were more than 30 powerhouses from different planes. There was no change in Dolores's pretty face. She just focused her gaze on a young and handsome man dressed in a black traditional aristocratic attire, with a pale complexion, who looks like he hasn't seen the sun for thousands of years, but whose eyes are filled with vicissitudes of life, exuding both an old and a young temperament. The Golden Tiger King's gaze fell on an ugly and ferocious-looking man with a horn carved with strange runes on his head. He was tall and sturdy, and his eyes were crimson as he drooled. Among the more than 30 powerhouses from different planes, only the 2 powerhouses gave Dolores and Golden Tiger Monarch a very dangerous feeling. Amazing, as expected of a gatekeeper of the Taboo Lord. The Asian man with a ponytail and a long saber on his back was also forced to come out of his invisible space. At this time, his appearance had completely changed into that of a Westerner. Looking at the 3-headed monster, his eyes flashed with a touch of admiration. You have Master's aura on you, please come in. The 3-headed freak with the trident in hand suddenly knelt in front of Yang Feng. The 3 heads didn't speak, but a voice reverberated in Yang Feng's sea of knowledge. A trace of shock flashed in Dolores's beautiful eyes. Her mind was shaken and her beautiful eyes flashed with disbelief. What's going on? Why would that monster kneel to him? Isn't he an ordinary magic shooter? The Golden Tiger King was also dumbfounded and murmured, isn't he just an ordinary dragon? What was going on? Even if he was the illegitimate son of the dragon god, it was impossible for him to make the gatekeeper of the Taboo Lord kneel. Even if the dragon god himself came, he wouldn't be able to make the gatekeeper of the Taboo Lord kneel. All the experts who came from other planes were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe their eyes. The experts who had gathered here all had a rough understanding of this place. They naturally knew how terrifying and powerful the master of this palace was. They had expected the gatekeeper chosen by the master of the palace to be powerful, but for such a powerful gatekeeper to kneel in front of Yang Feng was simply appalling. Crack! Crack! The golden gate behind the 3-headed monster slowly opened, and a majestic palace slowly emerged. Beams of incomparably powerful treasure light shot out from the palace gate, captivating people's hearts. TSK TSK. Get in, you ant. The one-horned and sinister-looking demigod rank expert smiled malevolently, then strangely appeared behind a great warlock rank expert from another plane and extended his hand. A black incantation shot out from his right hand and, as if chains, locked the great warlock rank expert from another plane, and then threw him away. The locked Great Warlock rank powerhouse turned into a black ray of light and flew towards the gold gate. The black incantation sealed the Great Warlock rank powerhouse completely, leaving him unable to budge. He could only powerlessly fly towards the gold gate. A scarlet ray ejected from the gatekeeper's trident kneeling on the ground and landed on the Great Warlock rank powerhouse. The Great Warlock rank powerhouse from another plane issued a miserable scream, and then turned into ashes that scattered in the air. Those who attempt to blaspheme Master will die. Among the gatekeeper's 3 heads, the devil head raised its head and stared at the one-horned demigod powerhouse from another plane. 2 rays of red light shot out of its eyes. The single-horned demigod powerhouse let out an angry roar, and his body suddenly expanded, transforming into a 7-meter-tall, pitch-black Abemi horned giant demonic ape that resembled a giant gorilla. It was a level 5 extraordinary life form, Abemi horned giant demonic ape, that was 7 meters tall. Abemi horned giant demonic apes were one-horned giant demonic apes of the grade 3 Abemi plane. Adult Abemi horned giant demonic apes possessed terrifying starry sky warlock rank strength, and the most powerful demonic apes could even fight gods. They didn't even fear dragons. The 2 red rays shot out of the gatekeeper's eyes and shone on the Abemi horned giant demonic ape. In just an instant, the mature Abemi horned giant demonic ape issued a mournful cry, and then collapsed and turned into ashes that drifted away with the wind. The 2 scarlet rays immediately retracted and entered the depths of the eyes of the gatekeeper kneeling in front of Yang Feng. Seeing this scene, the complexions of everyone in the vast plain changed dramatically, and their eyes shimmered with fear and shock. The complexions of Dolores, the golden tiger monarch, and the handsome young man with a pale complexion also changed dramatically, and fear and apprehension shimmered in the abyss of their eyes. The Abemi one-horned giant magic ape was a powerhouse on the same level as Dolores and the others. Even if Dolores wanted to defeat the Abemi one-horned giant magic ape, she would need over 1,000 moves. The gatekeeper turned the Abemi horned giant demonic ape into ashes with a glance. In its eyes, Dolores and the other experts were just ants that could be killed with a glance. Yang Feng's eyes lit up slightly, and he used a spell and silently transmitted, "Gatekeeper, can you help me kill a few enemies?" "Respected guest, unless it's the master's personal order. Otherwise, my duty is just to guard the gate and prevent others from entering. Besides, I can only fight back, and can't do anything else. This is the master's order, I can't disobey it." A voice came from the other side of the gatekeeper. Yang Feng sighed with some regret, and then stepped into the gold gate. After Yang Feng stepped into the gold gate closed immediately. In the vast plain, when the experts from different planes saw Yang Feng step into the gold gate, their eyes almost went mad with jealousy, but they were powerless to do anything. "So it's here. I finally found it." A majestic and loud voice suddenly sounded in the sky. Rays of incomparably bright light descended from the sky and pierced into the dark forest, dispersing the demonic mist that shrouded the dark forest. A giant hand formed from pure light, which looked like it could grasp the whole world, extended from the resplendent rays of light and mercilessly grabbed at the gold palace. "Shit!" A god-rank freak intervened. "This isn't something I can get involved in." The complexion of the man with a ponytail, a large blade on his back, and an unruly temperament changed greatly. With a flick of his wrist, he took out a green leaf. The green leaf blossomed with emerald light and enveloped the man with the blade on his back, causing him to disappear from where he stood. As if coming to life, the heads of the countless fearsome beings embedded in the gold palace exuded frightening power beyond the god rank. Beams of power shot out of their mouths, converged, and barreled towards the giant hand in the sky. Boom! Following an earth-shattering blare, fearsome shock waves spread in all directions. Swept by the fearsome shock waves, 6 of the 30-plus experts from other planes turned into ashes. Dolores, the golden tiger monarch, and the pale man retreated briskly, quickly distancing themselves from the gold palace. Under the attack of the fearsome beam of power, large chunks of blood fell from the sky, scattered on the ground, and then were devoured by the gold palace. The fearsome voice echoed in the area, "Taboo Lord," as expected of one of the most powerful experts in history. Even though he is dead, the things he left behind are still so troublesome. Prados, amigo, Mofasareja, Arkath, if you want to reap the benefits from the sidelines, then let's split up and I won't take action. 9 sacred Pegasi with a horn on their head, 4 wings on their ribs, and sacred light exuding pinnacle starry sky warlock rank fluctuations of power pulled a chariot shrouded in sacred light. Looking like a sacred sun, the chariot emerged from the void and floated in the void. Rays of holy and powerful light descended from the sky and scattered on the ground. Zalia Divine Systems Radiant Primary God. Dolores's pretty face fell, and she retreated briskly. Illuminated by the light, the dark force protecting her issued sizzling sounds and was consumed. If a dark force cultivator like Dolores stood next to the radiant primary god Prados, she would be quickly burned and purified into ashes. Chapter 338. A series of terrifying war drums suddenly rang out between the heavens and the earth. When the fearsome war drum sounded, the hearts of the more than 20 experts from other planes throbbed in an instant, and then beat according to a strange rhythm. No matter what secret methods they used, the more than 20 legend-rank experts couldn't control their hearts, and their blood unconsciously boiled according to a strange rhythm. A 50-meter-long 9-headed hydra engraved with strange runes and exuding moonlight warlock rank fluctuations of power pulled a bone chariot forged from countless god bones through the void. The bone chariot was shrouded in a bloody aura of war, making it impossible to see what was inside the bone chariot. The bone chariot and the radiant chariot faced each other, and the rumbling of war drums and pure radiant light, 2 completely different frightening forces reverberated in the area. The more than 20 legend-rank powerhouses from other planes felt their chi and blood boil, and they almost split apart and died. Then, illuminated by the warm radiance, they recovered. Boom! The strange sound of the war drums suddenly stopped, and the bodies of 10 slightly weaker legend-ranked powerhouses from other planes swelled up and then exploded. The remaining dozen or so legend-ranked powerhouses from the alien planes also turned pale. They looked at the divine bone chariot and radiant carriage in the sky with fear in their eyes. These legend-rank experts who infiltrated the Fesua plane from other planes were cultivation geniuses of their planes. When they entered the Fesua plane, they looked down on the weak aboriginals of the Fesua plane. Now that they saw the bone chariot and the radiant chariot in the sky, they realized how powerful the most terrifying experts of the Fesua plane were. A sacred golden oak leaf, which looked like a ship, drifted out of the void. The golden oak leaf, which was the size of a ship, had countless flowers growing on it, and formed a beautiful and moving flower cottage. The fragrance of flowers wafted out of the flower cottage. A 9-headed lion with several heads pulled a luxurious litter studded with all kinds of precious gems out of the void. Inside the luxurious litter sat a tall and sturdy lion-man expert with lion ears and a lion tail wrapped around his waist, exuding a fearsome and domineering aura. The lion-man expert was holding 2 beautiful foxy women in his arms and playing with them wantonly, not caring about the surrounding gazes. Greetings, mighty divine monarch. When the golden tiger monarch saw the tall and sturdy lion-man expert, his face fell, and he knelt on the ground and kowtowed respectfully. The lion god Arkath was not only a god worshipped by the lion men, but also one of the 2 divine monarchs of the Beast Man Empire. He was respected, worshipped, and believed in by the Beast Man Empire. So it's you, Akina. It's very dangerous here. It's not a place for a little guy like you to stay. Get out. Arkath casually glanced at the golden tiger king and casually flicked his finger. A red divine light descended from the sky and landed on the golden tiger king. In the blink of an eye, the golden tiger king disappeared from where he stood. Seeing the golden tiger monarch disappear, the eyes of the dozen-plus legend-rank powerhouses flashed with envy. They couldn't budge at all. If they made the slightest movement, they would become the battlefield and victims of the battle between the 4 strong divine force-rank gods in the sky. Even Dolores stood at the very edge, prostrating herself on the ground, shivering, full of humility. In front of the gods, mortals must remain humble. This was clearly written in the treaty of the gods. Once a mortal provoked or blasphemed the gods had the right to take action and kill the mortal. Ferocious battle intent emanated from the bone chariot. Prados, let's have a fight. It's been a long time since I fought you, more than 100,000 years. Let me see how much you've improved. Countless war drums rumbled around the bone chariot, and wisps of the aura of war slowly diffused from the bone chariot. The hearts of the dozen-plus legend-ranked powerhouses thumped wildly, and their eyes turned bloodshot. A dignified voice came from the sacred radiant chariot, "Amigo, you stupid bull. Mulfasaraja and Akina are watching from the sidelines. Besides, they are also watching from the sidelines. None of the gods of the darkness pantheon have shown up. If you want to fight me, wait until today's matters are settled, then let's go to the astral boundary to fight." After the treaty of the gods was signed, wars between gods generally took place in their respective divine countries or in the astral boundary. If they fought in the secular world, the aftermath of the war between two feeble divine force-ranked gods could easily destroy one or two small principalities if they didn't control it a little. Gatekeeper, Taboo Lord died a long time ago. There's no point in you guarding the gate. Step aside and let us in. You're not our match. As long as you step aside, our Zalia divine system is willing to accept you and give you enough believers so that you can ignite the divine fire and ascend to godhood. You will become one of our Zalia divine system's gods. You will be high and mighty and have eternal life. The voice of the Zalia pantheon's radiant primary god Prados came from the chariot shrouded in radiant light. When he said that, the eyes of the dozen-plus legend-ranked powerhouses, including Dolores, flashed with envy. Becoming a god of the Fesua plane was the ultimate goal of powerhouses who didn't hesitate to cross over from other planes to become a god. Once you ascended to godhood, even if it was a human, your life essence would undergo a tremendous transformation, surpass countless extraordinary life forms in one fell swoop, and have a lifespan of millions of years at the very least. Even countless human warlocks of the Tsangji plane, in order to live longer and obtain a longer lifespan, chose to leave the Tsangji plane and go to other lower planes to ascend to godhood. The position of a god was extremely precious, and many powerhouses would even give up everything for a god position. I refuse. Master ordered me to guard this palace. Unless Master gives the order himself, I won't leave this palace. Otherwise, I won't leave this palace. Standing loftily in front of the gold gate with a trident in hand, the three-headed freak looked up at the radiant primary god Prados in the sky with unyielding will in its eyes. The voice of the Zalia pantheon's radiant primary god Prados came from the chariot shrouded in radiant light. Since you're so stubborn, then go to hell. In the sky, the four strong divine force-ranked gods exuded frightening divine might, yet they didn't take the initiative to attack. Instead, they fell into a deadlock with the gatekeeper. After all, the gatekeeper was a terrifying existence left behind by the Taboo Lord. No one knew how powerful it was. The relationship between the four strong divine force-ranked gods was extremely complicated. No one was willing to take the initiative and let the others take advantage of it. I'll go first, the four of you follow. If you're not willing to attack, then I won't. The mysterious voice sighed slightly, and another giant hand descended from the sky and mercilessly grabbed at the gold palace. In front of that terrifying giant hand, the majestic golden palace was like a toy, as if it could be grabbed by that terrifying giant hand at any time. How dare you? You dare to offend the master's palace. You deserve to die 1,000 times over. The gatekeeper's 6 eyes widened, then it roared and suddenly leaped up with the trident in hand and stabbed at the giant hand. A resplendent blood-colored halberd ray burst out of the trident and slashed at the giant hand in the sky. You dare to cut off my arm. I will kill you. Accompanied by an incomparably furious scream, the terrifying giant hand was immediately split into two. It exploded, turning into countless pieces of flesh and blood that rained down from the sky and scattered on the ground. The countless heads embedded in the gold palace opened their bloody maws and devoured the chunks of flesh and blood. Virtually at the same time, the sacred radiant chariot gushed out almost endless light and illuminated the inside of the gold palace. The gold palace suddenly trembled, and countless heads opened their eyes. The eyes of those fearsome existences shimmered with ferocious bloody light, and they ejected bloody light from their mouths that hit the light god's rays and resisted the erosion of the light god's rays. An emerald green arrow containing endless force of nature suddenly shot out from the flower hut on the golden oak leaf. Arrow of nature, this was the strongest archery skill grasped by the elven primary god Mofasareja. It was by relying on the unpredictable arrow of nature that the elves, who only had the protection of a strong divine force rank god, could become one of the Fesua plains for empires. No powerhouse of the same rank was willing to face Mofasareja's arrow of nature head-on. Virtually without a sound, the gatekeeper's chest was pierced, and a large hole appeared. A copious amount of force of nature reverberated in his chest, strange tree vines grew frantically along his body, and two tendrils stabbed at his eyes like flood dragons. Ayo! The gatekeeper coughed out a mouthful of blood and let out an earth-shattering roar. A blood-red power suddenly erupted from his body, and the vines on his body withered. The remaining dozen or so legendary powerhouses had their heads explode one by one, and only 6 of them barely survived. The gold palace ejected blood-colored rays that entered the gatekeeper's body, causing his power to rise steadily. The gatekeeper's 6 eyes turned and locked on the elven primary god Mofasareja hiding inside the flower hut. Chapter 339. Bloody light enveloped the gatekeeper, and he instantly disappeared, reappeared in front of the golden oak leaf, and brandished the bloody trident to stab at the golden oak leaf. Gatekeeper, your opponent is me. Arketh suddenly shot out of the litter and unleashed the god-grade martial skill lion god's claw he created. Containing the fearsome might to tear the sky apart, his claw shot towards the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper's devilish head turned 180 degrees, and 2 scarlet rays suddenly shot out, hit Arketh's lion god's claw, and blocked it. At that moment, the blood-colored trident pierced into the golden oak leaf. A large amount of golden blood sprinkled on the ground from the golden oak leaf. A peerless beauty with long emerald green hair, a curvaceous waist, twin peaks nearly bursting out of her clothes, skin as translucent as jade, a peerless countenance, and a noble temperament, dressed in an exquisite and luxurious green leaf armor, flew out of the golden oak leaf. There was a huge bloody hole in her abdomen, and a large amount of golden blood sprinkled on the ground from the bloody hole in her abdomen. After seriously injuring the elven primary god Mofasareja with this strike, the gatekeeper weakened slightly. Arketh's lion god's claw grabbed the gatekeeper's right shoulder, and tore a large part of the gatekeeper's right shoulder. With a silver sword in hand, Amigo strangely appeared behind the gatekeeper and chopped the gatekeeper's left arm in 2. The gatekeeper roared, and fearsome bloody light erupted from him. In an instant, he turned into a 50-meter-long archaic gold dragon covered in golden scales and with 9 dragon heads. Vast and fearsome might came from the archaic gold dragon, and the 9 dragon heads belched 9 archaic dragon breaths barreling towards the 4 powerhouses. Radiant divine light radiated from the holy radiant chariot and swept towards the archaic dragon breath. Purified by the radiant divine light, the archaic dragon breath collapsed and disappeared before it could touch the holy radiant chariot. When Arketh's lion god's claw slammed into the archaic dragon breath, it tore through space and banished the archaic dragon breath into a spatial rift. Amigo slashed at the primordial dragon breath with the silver war god sword, shattering it in 1 strike. The remaining 6 archaic dragon breaths barreled towards Mofasareja like shooting stars. Mofasareja's pretty face flickered. She clenched her teeth and waved her lily-white hand, and a green jade plate suddenly appeared in her hand. A stream of green water of nature flew out of the god armament jade plate and swept towards the 6 archaic dragon breaths. When the archaic dragon breaths, which even magic water could not extinguish, were sprinkled by the green water of nature, they issued sizzling sounds and collapsed and dissipated. The bloody trident pierced through the green water of nature and pierced through Mofusaraja's body like a bolt of lightning, nailing her to the ground. Traces of blood-red corrosive power quickly spread towards Mofusaraja. Mofusaraja's face flickered, and she pointed upwards. In the void, a huge hole suddenly split open, revealing a lush and verdant divine country of nature filled with the aura of nature and countless beautiful elves. Green divine power of nature gushed out of the divine country of nature like a sea and entered Mofusaraja. The bloody trident stabbed into Mofusaraja's abdomen was sent flying by the frightening divine power of nature. As if sensing something, the countless beautiful elves inside the divine country of nature knelt on the ground and recited prayers. Streams of ocean-like divine power poured into Mofusaraja and quickly healed her injuries. The reason why gods were virtually invincible in one-on-one fights against those of the same rank was that they could use the endless divine power of their divine country and the ability to fight a protracted battle. Few existences could compare to god-rank powerhouses. Fool, this is the residence of Taboo Lord. How dare you open a divine country here and draw support from its power? How foolish. The gatekeeper smiled coldly and pointed at the projection of the divine country with the bloody trident in his hand. The grey river in front of the palace suddenly erupted. As if piercing through the world barrier, the grey river water soared into the sky and entered Mofusaraja's divine country of nature. Inside Mofusaraja's divine country, when the beautiful and powerful elves were swept by the grey river, their pretty faces changed, and they fell from the divine country into the grey river. This is the Styx. You can manipulate the Styx. Mofusaraja's complexion changed dramatically, and she cried out involuntarily. At the same time, she pointed with her lily-white finger, and the entrance to the divine country of nature closed completely. The netherworld was the final destination of the dead. Each plane had its own netherworld. Among the planes, there was a Styx with the Tsangji plane as its starting point and running through countless planes. Unless the souls of believers of gods were received into the divine country, the souls of the dead would enter the netherworld through the laws of the nether, and then have their memories washed away by the Styx. Within the divine country, apart from gods, as long as any existences came into contact with the water of the Styx, they would fall directly from the divine country into the netherworld. Mofusaraja was a strong divine power rank god. Unless her true body expended a huge amount of divine power, she could only save 1 or 2 elves from the water of the Styx at a time. Once the water of the Styx entered Mofusaraja's divine country of nature, the souls of her believers in the divine country would fall into the netherworld. The Styx can only be controlled by the nether gods of each plane who have mastered the laws of the netherworld, or by mighty existences like Master. However, with Master's power, I can control the Styx a bit. The gatekeeper's eyes flashed fiercely, and it slammed its huge dragon claws into Mofusaraja, causing her to spit out another mouthful of golden blood. A copious amount of radiant divine light suddenly converged from the chariot filled with sacred light and formed a 30-meter-long sword filled with radiant divine power, and fearsome might condensed on the sword. Radiant Blade of Judgment was one of the most frightening offensive divine spells of the radiant primary god Prados. As soon as the Radiant Blade of Judgment took shape, it entered the void, appeared in front of the gatekeeper in the next moment, and slashed down. A huge golden dragon head fell, and a large amount of red blood spilled from the severed head of the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper's huge dragon claw once again ruthlessly slapped great elven monarch Mofusaraja's delicate body, causing her internal organs to rupture and causing her to spit out a mouthful of golden blood. The gatekeeper that has transformed into 8 golden dragon heads spat out balls of primordial dragon breath that blasted towards the 4 powerhouses. 3 archaic dragon breaths were blocked by Prados and the other 2 powerhouses, while the other 5 dragon breaths slammed into Mofusaraja and burned her frantically, causing her to scream miserably. In the dark forest, Mofusaraja suffered too many restrictions, making her unable to exert her most powerful battle strength. She could not resist the crazy attack of the gatekeeper. The bloody trident pointed at Mofasareja, and grey water of the stick suddenly flew out and poured towards Mofasareja. Mofasareja's pretty face flickered, and she clenched her teeth and silently recited an incantation. Countless green tree vines suddenly ejected from her leaf armor and bounced off the 8 golden dragon claws. Her figure blurred, and she fled into the distance. Mofasareja was aware of the gatekeeper's strategy, which was to seriously injure or even kill her. Although the gatekeeper was only one of her avatars that descended into the secular world, but it was extremely important. She spent countless divine power and precious treasures to create it. It was more precious than many god armaments. She couldn't let it fall here. A radiant blade of judgment descended from the sky and chopped off another head of the 9-headed golden dragon. Arkatha's lion god's claw slammed into one of the 9 golden dragon's heads. Wherever the might of the lion god's claw reached, the golden dragon's head exploded, and blood splashed everywhere. Amigo slashed down with the sword of the god of war and beheaded another head of the 9 golden dragon in an instant. The gatekeepers for dragon heads were chopped off, but he didn't seem to care at all. He flipped his claws and slammed them onto Amigo's body. Amigo fell from the sky and was pressed onto the ground. The blood trident slashed through the gatekeeper's claws and stabbed into Amigo's body. A stream of Styx water fell from the sky and under the guidance of the blood trident, it turned into a whirlpool and stabbed into Amigo's body. Ah! Amigo's avatar screamed miserably, and wisps of grey gas pervaded his body. Styx's water was highly toxic to any living intelligent life form. Even avatars of gods would be seriously injured if they came into contact with Styx's water. The radiant blade of judgment slashed down again and beheaded one of the gatekeeper's heads. Arkatha's lion god's claw smashed the other head of the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper didn't care. Its huge claws stabbed into Amigo's embodiment and tore it apart. Amigo's embodiment, eroded by the water of the Styx river, was torn to pieces. Chapter 340. Seeing Amigo perish, Arkath and Prados were shocked, and their countenances flickered. Although the fallen Amigo was only an avatar, but it was one of his strongest avatars. Now that he died at the hands of the gatekeeper, and the avatar's soul was polluted by the water of the Styx, even Amigo's true body would suffer a lot of damage. At this time, the gatekeeper's avatar of the archaic 9-headed gold dragon only had 3 heads left. An overbearing aura still pervaded his body, and drops of blood slowly dripped from the broken parts of his 6 heads, showing no signs of recovery. The archaic 9-headed gold dragon had a fearsome regenerative ability. However, Arkath and Prados' attacks, which contained the power of law, completely severed the regenerative ability of the gatekeeper's avatar of the archaic 9-headed gold dragon, making it impossible for him to heal himself. Prados' majestic voice came from the chariot shrouded in endless light. Gatekeeper, you only have 3 heads left. If you continue to fight, you will die. As for us, we are merely an avatar here. Even if we have to abandon these 2 avatars, we must go in. No. I still have countless heads. The gatekeeper shone with scarlet light, and his body changed into a 3-headed freak. Nearly 2/3 of the dragon head was cut off, and blood dripped from it. It was a miserable sight. The gatekeeper stretched out his hand and directly tore off his dragon head, and then casually tossed it onto the wall of the gold palace. He pointed with the trident in his hand, and a giant's head flew down from the wall and connected to his head. Crimson force diffused from the bloody trident and enveloped the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper turned into a 100-meter-tall 100-eyed giant with taut muscles and a fearsome aura of power that looks like it can split the heavens and the earth. As expected of the gatekeeper chosen by the Taboo Lord. Unfortunately, my true body isn't here, or I would really like to fight you. A sigh came from the chariot shrouded in endless light, and the 9 sacred Pegasi faced upwards and neighed. Treading on sacred light, they pulled the chariot into the void and disappeared. As expected of the gatekeeper chosen by the Taboo Lord, you're really powerful. It's a pity that my true body can't get away. Otherwise, I would really like to fight you. Arketh shone, and he appeared in the luxurious litter in an instant. The nine-headed lion stepped on beams of incomparably dazzling divine light and pulled the luxurious carriage into the sky, disappearing into the void. The gatekeeper suddenly looked up at the area shrouded in dazzling light in the sky. A bunch of good-for-nothings. A faint sigh came from the dazzling divine light. The dazzling divine light collapsed one by one and disappeared. Scarlet light flickered on the gatekeeper's body, and he returned to his three-headed freak form. Clenching the bloody trident in his hand, he slowly walked back to in front of the gold gate. Pieces of stones flew up from all directions and entered the gatekeeper's body, turning him into a stone statue again. Dolores and the other legend-rank powerhouses who luckily survived took a deep look at the stone statue of the gatekeeper, fear flashed in the abyss of their eyes, and they blurred into motion and quickly fled. After witnessing the terrifying might of the Fesua Plains gods and the gatekeeper's stone statue, the legend-rank powerhouses from other planes were well aware that as long as the gatekeeper didn't die, the relic of the Taboo Lord wouldn't fall into their hands. Inside the gold palace guarded by the gatekeeper. Unlike the extravagant and gorgeous outside, the interior of the gold palace was covered in green vines, on which beautiful flowers bloomed. Bursts of floral fragrance came from the beautiful flowers and formed a special fragrance in the air. Yang Feng just took a whiff of that special fragrance and his whole body felt as if it was floating. His whole body felt extremely comfortable, warm and full of strength. Yang Feng praised sincerely, "That's amazing." As expected of one of the strongest powerhouses of the Tsangji Plain, no, of the countless plains, the Taboo Lord. The fragrance of the flowers that permeated the air could quickly strengthen a cultivator's physical quality and raise their cultivation base if they absorbed it for a long period of time. On the Tsangji Plain, there was also a branch of aroma warlocks. This branch of warlocks used various fragrances to form a variety of mixed fragrances and promote their cultivation base. Aroma warlocks were the best perfume manufacturers on the Tsangji Plain. The various fragrances and perfumes they produced were also called magic fragrances and possessed all kinds of mystical powers. Reportedly, the progenitor of aroma warlocks was the founder of the second warlock dynasty, the Taboo Lord. Inside the beautiful fairyland-like palace with countless flowers in full bloom, there was a jade table on a dais. On the jade table, there were two small jade boxes and a jade book. The two small jade boxes and the jade book radiated rays of resplendent light, illuminating the entire palace in an incomparably beautiful manner. Yang Feng's eyes lit up, and a scorching glint flashed in the abyss of his eyes. He took a step forward and picked up the jade book. Taboo text. When Yang Feng grabbed the jade book in his hand, a stream of information was transmitted into his sea of knowledge from the jade book, allowing him to understand how to read the jade book. At the same time, all kinds of information from the book entered his sea of knowledge. These are the first 6 volumes of the taboo text. The first volume can let people practice cultivation until the official warlock realm. The second volume can let people practice cultivation until the great warlock realm. The third volume can let people practice cultivation until the starry sky warlock realm. The fourth volume can let people practice cultivation until the Moonlight Warlock realm. The fifth volume can let people practice cultivation until the Glorious Dawn Warlock realm. The sixth volume can let people practice cultivation until the Bright World Warlock realm. In addition to the original 6 volumes of the taboo text, there is also a secret method he deduced in his later years, the cultivation method of the Primal Chaos imperishable body. It needs to be used together with the Primal Chaos bead he made in order to practice cultivation. There is a Primal Chaos bead in here. Yang Feng grabbed the 2 small jade boxes, and a scorching glint flashed in his eyes. Inside the 2 small jade boxes, there were 2 beads. One of the beads was called the Primal Chaos bead, which was needed to cultivate the Primal Chaos imperishable body. The other jade box contained the taboo magic bead, which was needed to cultivate the original version of the taboo text. The time text, the taboo text, the transcendent text, the star text, the death text, the golem text, and the magic note text were known as the 7 strongest texts created by the humans of the Zhangji Plain. These 7 texts condense the life's blood, sweat, and tears of the 7 strongest warlock emperors of the Zhangji Plain. In that long period of time, because the difficulty of cultivating the 7 great grimoires was too harsh, many of them had already been lost. Only bits and pieces of the grimoires were left, and they had all been changed into simplified versions for the benefit of the later generations. For example, the taboo text, a peerless secret method created by the taboo emperor, could not be cultivated without a taboo magic bead. As for the time text, only freakish geniuses who possessed the time body and had an innate affinity with time force were qualified to cultivate it. In the Zhangji Plain, only the Time Lord has truly cultivated the time text to the pinnacle. Even the other 6 warlock emperors couldn't cultivate the peerless secret method time text. Yang Feng put away the treasures, and then looked around. In addition to the dais, there were 2 passageways. From the taboo text, Yang Feng learned that one of the 2 passageways led outside the dark forest, and the other led to the taboo lord's room. After hesitating for a while, Yang Feng walked towards the taboo lord's room. He was very interested in the taboo lord, the founder of the 2nd warlock dynasty. As soon as Yang Feng stepped into the room leading to the taboo lord's room, powerful barrier force erupted in a flash and sent him flying dozens of meters away. Yang Feng smiled bitterly. It seems that although the taboo lord left behind treasures, but he doesn't want others to pry into his residence. Yang Feng put down Gleistar and Ezramia on his back. Yang Feng said solemnly, "I'm going to practice cultivation here for a period of time. You should also try to recover your strength during this time." The palace was filled with a mystical fragrance. This was a secret fragrance concocted by the taboo lord, which could enhance a cultivator's physique and cultivation base. It was a peerless treasure. Yang Feng intended to seize this opportunity to stay in the palace and practice cultivation to improve his strength. Okay. Gleistar and Ezramia nodded in agreement. They could all feel the mystical fragrance permeating the palace, healing their injuries. Even Ezramia, who had been suppressed by the curse, could feel her body rapidly recover under the nourishment of the secret fragrance. Yang Feng took out the taboo bead and pressed it against his forehead. At the same time, according to the records in the taboo text, he started to operate a secret method, silently recited an incantation, and pointed at the taboo bead. Pitch black light shone, and the taboo bead merged into Yang Feng's forehead little by little, and finally entered his sea of knowledge. When the taboo bead entered Yang Feng's sea of knowledge, it hit his soul seed as if a star. Bursts of pain came from Yang Feng's sea of knowledge. His spirit sea shook, and the spell models inside his spirit sea trembled, on the verge of collapse. Chapter 341. Inch by inch, the taboo magic bead merged with Yang Feng's soul seed. A vast and boundless force diffused from the taboo bead and frantically absorbed the spell models inside Yang Feng's spirit sea and poured them into the taboo bead. Due to the power of the taboo bead, the power of the black dragon bloodline inside Yang Feng was extracted inch by inch and entered the taboo bead. After losing the power of the black dragon bloodline, Yang Feng's aura weakened a lot. Before long, the taboo magic bead released formidable black dragon force that spread into Yang Feng's body, nourished and strengthened his fleshly body, and restored his original strength. The taboo lord was a peerless expert who had fused the power of countless bloodlines and finally reached the summit. The original version of the taboo text was a bloodline warlock text that used the power of the taboo magic bead to fuse with the power of countless bloodlines and climb to the summit step by step. Generally speaking, bloodline warlocks could only fuse with one bloodline and possess the power of one extraordinary life form's bloodline. But after cultivating the taboo text, as long as you absorbed the power of countless extraordinary life forms' bloodlines, you could possess the terrifying power of countless extraordinary life forms. Moreover, once you cultivated it to the peak, the power of countless life forms' bloodlines could even be fused into one and turned into taboo magic power, becoming a terrifying power that surpassed divine power. 10 days later, Yang Feng completely fused with the taboo magic bead and adapted to the transformed power. With the help of the mystical fragrance, Yang Feng immediately began to attack the great warlock realm. Time passed, and 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Inside the palace, Yang Feng opened his eyes, and a vast dragon might slowly diffused from him. As if a newly matured black dragon had opened its eyes and was looking for prey. Yang Feng felt the nearly endless power inside him, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. I finally promoted to a great warlock. Since Yang Feng obtained the resources of the major forces in the Tyrannid subcontinent, it was only a matter of time before he promoted to a great warlock. Due to his solid foundation, Yang Feng was able to promote to a great warlock with the help of the mystical fragrance in the palace where the taboo lord lived. Ezramia opened her beautiful eyes and took a deep look at Yang Feng, and her beautiful eyes flickered with admiration. Amazing. In just a few years, he stepped into the legend realm from an ordinary great wizard in one fell swoop. He might even become a god in the future. Godly ascension. When she thought of this word, Ezramia sighed inwardly, and her beautiful eyes glimmered gloomily. The gods were high and mighty, overlooking the mortal world. Their status was incomparably majestic. Ezramia was one of the most powerful great elven monarchs in the history of elves, and her talent was astonishing. But even so, she did not ignite her divine flame and become a true demigod. Instead, it was a super expert at the peak of the demigod realm. The god positions in the elven divine system were already full, so there were no believers for Ezramia to ascend to godhood. After her death, her best outcome would be to enter the divine country of the elven primary god Mofasaraja and become a demigod-ranked disciple serving the primary god. On the Fesua plane, if humans didn't ignite their divine flame, the strongest would only be pinnacle legend rank existences. No one could take that step and reach the demigod realm without the help of external forces. Elves, dragons, fiends, devils, kindred, giants, and other formidable beings could rely on the secret methods passed down in their race to break through the legend boundary and reach the demigod realm. However, on the Fesua plane, if one didn't ascend to godhood, it would be very difficult to possess power comparable to that of a god. Elves, dragons, fiends, devils, kindred, giants, these races came from different planes. On their own planes, it was relatively easy for them to break through and reach the god rank, but on the Fesua plane, it was extremely difficult. That was because different planes had different laws and environments, and different laws and environments were suitable for different races to break through and evolve. As a grade 1 plane, the Tsangji plane had extremely strong tolerance, adaptability, and rich vigor of heaven and earth. No matter what race it was, they could break through and evolve here. This was why it became the goal of all races. On the Fesua plane, even an elven genius like Ezramia, who was rarely seen in 1,000 years, had little hope of breaking through the godman boundary and becoming a god-rank powerhouse without the help of external forces. Yang Feng came up to the two women and asked, "How are you now?" Gleistar said with a charming smile, "Master, I have recovered my strength to the advanced legend rank. Although I can't use divine spells, but my archery isn't inferior to that of many human legend rank archers." Ezramia also showed a smile. The fragrance in the palace can suppress the curse of Kiss of Loath. I have also recovered my strength to the junior legend rank. Yang Feng said, "All right, let's go. It's time to leave." When Yang Feng stepped into the passageway leading to the outside world, a feeling of spatial distortion welled up inside him. His vision blurred, and he appeared on a bright and resplendent land. This is no longer the underground world. Yang Feng looked up at the sun in the sky, his heart relaxed slightly, and he revealed a smile. The advanced demigod rank powerhouse Dolores was still not an existence that Yang Feng could contend against. Even if Yang Feng, Ezramia, and Gleistar joined forces, they still couldn't defeat the advanced demigod rank Dolores. Ezramia looked at the sun in the sky with a complicated look in her beautiful eyes. Yang Feng suddenly said, "Ezramia, do you still want to go back to the elves?" If I'm not mistaken, there should be a mole among the elves, and the status of the mole should be very high. Otherwise, the moonlight tree wouldn't have been so easily breached. With your current strength, you'll just be walking into a trap if you go back. The moonlight tree was equivalent to the Victory Palace of the Morinth Empire, and its defense was extremely strong. Even with the high elven trader goddess Lolth, it still wouldn't be so easily infiltrated. To be able to let dark elves and abyssal fiends sneak into the moonlight tree, the status of the mole had to be extremely high. Esramia sighed faintly and said with her mind in turmoil, I know. I'll stay with you for the time being. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly, and he silently recited an incantation and pointed at the sky. With a flash of magic light, a huge magi suddenly appeared midair and looked in all directions. Yang Feng's eyes lit up slightly, and he pointed to the west and said solemnly, There's a human city in that direction. Let's go. Yang Feng and his party quickly arrived at the entrance to the city. The city's city wall was more than 20 meters tall and was surrounded by a long moat. The city gate was closed, and teams of soldiers were patrolling above the city wall, looking like they were facing a formidable enemy. The entrance of the city was crowded with refugees from all over the world. However, the city's gates were tightly shut and there was no sign of it opening. Let me in. I beg you, let me in. Let me in. I beg you, let me in. The fiends are coming. Waves of incomparably mournful screams rang out from the crowd of refugees. The sound waves shook the heavens, and it was extremely miserable. I order you to leave at once. Don't stay down there, or I'll release arrows. Atop the city wall, an officer looked down at the refugees with a cold look in his eyes, barked, and raised his hand. The 200 archers on top of the city wall raised their bows and pointed at the refugees below. When the refugees saw the actions of the archers atop the city wall, their complexions changed dramatically, and they rushed to the back. Amidst the pushing and shoving of the refugees, many of the weaker ones were directly pushed into the moat, as they let out miserable screams. Elves and dark elves didn't have a favorable impression of humans. Gleistar watched this cruel scene with relish. Esramia, on the other hand, couldn't help but turn her head to the side. Although she didn't have a favorable impression of humans, but she still couldn't bear to see humans die senselessly. When Yang Feng saw this, he frowned slightly. Although he didn't consider himself a good person, but seeing such a scene still left him in a bad mood. Release the arrows. A cruel glint in his eyes, the officer atop the city wall revealed a cruel smile, waved his hand, and barked. 200 arrows rained down on the refugees below. Stop! Accompanied by a loud shout, a man draped in a black cloak stretched out a finger, and an extremely powerful distorted force field suddenly appeared, blocking the air above the refugees. When the 200 arrows hit the warping force field, they were immediately ricocheted. Wizard! Quickly go and invite Sir Bishop of the Temple. When he saw this, the officer's complexion suddenly changed dramatically, and he barked at once. Several soldiers quickly ran down the city wall and rushed madly towards the church in the city. Open the gate. Let these people in. A magnetic and commanding voice came from the cloak. The officer looked embarrassed, yet he lowered his posture and said respectfully, Sir Wizard, this is His Majesty's order. Please don't make things difficult for us nobodies. I have already sent someone to report the situation here to Sir Bishop and His Majesty. Please wait a moment. The wizard in the cloak was silent for a moment, then said faintly, All right. Before long, a middle-aged man dressed in a gorgeous robe arrived atop the city wall under the escort of a dozen priests. Chapter 342. The man dressed in a gorgeous robe stared at the wizard wrapped in a cloak and said unhurriedly, I am Pope Pavon of the Great Church of the God of the Mohican River. Respected wizard, may I ask who you are? On the Fesua plain, there were many regional gods. The god of the Mohican River was a regional god. The scope of his faith was limited to the places where the Mexican River passed. Most of the regional gods were feeble gods, and they barely became gods. They might not even have their own divine country, and were among the weakest among gods. Regional gods didn't dare to expand their domain at will. If the god of the Mexican River dared to exceed his domain and change his name to the god of rivers, he would be hostile and attacked by the gods of rivers of all divine systems. Many powerhouses who did not have any backing or background would usually only become some regional gods after they became gods. Only gods with a divine system as their backer could use a god name that could cover the entire Wuxia plain. I am Princess Chrissy of the Amon Principality. The cloaked person tore off the cloak covering his body, revealing the figure beneath the cloak. Under the cloak was a woman with long, sky-blue hair and beautiful eyes that looked like top-notch sapphires. She was tall and sexy, and her skin sparkled like jade. Her facial features were exquisite, and there was a golden rune engraved on her forehead that looked like a golden beauty mark. She gave off a valiant aura and was incredibly beautiful. Young Feng was a little surprised when he heard that. He looked at the beautiful woman, Princess Chrissy of the Amon Principality. The Amon Principality was a small principality that was destroyed by Duke Iser using his private troops a few years ago. Countless people in the principality were reduced to slaves and sold by Duke Iser. Reportedly, the fuse of that war was the elder princess of the Amon Principality, Princess Chrissy. After Duke Iser refused to marry Princess Chrissy of the Amon Principality, he flew into a rage out of humiliation. Using this as an excuse, he annexed the Amon Principality and took the opportunity to expand the power of the Hansen family. Princess Chrissy's whereabouts were unknown during that war. Yang Feng didn't expect to see the princess of a fallen principality here. Yang Feng's gaze fell on the gold imprint on Princess Chrissy's forehead, and his eyes flashed with a peculiar glint. That's a divine mark. This was proof that she was blessed by the gods. The Amon Principality believes in Wuxia, the goddess of the Amon Springs. Wuxia was a legendary water magician who survived the demonic plague 5,000 years ago. After various fortuitous encounters and countless hardships, she finally took that step and became a god. As she did not have a powerful backer, she could only ascend to godhood as the goddess of the Amon Springs. Her land of faith was the Amon Principality. After the destruction of the Amon Principality, Wuxia could not help but intervene in the affairs of the mortal world. According to the agreement between the gods could not directly interfere with the mortal world, but they could use various indirect methods. Wuxia had obviously chosen Princess Chris to shoulder the heavy responsibility of restoring the kingdom. On the Wuxia plain, there would often be some small states that had been destroyed, where several powerful heroes would suddenly emerge, overcome numerous difficulties, defeat many enemies that were practically impossible to defeat, and restore the state. During this process, there was the shadow of the gods. Pavon frowned slightly. He pondered for a while, and then said unhurriedly, "So it's Her Highness Princess Chrissy. You and your subordinates can come in. As for the rest, they have to be detected by a spell before they can enter the city. You should be aware that the demonic plague has already begun. Abyssal fiends shapeshifters can take human form. We have to be careful." Chrissy responded faintly, "All right." Pavon silently recited an incantation, pointed down with the scepter in his hand, and cast a spell to detect non-human beings. Beams of resplendent blue divine light descended from the sky, scattering towards the refugees. There was no reaction from the refugees, but two red beams of light shot out from Gleistar and Esramia next to Yang Feng. "Abyssal fiend." A voice suddenly sounded in the crowd. The eyes of the refugees next to Yang Feng's group of three brimmed with horror, and they scrambled to escape in different directions. A large empty space quickly appeared around Yang Feng's group of three, making them very conspicuous. Chrissy unsheathed a sword from her waist, pointed at Yang Feng's group of three, and barked, "Who are you?" Atop the city wall, Pavon's spirit force locked onto Yang Feng's group of three from afar. With the scepter in hand, he was ready to recite an incantation and give them a fatal blow. "I am Duke Ian of the Morince Empire, and these two are my concubines." Yang Feng lifted the cloaks wrapped around the three of them and said boldly. Gleistar and Ezramia had used camouflage magic to disguise most of their features. But in the eyes of outsiders, they were still two rare top beauties. When Ezramia heard Yang Feng say that she was his concubine, she felt slightly embarrassed and annoyed. But deep inside, a touch of joy welled up inside her. Pavon's complexion suddenly changed slightly, and then he revealed a kind smile and said, "Duke Ian of the Red Earth Wasteland, so it's you. Please come in." The Mohican Principality was a small principality with the Church of the God of the Mohican River as its state religion. It was one of the many small principalities located in the chaotic mountain range at the junction of the Red Earth Wasteland, the Titan Principality, and the Morince Empire. Even Pope Pavon of the Church of the God of the Mohican River was merely an archbishop-rank existence in the Zalia Divine System's Radiant Church. Such a small principality didn't dare to offend a bigwig like Yang Feng. Princess Chrissy looked at Yang Feng from afar with a complicated look in her beautiful eyes. The city gate opened, and the refugees poured into the city. Yang Feng and his party were welcomed into the imperial palace of the Mohican Principality. In the imperial palace of the Mohican Principality, inside a luxurious banquet hall. Inside the banquet, well-dressed aristocratic men and women had formed small circles and were conversing intimately with each other. A handsome young man with short blue hair, dressed in a white formal attire, was surrounded by a dozen beautiful girls. The dozen beautiful aristocratic girls looked at the young man with adoration in their beautiful eyes. "Make way, all of you, make way. Get out of the way, all of you. Kisad already has someone he likes. If you want to find a man, you might as well come to me." A young man with an ordinary appearance and a dissolute temperament in a black formal attire squeezed to the side of the young man and revealed a dissolute and unrestrained smile to the dozen beautiful aristocratic girls. The dozen beautiful aristocratic girls could only smile helplessly, stared at the young man, and turned to leave. Beside the handsome young man, there was only the young man with a dissolute aura and a tall, tanned, and very capable beauty. The young man with a dissolute temperament swept the handsome young man with a glance, and his eyes shimmered with envy, saying, "Kisad, you're a god's darling for a reason. Not only are you handsome, but you're also a legend-ranked powerhouse at a young age. Coupled with the fact that you're popular with women, it's really enviable. I really want to exchange with you." Kisad smiled, and his eyes filled with enthusiasm. "Gages, you don't have to envy me. Your talent in swordsmanship is 1 in a million. Few people in the Mohican Principality can defeat you. It's only a matter of time before you become a sacred swordsman. When the time comes, we two brothers will join forces and make the Mohican Principality even stronger." Gages shook his head, then picked up a glass of red wine, drank it in one gulp, and smiled faintly. "Really? You're really a guy that people can't be envious of." Just then, there was a sudden uproar at the entrance of the reception hall. A beautiful woman with long blue hair, snow-white skin, a tall and sensual figure, an oval face, an extraordinary temperament, and an enchanting charm in a blue-bearing evening dress stepped into the palace with a smile on her face. As soon as the beautiful woman stepped into the palace, she suppressed the brilliance of the other beauties in the palace. The beautiful girls in the palace seemed to have been reduced to green leaves that set off her beauty. Kisad's eyes lit up, he revealed a smile, and he took the initiative to greet the beautiful woman. Gages suddenly said with a smile, "Becky, Kisad and Her Highness Ticini, the first most beautiful princess of the Mohican Principality, are a match made in heaven, aren't they?" The tall beauty with wheat-colored skin, a capable face, and rough hands, which were covered with calluses from practicing swordsmanship, stiffened slightly. Her beautiful eyes dimmed as she said with great difficulty, "Yes, they are indeed a match made in heaven." At this moment, Yang Feng took Ezramia and Gleistar into the palace. Immediately after, gazes fell on Ezramia and Gleistar. Although they used spells to conceal their true appearances, but they were still extremely beautiful. Besides, as they held high positions in the past, they naturally had a condescending, dignified, and elegant temperament. In particular, Gleistar's every move carried endless charm, causing the men in the banquet to stare at her beautiful and delicate body, unable to shift their eyes away. On the Fesua plain, apart from succubi, dark elves were the second most adept at seducing men. As the Pope of Dark Elves, Gleistar was proficient in countless secret spells. Her every move carried endless charm, causing people's imaginations to run wild. Chapter 343. After Yang Feng stepped into the banquet hall with Ezramia and the two women, they attracted gazes of envy and jealousy. Almost 90% of the men were attracted to the two women. Even Yang Feng was the center of attention. Kisad glanced at Yang Feng and frowned, asking, "Who is he?" Ticini's beautiful eyes flickered with a peculiar splendor, and she replied with a sweet smile, "He is Duke Ian of the Morance Empire." Gage's eyes flashed with a dignified glint, and he uttered solemnly, "Duke Ian of the Red Earth Empire? That's a ruthless character. It is said that he only has an arch-wizard rank cultivation base, but even many legend-ranked powerhouses have fallen at his hands. Even the great Prince Andre of the Morance Empire was defeated by him." The great Prince Andre of the Morance Empire was one of the most feared marshals of the Morance Empire. Under Andre's command, the southern army of the Morance Empire had more victories than defeats and beat the Desert Empire into a sorry state, suffering heavy casualties. The Desert Empire, on the other hand, beat the Mohican Principality and the other small principalities into a sorry state, forcing them to pay tribute year after year. Kisad was originally a commoner. It was during the fierce battles with the Desert Empire that he stood out. Furthermore, with the temple's nurturing, he was able to quickly climb to the aristocratic class. Kisad stared at Yang Feng with a dignified look in his eyes. "That's right. Although this guy is a little weak, but he's indeed a ruthless character." The aristocrats at the banquet whispered to each other and discussed Yang Feng's origins. After hearing about Yang Feng's origins, the aristocrats who originally coveted Gleistar disappeared. If Yang Feng was a commoner, the aristocrats would have framed him. But Yang Feng was a hereditary peer duke of the Morance Empire, with a population of 10 million people and countless experts under his command. He wasn't an existence that the aristocrats could contend with. His Majesty the Grand Duke has arrived. Under the protection of a dozen guards, a dignified old man with white hair and beard slowly stepped into the hall. As soon as the old man entered the hall, he walked towards Yang Feng and beckoned to Ticini. Ticini gave Kisad an apologetic look, and then walked towards the old man with a fragrant wind. Seeing this, Kisad's handsome face changed slightly, a touch of humiliation flashed in the depths of his eyes, and he clenched his fists, blue veins bulging. Gages pressed Kisad's hand and said solemnly, "Don't be impulsive, Kisad. There's nothing we can do about it. You must trust Princess Ticini." Kisad's face was gloomy as he said slowly, "I understand." Holding Ticini's hand, the old man came to in front of Yang Feng and said with a gentle smile, "Duke Ian, I am Grand Duke Pamplian of the Mohican Empire. It's a pleasure to meet you." Yang Feng performed an ordinary aristocratic etiquette courteously and said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "Hello, I am Ian. It's a pleasure to meet you." The Grand Duke of Megan, Papillion, smiled meaningfully and said, "Duke Ian, it must have been hard for you to come from afar. Let me introduce you. This is my most precious daughter, the most beautiful pearl of our Megan Principality, Ticini. You are both youngsters, have a good chat." Ticini performed a ladylike etiquette to Yang Feng, smiled flirtatiously, and looked incredibly charming. "Hello, Duke Ian, I am Ticini." Yang Feng responded with a polite smile, "Hello." Ticini looked at Yang Feng with an expectant look in her beautiful eyes and asked like a curious baby, "Duke Ian, I am very interested in the miracle city you built in the Red Earth Wasteland. Can you tell me how you built a city there? It is said that there is no water in the Red Earth Wasteland." It is dry and has little rain. Even many legend heroes have failed there. It's really amazing that you can build a city there. Yang Feng smiled and chatted with Ticini. He also wanted to learn about the situation in the past few months. Through chatting with Ticini, Yang Feng learned that the situation on the continent changed in the second month after he entered the palace where the Taboo Lord once lived. Abyssal fiends launched an invasion of the Feisua Plain. They poured out of planar rifts in the underground world, poured into the surface world, and launched a frenzied attack on the two human empires, the Morance Empire and the Titan Empire. As for the Beastman Empire and the Elven Empire, they strangely weren't attacked by the abyssal fiends. In the history of the Feisua Plain, abyssal fiends would pour out of the abyss that ran through the 36 primary material planes every once in a while, massacre everywhere, and harvest all souls. This was called Democalypse by the many races of the Feisua Plain. Through the intelligence of the demonic fighting sect, Yang Feng learned that the so-called Democalypse was an attack launched by powerful beings of the abyss in order to obtain fresh souls of various races and stronger subordinates. In the 36 primary material planes, once intelligent life forms died, their souls had two destinations. One was to fall into the netherworld. The other was to fall into the divine country of the gods. Souls were extremely precious wealth. Every once in a while, the abyss would launch an attack on the 36 primary material planes, sending countless abyssal fiends to hunt for souls, and at the same time, screening and cultivating more powerful experts. According to the research and analysis of the Tsangji Plains warlocks, the abyss was the convergence point of the evil power of the 36 primary material planes. Every year, countless demonic creatures would be born in the abyss due to the evil power. These demonic creatures were very powerful, but their souls were very weak. These demonic creatures needed to devour the souls of other beings in order to evolve. Every time a demon disaster erupted in the abyssal plane, countless demonic creatures would rush out of the abyss and slaughter all living beings in a frenzy. They devoured the souls of those living beings in order to evolve to a higher level and obtain greater power. The more powerful the demonic creatures of the abyss were, the more powerful the souls they needed to devour. Therefore, many powerful demonic creatures of the abyss would even take the initiative to attack the powerful beings of the 36 primary material planes. Gods were their favorite food. The soul of gods had a very high degree of evolution, far surpassing that of experts of the same rank. If the powerful demonic creatures of the abyss could devour a god, they would undergo earth-shaking evolution. In the long history of the Feisua Plain, many gods were devoured by the abyssal fiends of the abyss. This created one legend after another in the rise of abyssal fiend lords in the abyss. In ordinary times, powerful abyssal fiend lords didn't dare to set foot on the Feisua Plain at will, because their abyssal magic power would be suppressed by the Feisua Plain. At the same time, abyssal magic power would be restrained by the divine power of gods. In the abyssal plane, an abyssal fiend earl could contend with a weak divine power rank god. But once he came to the Feisua Plain, he would be suppressed by the plane and restrained by divine power, and might be killed by a demigod drawing support from the power of gods. During the planar tide, the Feisua Plain was greatly suppressed by the gods. Although the planar tide would also suppress the fiends of the abyss, but it also gave the abyssal lords the best opportunity to hunt gods. The Democalypse that broke out now was the vanguard and probe of the abyssal lords about to invade the Feisua Plain. The abyss was the convergence point of the evil forces of the 36 primary material planes. Every year, countless demonic creatures would be born in the abyss. In the cruel abyss, only great fiend-ranked demonic creatures had a bit of status, while fiend lords were the aristocrats of the abyss. As for ordinary abyssal fiends, even advanced abyssal fiends with level 3 warlock rank battle prowess were just cannon fodder. As he watched Yang Feng chat with his most beloved woman, Kisad felt as if his heart was bitten by a viper called jealousy. His face turned blue, and endless jealousy and anger flickered in the abyss of his eyes. Gages frowned slightly, and his eyes shimmered with worry. Kisad, how about we go over and get to know him? Kisad's eyes shimmered with arrogance, and he said proudly, "No, I don't want to go over. He should be the one to go over." Kisad was a god's darling. Before the age of 30, he had already practiced cultivation to the legend realm, and he cultivated magic and martial duel. He was the #1 genius of the Mexican Principality. In the Mexican Principality, he was the focus of attention. No matter where he went, he would be the center of attention, and people would take the initiative to make friends with him. This gave birth to an air of arrogance. Gages frowned slightly, then silently drained the glass of wine in his hand and sighed inside. With the continuous rise of his status, Kisad became more and more arrogant, and was no longer as receptive to the opinions of others as before. Yang Feng and Ticini chatted for a while, and then, at her invitation, danced a few times. After that, he had to deal with the aristocrats who surrounded him. From time to time, the gazes of the aristocrats gathered around Ezramia and Gleistar, yet no one dared to invite them to dance. Yang Feng had an illustrious reputation in the Morin's Empire. None of the aristocrats of the Mexican Principality dared to provoke such a terrifying existence at will. After the banquet was over, Yang Feng took Ezramia and Gleistar outside the imperial palace. A palace attendant rushed over from the rear, arrived in front of Yang Feng, and said respectfully, "Duke Ian, please wait a moment." Yang Feng asked indifferently, "What's the matter?" The palace attendant replied respectfully, "His Majesty the Archduke has something to ask of you. Please come with me. Go back and have a good rest." Yang Feng looked carefully at the palace attendant. After confirming that it was indeed the palace attendant standing next to the Archduke, he nodded slightly, exhorted Ezramia and Gleistar, and then followed the palace attendant towards the imperial palace. Chapter 344. The attendant led Yang Feng to a palace, pushed open the door, and went inside. As soon as Yang Feng stepped into the palace, he saw Ticini's naked body suddenly fly towards him. There was a bloody hole where her heart should have been. It was a terrifying sight. "Shit, I fell into a trap." Yang Feng looked at the corpse flying towards him, and his complexion suddenly changed. An ominous premonition welled up inside him, and he extended his right hand and grabbed at the attendant. Only the attendant could prove Yang Feng's innocence. Boom! Along with a blare, the attendant who led Yang Feng to the palace was blown to pieces, and countless fragments splashed in all directions. Ticini. "Ian, you bastard. I'm going to kill you." From the entrance of the palace came Kisada's heart-wrenching, 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 heart-wrenching roar like a wounded beast. Yang Feng swept the place with his gaze and saw Kisada standing at the entrance of the palace with bloodshot eyes. As if a wounded beast, his eyes were filled with resentment and killing intent. Yang Feng frowned slightly and said solemnly, "Sir, you misunderstood. This is a trap, I didn't kill her. Someone is setting me up. If I'm not mistaken, the goal of the person behind this should be for us to kill each other. Please calm down and let us work together to find the real culprit." Princess Ticini was raped and killed by Duke Ian of the Morin's Empire. As if stepping on a dot, a palace maid appeared at the entrance of the palace and issued a heart-wrenching and terrified scream. Kisada's eyes flashed fiercely, and fearsome legend rank power suddenly erupted from him. He drew a magic sword, rose abruptly, and stabbed at Yang Feng like a river. Yang Feng frowned slightly. With a flick of his wrist, a secret treasure sword forged from divine blood steel suddenly appeared in his hand. Unleashing the demonic fighting sword art, the sword turned into numerous sword afterimages sweeping towards Kisada. Kisad's sword art was called the Mexican Long River Secret Sword, a sword art created by the god of the Mexican River. Once it was displayed, it was like an endless river with extraordinary power. Amid crisp sounds, Yang Feng's sword rays collapsed, forcing him to retreat step by step. Yang Feng practiced magic, extraordinary botany, extraordinary biology, alchemy, and many other methods. Although he has promoted to a great warlock, but his attainments in swordsmanship were still far behind that of Quesada, who delved into swordsmanship. Yang Feng retreated step by step, the anger in his eyes gradually increased, and his words were slowly shrouded in a layer of frigid killing intent. I didn't kill that woman. Don't you understand human language? The Kisad sword was aimed at Yang Feng's vitals, and each sword strike contained endless killing intent. Clearly, it wouldn't stop until Yang Feng was dead. Yang Feng was forced to give birth to a trace of frigid killing intent in his heart. Kisad's eyes were bloodshot, flashing with crazy killing intent as he said coldly, "Go to hell. I'm going to tear you to pieces and use your corpse as a sacrifice to Princess Ticini. In that case. Then you bastard, go to hell." Killing intent surged in Yang Feng's heart, and his eyes were gradually shrouded in dense killing intent. He silently recited an incantation, pointed with a finger, and suddenly unleashed the level, for spell legend disintegration. A green magic ray containing endless killing intent, capable of disintegrating great warlock rank powerhouses, shot towards Kisad. Kisad's complexion suddenly changed dramatically, and he blocked in front of him with his sword at the last moment. Crack! With a crisp sound, the magic sword in Kisad's hand that could withstand the strike of a sacred blood steel secret treasure sword collapsed, turning into a cloud of dust and drifting away in the wind. Kisad's complexion changed slightly, a dignified glint flashed past his crazed eyes, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Legend rank spell. You've already promoted to a legend wizard, no wonder you're so arrogant. To even commit such a fiendish act as raping and killing Princess Ticini. Legend wizard rank powerhouses already had the terrifying power to threaten Kisad's life. Even though he was a divine darling, but he had no choice but to be on guard. On the Fesua plain, divine darling were indeed favored by the heavens. Their cultivation speed was far faster than that of ordinary people, and they were super geniuses among ordinary people. However, legend wizards who could still reach the summit under the suppression of the weave weren't simple characters. Many of the chosen had died tragically in the hands of these legendary mages. A large number of guards poured in from the entrance of the palace, all of them armed to the teeth and staring covetously at Yang Feng. Archers have already raised their bows and aimed at Yang Feng, ready to shoot at any time. Grand Duke Mexican walked in amidst the guards of countless experts. As soon as he entered the palace, he saw the naked Ticini lying in a pool of blood. He burst into tears and screamed mournfully, "Ticini, my precious daughter, my treasure. Heavens! Ian, you bastard! Why did you rape and kill my daughter? You're worse than a beast. Why? Why? Kill him! Kill him, you bastard!" Following Archduke Mexican's order, the archers immediately released hundreds of arrows shooting towards Yang Feng like a rain of arrows, not giving him the slightest chance to explain. Among the hundreds of arrows, there were 2 arrows that contained the terrifying chi of a heavenly knight. Furthermore, they were special demon-breaking arrows that were extremely powerful. Even a legend powerhouse would be severely injured or even killed if they were careless. In that case, it seems that I can only be forced to become that guy's blade. I'll send you all to the netherworld to repent. A fierce glint flashed past Yang Feng's eyes, and he unleashed the level, for spell dragon might in a flash. With him as the center, a boundless dragon might spread in all directions. Crushed by the dragon might, Grand Duke Mexican, an ordinary person, knelt on the ground with a look of fear on his face. The complexions of more than 95% of the hundreds of guards around Grand Duke Mexican changed dramatically, and they trembled. Unable to hold their weapons steadily, they knelt on the ground. Only the few Sky Knight rank powerhouses and above urged their chi to stand in place and resist Yang Feng's frightening dragon might with great difficulty. This is dragon might. Ian, you half-breed giant dragon clan bastard. Go to hell. Kisad's eyes flashed fiercely. He silently recited an incantation, and a mysterious and profound divine rune rose from between his eyebrows. In an instant, he seemed to be connected with a vast and mighty being, and frightening divine power pervaded his body. Sword of the Mexican River. Rays of dazzling divine power surged out of the mysterious divine pattern between Quesada's eyebrows and formed a 6-meter-long earthen yellow longsword in the void. It was as if countless rivers were surging in it. Wisps of frightening divine might diffused from the earthen yellow sword, as if the power of a god was condensed inside the earthen yellow sword. Black Dragon Morph. Yang Feng's face flickered, and he unleashed the ultimate secret method recorded in Black Dragon Morph. A copious amount of Black Dragon force and the frightening power of Black Dragon's bloodline gushed out of the taboo bead. Boom! In an instant, Yang Feng traced the source of the bloodline power and transformed into a 50-meter-long ancient black dragon covered in black dragon scales and exuding frightening ancient dragon might. Yang Feng's incarnation of an ancient black dragon opened his maw and belched a fearsome ancient dragon breath barreling towards the earth-yellow sword. After transforming into an ancient black dragon, Yang Feng's strength reached the quasi-starry sky warlock realm, and the might of the dragon breath he belched was more than 4 times that of when he was in his human form. The sword of the Mexican River suddenly turned into an earthen yellow ray that slashed at the black dragon breath in an instant, and forcibly cut it in half. When the black dragon breath that was cut in half fell into the crowd of palace guards, it set off frightening black flames. In the midst of the black flames, the several Mexican principalities' experts who stood firm under the dragon might turned into ashes and disappeared. As long as the rest of the palace guards were touched by the dragon breath, they would be burned to ashes. The Archduke of the Mexican Principality was also turned into ashes by the might of the black dragon breath. After the sword of the Mexican River slashed through the black dragon breath, it shrank by a size, and its might was reduced by more than half. Yet, it still slashed at Yang Feng's incarnation of a black dragon, cut open his black dragon scales, raised a copious amount of flesh, and nearly cut his neck in half. A copious amount of blood sprayed from the neck of Yang Feng's incarnation of an ancient black dragon. Yang Feng extended his claw. The moment before his neck was about to be severed, he grabbed the sword of the Mexican River and crushed it. After crushing the sword of the Mexican River, Yang Feng tore through the void with his claw and mercilessly clawed at Quesada. Quesada's face was pale. He blocked the attack with his sword and quickly retreated backward. The sword of the Mexican River was the strongest sword he grasped, yet he still couldn't kill Yang Feng. His body was at its weakest. Fast to the extreme, Yang Feng grabbed Quesada lightning fast. A fierce glint flashed past his eyes, and he clenched his fist. Violent dragon force erupted in a flash and broke Quesada's bones. Chapter 345. Stop! You bastard! At this moment, Becky, a longbow in hand, her eyes flashed with anxiety. She barked, and an arrow containing green cheese shot towards Yang Feng's dragon eye like a meteor. Yang Feng flapped his dragon wings and easily deflected the green arrow. At the same time, he opened his mouth and belched a dragon breath towards Quesada. No! When she saw this, Becky let out a heart-wrenching scream. The frightening dragon breath engulfed Quesada in an instant, and black flames engulfed the peerless genius of the Mexican Principality and burned him to ashes. Damn it, I fell into a trap. Yang Feng's embodiment of an ancient black dragon swept the surroundings with his perception, and he clearly sensed fearsome fluctuations of power coming from the Temple of the Mexican River. Clearly, the Temple of the Mexican River was alarmed. Human experts hidden in the city gathered in the direction of the Temple of the Mexican River. Yang Feng looked up at the sky, and his eyes shimmered with an unruly glint. At this point, there's no retreat. I'll think of a way to annex this principality. Anyway, the planar tide has arrived, and the control of the gods in the starry sky over the secular world is weakening frantically. They should be powerless to protect themselves now. This will surely come as a great surprise to the person behind the scenes. On the road leading to a manor outside the imperial palace of the Mexican Principality, a carriage was moving. Inside the carriage sat 2 beautiful women, Gleistar and Esramia. On both sides of the carriage were 10 cavalrymen, who were the guards assigned to them by Grand Duke Mexican. Stop! Suddenly, a team of heavily armed soldiers emerged from both sides of the road. The leader of the team, who was wearing a magic armor and holding a magic sword, pointed at the coachman and barked. As if they had eyes of their own, the crossbow bolts shot into the 10 cavalrymen, killing them one by one. The coachman pulled on the reins, and the carriage came to a halt. His eyes were filled with fear. The leader wearing magic armor and holding a magic sword said in a low voice, "Ladies, please come down." Gleistar and Ezramia immediately alighted from the carriage. A deep voice came from the magic armor, "Ladies, please come with us. As long as you're honest, we can guarantee your safety." "Who are you people? Why did you capture us? What do you want?" Gleistar grabbed her skirt with one hand and the evening gown on her chest with the other, her beautiful eyes filled with panic. She looked like a delicate, pitiful, lovable, and delicate beauty who could provoke men to bully her from the bottom of their hearts. Under the moonlight, Gleistar looked even more beautiful and lovable. Behind the leader covered in magic armor, the ordinary warriors stared at Gleistar's curvaceous and sexy body, their eyes filled with greed. The leader said in a hoarse voice, "You don't need to know what we want to do. You just have to come with us." Gleistar smiled sweetly, her disguise completely disappearing, and she said with a curious smile, "Strange, did I already use a charm spell? Why don't you kill each other? Could it be that you're not humans? Moreover, you have high resistance to charm spells." An ominous premonition welled up in the leader's heart, and he roared wildly, "Do it! Capture them! If they resist, it doesn't matter if they're crippled as long as they're not killed." The hundreds of heavily armed soldiers suddenly lunged at Gleistar and Ezramia. It's no use. Threads of darkness. Gleistar's pretty face surged with a captivating blush, and she revealed a bewitching smile. She raised her lily-white hand, and strange dark force spread along the black threads on her lily-white hand in all directions. Under the illumination of the moonlight, the black threads frantically interweaved and flashed. Like the sharpest cutting blades, they cut the lower bodies of the hundreds of fully armed soldiers into pieces. Countless blossoms of blood splattered in all directions. Almost in an instant, the lower bodies of the hundreds of soldiers were cut into pieces, and the remaining upper bodies fell to the ground and issued anguished howls. Under the illumination of the moonlight, countless soldiers collapsed in the sea of blood and screamed miserably, looking like hell. Gleistar smiled coquettishly, and black light enveloped her delicate body, making her look like a coquettish witch walking in the darkness. Seeing this scene, Ezramia's eyes flashed with unbearable glint, but she remained silent. As the great elven monarch, she wasn't a naive elf who hadn't seen the world. She knew very well that she couldn't be soft-hearted when dealing with enemies. The eyes of the leader in magic armor flashed with a glint of panic, and he suddenly slashed at Gleistar lightning fast with his sword. Strangely, Gleistar disappeared in an instant, and then appeared behind the leader in magic armor. With a light grasp of her lily-white hand, the magic armor's visor was torn off the leader's face. Under the visor of the magic armor was a handsome, pale face. Gleistar grabbed the face by the neck, and it was forced to open its mouth, revealing the vampire fangs unique to kindred. Gleistar grabbed the neck of the kindred, her beautiful big eyes revealed a glint of excitement, and she said with a sweet smile, "So it's a kindred. You're not one of those dregs of vampires, but an advanced kindred, level 3 warlock. Interesting, it seems that my master is involved in your plot." "How interesting. You guys caught a big whale while fishing." At the same time, a frightening dragon might gushed out of the imperial palace of the Mexican principality, and Gleistar sensed it. Gleistar sighed regretfully, "It's a pity. I originally planned to let you experience my methods and have a taste of our dark elven punishments. Unfortunately, Master is now in trouble. I can only ask you to die." A black thread, invisible to the naked eye, flashed, and the advanced kindred's head was cut off by Gleistar. Black threads flickered, like sharp blades reaping lives, constantly reverberating in that space. The hundreds of struggling vampires were turned into countless fragments by the frightening black threads and scattered on the ground. Gleistar's figure blurred, and she flew in the direction of the dragon might. Ezramia's figure flickered, and she followed behind Gleistar and flew in that direction. "Ian, what's going on?" As soon as Ezramia arrived at the imperial palace, she saw Yang Feng, who had turned into an ancient black dragon, had his neck split open, and was bleeding profusely. She couldn't help but ask. Earth-yellow divine power surged around Yang Feng's neck, hindering the recovery of the wound. A large amount of dragon blood flowed out of his neck and scattered on the ground. Yang Feng replied briefly, "I was set up. The other party framed me and made me a criminal who raped and killed a princess of the Mexican Principality. This forced me to fight a thorny legend-rank powerhouse of the Mexican Principality." Ezramia frowned slightly and asked, "What do we do now?" "Leave here immediately." Ezramia didn't believe that Yang Feng raped and killed a princess of the Mexican Principality. If Yang Feng was really as lecherous as the rumors said, then she and Gleistar wouldn't be able to keep their chastity. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a cold glint, and he said coldly, "If we just leave like this, wouldn't we be complying with the person behind the scenes? Come with me. We'll first uproot the temple of the god of the Mexican Principality, and then annex the Mexican Principality. Anyway, the planar tide has already begun, and the gods have no time to care about these trifles." Originally, Yang Feng didn't have any intention of annexing the Mexican Principality. But now that something like this happened, he didn't mind baring his fangs and annexing the Mexican Principality. After Yang Feng practiced cultivation to the great warlock realm, even though he had the taboo text, but on the Feisua plane, due to the suppression of the planar laws, it was very difficult for him to evolve. Ascending to godhood was the right path to evolution. Ascending to godhood, however, required a huge foundation of believers in a vast territory. Without the planar tide, Yang Feng could only slowly manage the Red Earth wasteland and the Funes province. But with the planar tide, it was difficult for the gods in the starry sky to interfere with the secular world. This was his best opportunity. Yang Feng could guess that once the planar tide arrived, all the monsters hidden in the history of the Feisua plane would jump out and do whatever it took to ascend to godhood. Gleistar looked at Yang Feng with a hopeful look in her beautiful eyes, the corners of her mouth raised slightly, and her eyes revealed an intoxicated look. "That's great. That's my master for you." What dark elves like Gleistar admired the most was the strong. Yang Feng could seize every opportunity to develop himself. Such a powerhouse was the one she admired and was willing to follow. Ezramia was slightly surprised and took a deep look at Yang Feng. This was the first time she saw a man who didn't care about the gods, and she couldn't help but feel puzzled. Isn't he a fanatic of the Weave goddess? Why is he so disdainful of the gods? "Let's go." Yang Feng blurred into motion and rushed towards the temple of the god of the Mexican River. As long as the temple of the god of the Mexican River was destroyed, no one in the Mexican Principality would be a match for Yang Feng's group of three. Chapter 346. Located in the center of the Mexican city, the temple of the god of the Mexican River was dozens of meters tall. It was the most majestic building in the Mexican city, as if it was the heart of the city. At this moment, rays of incomparably dazzling divine light gathered in the huge temple, forming an incomparably powerful barrier of divine power that completely protected the huge temple. Countless experts of the Mexican Principality gathered towards the temple of the god of the Mexican River. The ancient black dragon Yang Feng transformed into flapped its wings, flew into the air, opened its bloody maw, and belched a fearsome ancient dragon breath at the temple of the god of the Mexican River. Pope Pavon of the god of the Mexican River held a scepter in his hand and recited an incantation. Shrouded in sacred and formidable light, he floated in the air and his eyes flashed with golden light, looking like an existence that didn't belong to the secular world. He pointed with the scepter in his hand and conjured the level, for divine spell protection of the god of the Mexican River. Earth-yellow divine power flowed out of the temple and formed a formidable earth-yellow barrier in front of the temple, completely protecting it. When the fearsome dragon breath Yang Feng belched slammed into the earth-yellow barrier, it burned frantically and eroded the barrier. The frightening dragon power of the ancient black dragon and the divine power of the god of the Mohican River clashed endlessly on the earth-yellow boundary, causing ripples to set off on the verge of collapse. Inside the temple of the god of the Mohican River, hundreds of official priests, bishops, and alternate priests came to the temple, knelt on the ground, and recited prayers devoutly. Their power of faith and power poured into the shrine in a steady stream, strengthening the shrine's barrier. Pavon's gaze congealed, and he asked loudly, "Ian, why are you attacking the temple of the god of the Mohican River?" "I suspect that the temple of the god of the Mohican River is colluding with other races. Give up resistance, surrender, and wait for my investigation. If you haven't colluded with other races, then I'll set you free. If you resist, then today will be the day you human traitors die." Yang Feng's embodiment of an ancient black dragon looked at the temple of the god of the Mohican River with frigid light in his eyes. He opened his maw, and a dragon breath descended from the sky and landed on the powerful earth-yellow barrier, burning it until it trembled. "Ian, you're the traitor who colluded with the aliens. Not only did you rape and kill Princess Ticini, you also killed His Majesty the Grand Duke. Now you still want to deceive us. You deserve to die 10,000 times over. On behalf of the great god of the Mohican River, I will destroy you, traitor of humanity, damned heretic." A trace of anger flashed in Pavon's eyes. He flipped his hand, and a palm-sized plate shrouded in terrifying divine power appeared in his hand. When Yang Feng saw the earth-yellow plate, alarm bells went off in his mind. The ancient black dragon rank extraordinary perception reminded him that the earth-yellow plate contained a terrifying power. Even if he possessed quasi-starry sky warlock rank strength after his body transformation, he would still die if he was the slightest bit careless. Yang Feng opened his maw and belched a fearsome ancient dragon breath that slammed into the huge earth-yellow barrier. With a pious expression on his face, Pavon pointed at Yang Feng, "Mighty god of the Mohican River Magina, your most devout believers are calling to you. Please grant us the power to purify the evil before us." The void distorted, and a boundless divine might spread out. Clearly, the god of the Mohican River, Magina, had responded to Pavon's summon from the distant void. An earth-yellow divine light containing terrifying divine might crossed the endless void, responded to Pavon's prayer, and entered the earth-yellow disc semi-divine armament plate of the Mohican River in his hand. The semi-divine armament plate of the Mohican River lit up at once, and mysterious and abstruse runes containing the power of law flickered on the plate of the Mohican River. An earth-yellow river gushed out of the plate of the Mohican River and swept towards Yang Feng's incarnation of an ancient black dragon. Yang Feng opened his maw and belched an ancient dragon breath that slammed into the earth-yellow river like a meteor. The earth-yellow river easily swept up the ancient dragon breath, devoured it, and then turned into a terrifying torrent that engulfed Yang Feng's incarnation of an ancient black dragon. The earthen yellow river contained the terrifying power of laws, as well as the incomparably powerful power of gods. It severed the connection between Yang Feng and the vigor of heaven and earth, making it impossible for him to cast powerful spells with the help of the vigor of heaven and earth. A fearsome corrosive force gushed out of the earth-yellow river and frantically eroded Yang Feng's incarnation of an ancient black dragon. Bubbles rose from the scales of Yang Feng's incarnation of an ancient black dragon. Clearly, the scales of the ancient black dragon were being corroded inch by the earth-yellow river. After becoming a god, the god of the Mohican River, Magina, used his tremendous divine power to cut off a tributary of the Mohican River. With the help of his divine power and part of the law of water that he comprehended, the plate of the Mohican River was refined into a semi-divine artifact. The plate of the Mohican River was the cornerstone treasure of the god of the Mohican River. It guarded the temple for countless years, and its power was boundless. A series of prayers came out of the temple, and the power of faith surged out and entered the yellow river. Inside the earth-yellow river, Yang Feng flapped his wings and struggled with all his might, but he couldn't break free from the earth-yellow river. Sharp pain came from his eyes, and the ancient black dragon scales on his body began to slowly corrode by the earth-yellow river. The earth-yellow river was a tributary of the Mexican River and contained the divine power of the god of the Mexican River. It had the miraculous effect of cutting off the connection between experts and the vigor of heaven and earth. Even if it was a demigod-rank magic attribute expert, once swept by the earth-yellow river, they would be corroded and devoured in a very short time. The resistance of the ancient black dragon Yang Feng's incarnation was extremely strong, which was why he could barely withstand it. However, if nothing unexpected happened, it would only be a matter of time before he was swallowed by the earth-yellow river. Standing quietly on a tree branch, Ezramia swept Yang Feng midair with a complicated look in her beautiful eyes. She took a deep breath, and her eyes shimmered solemnly. She took out the sun god's bow, aimed at Pope Pavon of the god of the Mexican River, and frantically poured resplendent sun force into the sun god's bow. Suddenly, a resplendent sun god ray shot towards Pavon like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, it hit the barrier of the god of the Mexican River. The frightening sun god ray erupted in a flash and blasted a fist-sized hole in the barrier, which then collapsed and disappeared. Dark Elven Assassination Arrow. Almost in an instant, a pitch-black arrow that contained a terrifying dark energy as deep as the sea instantly shot out from the fist-sized hole. It silently pierced through Pavon's forehead and penetrated his brain. How could this be? This was the last thought that flashed through Pavon's mind. His body trembled slightly, and he slumped to the ground. The demigod armament plate of the Mexican River in his hand fell to the ground as well. After losing Pavon's main body, the faith power dispersed in all directions. The earth-yellow river that had firmly trapped Yang Feng flowed in reverse and entered the demigod armament plate of the Mexican River. Yang Feng could no longer maintain his ancient black dragon form, and was forced to change back into his human form. After Yang Feng changed back into his human form, a frightening sword wound extended from the left side of his neck to the right, almost wanting to cut his neck open. A large amount of blood gushed out of the wound and dyed his body red, looking extremely miserable. Strands of strange divine power permeated the wound, preventing it from healing. Yang Feng swallowed a dozen vials of elixirs in a row. At the same time, the liquid metal nano-robots inside him operated frantically, cleaning up the divine power of the god of the Mexican River and slowly dispelling it. Although the divine force of the god of the Mexican River was of a very high grade, but without a master, it still couldn't resist Yang Feng's frightening warlock-rank life force. When Yang Feng returned to his human form, his figure blurred, and he quickly rushed towards the plate of the Mexican River. A black figure suddenly burst out, turned into a black ray, and shot towards the plate of the Mexican River. The black figure ferociously slammed into the barrier of the god of the Mexican River. Earth-yellow divine power enveloped the figure and frantically burned it. At the same time, black smoke rose from its body. Miserable screams burst out of the black silhouette, and bloody energy erupted in an instant, allowing it to forcibly break free from the god of the Mexican River's barrier. A black arrow fell from the sky, ran through the figure's master, and nailed him to the ground. Dark force pervaded the surroundings and sealed the figure's master, making him unable to budge. Yang Feng arrived before the barrier of the god of the Mexican River, opened his mouth, and belched a dragon breath that slammed into the barrier. Without Pavon presiding over the temple, the power in the temple could no longer condense, and Yang Feng's dragon breath easily burned a big hole in the barrier protecting the god of the Mexican River. Chapter 347. As soon as Yang Feng stepped into the barrier, he grabbed the demigod armament plate of the Mexican River. As soon as the plate of the Mexican River fell into Yang Feng's hand, it released a frightening force of rejection and burned his right hand painfully. He had no choice but to let go and let the plate of the Mexican River fall to the ground. Without the permission of their masters, many semi-divine artifacts and divine artifacts that had masters would produce a power barrier of rejection once others came in contact with these semi-divine artifacts and divine artifacts, forbidding others from touching them. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation and shook his hand, and a piece of dragon bast paper with countless sealing runes written in dragon blood, as if it had a life of its own, swept towards the plate of the Mexican River, and sealed it completely. Yang Feng waved his hand, and the dragon bast paper wrapped around the plate of the Mexican River and stored it in a storage ring on his hand. A mage hand grabbed Pavon's scepter and flew into Yang Feng's storage ring. Pavon's scepter was a legend-ranked treasure, and Yang Feng would never complain about having too many of such treasures. Yang Feng's gaze shifted and fell on the person nailed to the ground by Gleistar. Gleistar smiled sweetly and waved her lily-white hand. Like sharp blades, black spider silk cut the master of the figure nailed to the ground, revealing a handsome vampire figure with open mouth, revealing his vampiric fangs. Yang Feng glanced at the kindred nailed to the ground and said indifferently, "This is an advanced kindred. It seems that the Mexican Principality has been infiltrated quite a bit." Gleistar waved her lily-white hand, and black threads twisted and shredded the lower half of the kindred's body. Suddenly, Yang Feng's heart stirred, and he unleashed a secret method recorded in the taboo text. With a light point of his finger, kindred blood flew out of the shards and entered his finger. Amazing! Even though the person presiding over it is dead, the barrier still exists. However, without a person presiding over it, it's not enough. Yang Feng glanced at the huge barrier that enveloped the temple, sneered, and stabbed the barrier with his hand. A frightening force erupted from the barrier, resisting Yang Feng's invasion. That enormous barrier was constructed from divine power. Among the many types of divine power, other than darkness divine power, all other divine powers were the bane of races that used darkness power. That was why it was so lethal to the Blood Clan. Although this barrier was very resistant to Yang Feng who used dragon force, but it didn't have that kind of terrifying destructive power towards kindred. Yang Feng stabbed his hand into the barrier, operated a secret method recorded in the black dragon morph, and his right hand turned into a dragon claw. He silently chanted an incantation, and mysterious and abstruse runes poured out of his dragon claw and into the barrier. Cracks suddenly appeared on the barrier, and then extended in all directions. Immediately after, it collapsed and disappeared. Ezramia's beautiful eyes flashed with astonishment. What spell is this? How did he destroy the shrine's barrier so quickly? The shrine's barrier was constructed from the powerful faith power accumulated in the shrine as well as the faith power of the clergies praying inside the shrine. It was extremely powerful. Normally, if one wanted to destroy the barrier of a divine hall, they would need many experts to attack day and night to exhaust the power of the barrier. Only when the power of the barrier was exhausted would they be able to break through the barrier. Before the divine hall's protective barrier was breached, no one dared to enter the barrier and fight with the divine hall's experts inside. Even if a demigod powerhouse entered the barrier before it was destroyed, he or she would be suppressed by the barrier. After Yang Feng obtained the taboo text, he learned a powerful secret method to crack divine power barriers. When the barrier was breached, Yang Feng strode towards the temple of the god of the Mexican River, his eyes flashed with frigid killing intent. As long as the temple of the god of the Mexican River was destroyed, no one in the Mexican River Principality would be able to stop Yang Feng. He could transfer 5,000 soldiers from the Red Earth Wasteland and easily annex the Mexican Principality. This was the difference between a lord and a lone ranger. If Yang Feng was just a lone ranger, then when he was framed, he could only cut a sorry figure and flee. Otherwise, even if he killed Kisad and destroyed the temple of the god of the Mexican River, he wouldn't be able to dominate the principality. He could only carry the notoriety of a rapist and murderer. As the lord of the Red Earth Wasteland, Yang Feng could say whatever he wanted as long as he annexed the Mexican Principality. Black could be described as white, and white could also be described as black. As long as he had the will, he could turn black into white and place the crime of rapist and murderer on anyone. Breaking tricks with force was the method Yang Feng thought of to crack schemes. As long as he annexed the Mexican Principality, no matter what schemes the dark hand behind the scenes had, he would easily crack them. From the temple of the god of the Mexican river, a great beauty exuding a holy and beautiful aura slowly walked out. She had long blue hair draped over her shoulders like a waterfall and a snow-white clergy robe that couldn't conceal her curvaceous figure. The great beauty exuding a pure and holy aura said slowly in a voice as gentle as water, "Duke Ian, I am Kath, a saintess who serves the great god of the Mexican river. Please stay, I want to speak to you." Yang Feng extended his hand, and a sword forged from divine blood steel appeared in his hand. He said indifferently, "I think that since things have come to this, there shouldn't be anything to say between us, right?" Kath creased her eyebrows slightly, and then said gently, "No, this is a scheme. Duke Ian, someone is instigating us from behind. A plot to turn us against each other. Please calm down, don't fall for the other party's trick." Yang Feng said coldly, "I also know that this is a scheme, and that someone is framing me from behind. However, things have already come to this point. The Grand Duke of the Mexican Principality died at my hands, and so did Pope Pavon. This is an indisputable fact. Do you think I'll let you off, believe that you'll put aside your hatred, and let you continue to live and oppose me?" Although Yang Feng didn't know that Kisad was a god's darling chosen by the god of the Mexican river, but he knew that a young legend-ranked genius appeared in the tiny Mexican principality. Moreover, that legend-ranked genius could use powerful divine secret spells. The relationship between this legend-ranked genius and the god of the Mexican river could be imagined. Kisad was definitely a very important pawn of the god of the Mexican river in the Mexican principality, yet such a pawn was killed by Yang Feng. Such a chess piece was killed by Yang Feng, and the god of the Mexican river would never let this matter rest. Kath sighed faintly, "We will. Duke Ian, although we are very unwilling, but we will still put aside our hatred. This is a divine decree of the mighty god of the Mexican river. A divine decree." Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with a peculiar light. For the believers of gods on the Feisua plain, divine decrees were orders that they simply couldn't disobey. They were even more authoritative than the orders of emperors. After a god's believer dies, if that god has his own divine kingdom, he can receive that god's believer into his divine kingdom, allowing the god's believer's soul to be reborn in his divine kingdom. The fear of death made the believer of the god extremely pious. Of course, ordinary believers didn't know that many weak gods didn't have their own divine countries, nor could they receive their believers into their divine countries. The promises they made were just empty words. Kath took out a statue of the god of the Mexican river with short blue hair, dressed in earth-yellow armor, holding a great sword in hand, and placed it on the ground. The statue of the god of the Mexican river radiated traces of earth-yellow divine light. In the air, the space distorted, and a vast and terrifying divine might faintly came from the space. An earthy yellow divine light surged out from the void and entered the statue. The chaotic divine power in the temple of the god of the Mexican river became orderly and formed a divine barrier that shielded all prying eyes. Yang Feng's face flickered, and he stared silently at the statue with a dignified look in his eyes. The power contained in the statue rose steadily until it was promoted to the pinnacle level, 3 warlock rank. Enveloped by the earth-yellow divine light, the statue seemed to come to life, and countless divine light formed its body, turning it into an adult-sized being. "Greetings, my lord." Kath bowed gracefully and prostrated herself before the god of the Mexican river, full of piety and respect. "Lowly mortal, why don't you bow when you see me?" Looking at Yang Feng, the god of the Mexican river Magina exuded frightening divine might, his eyes exuded dignified golden divine light, and his voice reverberated in the area like thunder. The god of the Mexican river Magina was a genuine feeble divine force rank god, and his divine might was genuine, even surpassing dragon might. When Ezramia and Gleistar, who were hiding in the woods far away, sensed his divine might, their pretty complexions changed, and their delicate bodies trembled. Mortals had to be humble in front of gods, this was an iron rule of the Feisua plain. No matter what race, this idea was instilled in them from an early age. Ezramia and Gleistar were both bigwigs of the Fesua Plains secular world. But after feeling divine might, they still trembled unconsciously. Chapter 348. Yang Feng said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, I am a duke of the Morin's empire. The great goddess of the weave is the great existence I believe in. The god of the Mohican River Magina glanced at Yang Feng and said in an aloof tone, I already know what happened here. The dark races are framing you in an attempt to use you to eliminate Kisad, the chosen I care for. You can go now. I will get someone to clear your name as a rapist and murderer. It will also make them forget their hatred. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of contempt, and he sneered, Magina, you're too naive. As long as your temple is eradicated, the whole Mohican principality will fall into my hands. I took such a big risk, and now I'm only one step away from annexing the Mohican principality. You want me to let go with just one sentence? How is that possible? Mortal, how dare you? Do you want to anger a great god? When Magina heard that, he became furious, and a vast and frightening divine might spread from him and swept towards Yang Feng like a wave. Yang Feng sneered, gods can't directly interfere in the affairs of the secular world, or else they'll be punished. This is an agreement between gods. Magina, the Amon principality was destroyed by the Morin's Empire's Hansen family and the temple of the god of the Amon Springs was razed to the ground by the Hansen family. Your chosen, Kisad, has also died in my hands. How are you going to punish me? The treaty of the gods stipulated that the gods could not directly interfere with the mortal world. However, they also had the means to interfere with the mortal world. That was the various churches that existed in the mortal world. In the Church of the Gods, experts were as common as the clouds, and experts were as common as rain. In the civil war of the Morin's Empire, the experts of the church didn't help either side. If the church's experts turned out in full force to support one side, then the other side wouldn't have a chance of winning. Even with Yang Feng's help, the outcome wouldn't change. The Mohican Principality's church is too weak, and the strongest Pope Pavon has already been killed by Yang Feng. No one in the entire principality had the strength to contend against Yang Feng. It was the best time for him to annex the Mohican Principality, so he naturally wouldn't give it up easily. Magina's eyes flashed with a dignified look. He threw away his arrogant and godlike tone and said indifferently, Ian, it seems that I have underestimated you. That's right, I can't punish you right now. However, when the time is right, I will personally come to the mortal world. In the planar tide, I can use the power of a demigod. Killing you won't be a problem. If you dare to destroy my church, then I will kill everyone you care about. Yang Feng's gaze congealed slightly and his eyes flashed with a touch of graveness. He stared at Magina and sank into contemplation. Except for the gods born from the relationship between the gods and the gods who were lucky enough to pick up the divinity and obtain the divine kingdom, the other gods were all peerless geniuses who climbed to the position of god step by step. Before Magina became the god of the Mohican River, he was also a peerless heavens chosen in this region, a legendary heroic figure. Before he became a god, he was a famous peerless expert on the Fesua Plain. The planar tide had begun, and the gods in the starry sky would take action. Some gods would send their avatars to the mortal world. Some gods would hole up in their divine countries and do nothing. Some gods would descend to the mortal world with their true bodies. In order to obtain more faith power, they would go all out in the Fesua Plain and expand their faith and power. Once Magina descended to the mortal world with his true body, then even if he could only use demigod rank power, his strength would surpass that of the pinnacle demigod rank Ezramia by far. Yang Feng mused for a while, then his eyes flashed with a cold glint, and he said coldly, Magina, if your true body descended to the mortal world, then you could only use demigod rank power. This meant that if you died once, you would die for real. As long as I was willing to pay a high enough price, I could still kill demigod rank powerhouses. I also have demigod rank powerhouses as my subordinates. A lie detection divine spell fell on Yang Feng. There was no red light representing a lie rising from Yang Feng. Magina's eyes flashed with a dignified glint. During the planar tide, it was the most dangerous thing for gods to do if they walked the secular world with their true bodies. Because so long as one killed a god's true body, one would be able to plunder an extremely precious godhead from that god's true body. A godhead could allow a legend-ranked powerhouse to quickly promote to a demigod, and eventually evolve into a god. Magina was a weak divine power rank god. Among the gods, he was at the bottom of the hierarchy. He was one of the easiest gods to hunt, and it wasn't impossible for him to die at the hands of mortals. Magina mused for a while, and then compromised. I think we should cooperate, not confront each other. I can make the Mexican Principality obey your rule, and you have to maintain my faith and church in the Mexican Principality. Yang Feng secretly heaved a sigh of relief, yet said without batting an eyelid, in that case, I seem to be at a disadvantage. Staring at Yang Feng, Magina's eyes flickered with golden light, and he asked unhurriedly, what do you think, Kath? Yang Feng praised, she's a very good woman. Although Kath's appearance couldn't compare to that of the peerlessly beautiful great elven monarch Azramia, but she was among the top humans. Besides, she had a holy and gentle temperament, which gave people a very comfortable feeling. Magina said indifferently, she is also the most outstanding saintess who has served me in the past. If properly nurtured, she can also promote to a legend-ranked powerhouse in the future. I can give her to you as a gift for our alliance. In the future, after my true body descends to the secular world, we can join hands and expand our forces together. What do you think? Yang Feng mused for a while, and then said decisively, all right. However, I want you to cut off contact with her. Even if we are allies, I don't want to be under your gaze all the time. The planar tide had arrived, and experts from countless planes poured into the Feisua plain. The gods in the starry sky were restless, each with their own plans. The peace of the Feisua plain, which lasted for hundreds of thousands of years, was about to be broken. All the top experts understood that great chaos was about to arrive. This was going to be an extremely chaotic great era where gods roamed the secular world. In this era, even the gods, who usually lived high above the stars and almost never perished, could perish at any time. As long as you killed a god's true body and seized their godhead and believers, you might ascend to godhood and become a true god in the future. Magina said faintly, all right. However, I have bad news to tell you. An abyssal fiend legion is moving this way. In about 2 hours, the demon legion will arrive here. You have 2 hours to prepare. Yang Feng's complexion changed slightly. What? An abyssal fiend legion. An abyssal fiend legion generally consisted of more than 100,000 people. Of the 100,000 fiends, 90,000 were abyssal demonic servants below the level 1 warlock rank. The remaining 10,000 were junior abyssal fiends to advanced abyssal fiend experts. Each abyssal fiend legion had a great fiend rank commander and 5 deputy commanders, all of whom were great fiend rank experts. In theory, an abyssal fiend legion had the strength to destroy the Mexican Principality. In particular, the Archduke of the Mexican Principality and the genius expert Kisad of the Mexican Principality died at Yang Feng's hands. The heavy burden of guarding the Mexican Principality fell on Yang Feng's shoulders. Yang Feng's mind stirred and he frowned, so it was a plot of the dark races. Their original plan was to force me out of here. Without me, an abyssal fiend legion would be enough to destroy the Mexican Principality. Yang Feng glanced at Magina and mused, no wonder this guy compromised so quickly. It turned out to be because of the threat of an abyssal fiend legion. He didn't want everyone in the Mexican Principality to die. Yang Feng suddenly said, Magina, the Archduke of the Mexican Principality was your descendant. He died at my hands. Don't you have any resentment in your heart? Magina said indifferently, he is indeed related to me by blood, but that blood relationship is really too distant. I don't have any feelings for him. With a wave of Magina's hand, the silence barrier enveloping the area collapsed and disappeared. Magina swept Kath kneeling on the ground with a glance and ordered indifferently, "Kath, henceforth, you are no longer my holy maiden, but a woman who serves Ian. You must obey his orders and serve him as you serve me. You are not allowed to pray to me anymore, understand?" In Magina's eyes, the holy maiden of the temple was just a prop. He felt that it was worth it to use this prop in exchange for an alliance with Yang Feng. Kath's beautiful eyes shimmered with astonishment, her mind shook, her tender body trembled, and her face paled, as if the sky had collapsed. After a long silence, she clenched her silver teeth and said slowly in a gentle voice with a trace of sadness, "Yes. My lord, I will obey your will. Abyssal fiends are about to arrive at the Mexican Principality. Ian's rape and murder of the Principality's princess was a plot of the dark creatures. Now, I, God of the Mexican River Magina, appoint Ian as the new Archduke of the Mexican Principality. All my believers must obey his orders and unite by his side to resist the abyssal fiends and eliminate the dark creatures in the Principality." A vast and terrifying divine might pervaded the Mexican city, and the voice containing Magina's divine might shook the hearts of the believers in the city. Chapter 349. We obey the divine decree of our Lord. In the Mexican city, the believers of Magina knelt on the ground and uttered piously with tears in their eyes. In the Mexican Principality, most people believed in the god of the Mexican River, Magina. However, most people had never seen his true face or heard his voice from birth to death. Now that they heard the divine decree of their god, their hearts were filled with excitement. Yang Feng sighed inside, with a few words, he completely reversed the situation. That's a god for you. If Yang Feng led troops to occupy the Mexican Principality, he would have to use all kinds of means, go on a killing spree, and spend several years or even a dozen years to grasp the hearts of the Mexican Principality's people. But with just a few words from Magina, Yang Feng won the hearts of the Mexican Principality's people. This was the terrifying power of faith. Magina turned his head, stared at Yang Feng, and said solemnly, "Take out the scepter of the Mexican River and the plate of the Mexican River." Yang Feng smiled and flipped his hand, and the scepter of the Mexican River and the plate of the Mexican River appeared in his hand. With a wave of Magina's hand, the scepter of the Mexican River suddenly flew out, entered the temple, and landed beside an archbishop. "Magal, I confer you the title of the new pope." A loud and majestic voice resounded in the great shrine. "Thank you so much, my great lord. I will serve you with all my strength and spread your glory on earth." The archbishop knelt on the ground and kissed the scepter of the Mexican River with tears in his eyes, extremely excited. Inside the temple, the clergymen looked at the archbishop with jealousy and envy in their eyes. This was the pope personally appointed by God. No one could question his authority. The plate of the Mexican River flew to the center of the temple. The right hand of the statue of Magina radiated earth-yellow light that entered the body of an 18-year-old young guard. "Mikel, I confer you the title of captain of the apologetic." That young guard only had the power of a great knight, so when that earthen yellow divine light entered his body immediately turned into a great knight. The divine bloodline power hidden inside him was stimulated in an instant, and a terrifying power diffused out of him. He became a Star Knight rank powerhouse in one leap. "Thank you so much, my great lord. I, Mikel, will serve you with all my might. As your sword, I will spread your glory." Michael's heart was filled with excitement and agitation. He knelt on the ground and shouted while trembling. Yang Feng looked at this scene through the spell mage eyes and exclaimed in admiration, "Divine bloodline, divine chosen. He's the one you've truly chosen, right?" Magina casually made the temple of the Mexican River produce 2 experts. Moreover, Yang Feng could see that Michael's potential was much stronger than Kisad's. With a little training, Michael's future strength would definitely surpass Kisad's. Yang Feng said, "Michael's potential is much greater than Kisad's. Why didn't you let him come out to train earlier?" If he had appeared a few years earlier, he would have definitely grown into a very troublesome existence. Magina looked at Yang Feng and said meaningfully, "We are weak gods. In the secular world, we can't be too strong, nor can we be too weak." Yang Feng pondered for a while, and then nodded silently. "I'll leave the Mohican Principality to you, Ian. Don't let me down." Magina waved his hand, and the remnant of divine power on Yang Feng's neck disappeared. After he left this sentence, the body constructed from divine power collapsed and dissipated. Crack. The idol bearing Magina's will shattered inch by inch, and then collapsed and dissipated. The power and will of gods far surpassed that of ordinary extraordinary life forms. There were very few objects that could bear their power. Although the idol was forged from divine power, but it could not bear the power of gods for a long time. Without the suppression of divine power, the wound on Yang Feng's neck quickly healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Megal strode out of the temple, arrived in front of Yang Feng, and asked, "Your Majesty Grand Duke Ian, what should we do now?" Mikkel followed beside Megal. His gaze fell on Kath behind Yang Feng, and his eyes brimmed with adoration and pain. Yang Feng asked, "Megal, can you take control of the Mohican city?" Megal replied, "Your Majesty Grand Duke, as long as I have your authorization, I can take control of it." Yang Feng pointed to the great elven monarch Ezramia next to him and said, "Immediately impose martial law in the city and organize an army to defend the city wall. Before I come back, everyone must obey Ezramia's orders." Understood. The great elven monarch was the emperor of the Elven Empire. On the Fesua plain, every great elven monarch had to be proficient in many abilities, the most important of which was war command. When necessary, every great elven monarch had to personally command the elven army to fight against other races. As the contemporary great elven monarch, Ezramia's commanding ability was absolutely outstanding. Megal's eyes flashed with a peculiar glint, and he said respectfully, "Yes. Your Majesty Grand Duke, I will do my best to assist Madame Ezramia." Yang Feng was the man personally chosen by the god Magina, and a divine decree had been issued. No matter how puzzled Megal was, he could only obey. Yang Feng glanced at Gleistar and said lightly, "Stay here and protect Ezramia. At the same time, you are responsible for eliminating the restless trash." Gleistar smiled charmingly and said respectfully, "Yes. Master." At this time, Ezramia only possessed junior legend rank strength. She had no problem dealing with ordinary enemies. But if those dark race experts were to assassinate her, there was a chance that she would fall as well. With the protection of Gleistar, a legend rank expert proficient in assassination techniques, she could deal with all situations. In the worst-case scenario, she could choose to escape. There was a flash of emotion in Ezramia's beautiful eyes, and traces of warmth poured into her heart. The strange rune on her forehead exuded a bewitching light. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he entered the darkness and merged with it. Following Ezramia's orders, the entire Mohican city began to mobilize. The city was under martial law, and no one was allowed to walk on the streets at will. With Megal's full assistance, the 10,000 city guards of the Mohican city fell into Ezramia's hands and took up combat posts. In the air, a huge mage's eye opened wide and looked in all directions. More than 20 kilometers northwest of the Mohican city, all kinds of demonic creatures formed messy formations and surged towards the Mohican city. The Abyssal Fiend army was basically made up of demonic creatures captured from the abyss to serve as demonic servants. The demonic creatures had no training, and had no discipline or formations to speak of. Only the Abyssal Fiends had a clear hierarchy, forming a relatively strict army. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and formidable fiend power gushed out of the magical mechanical cloak he wore. Enveloped by the frightening fiend power, he turned into a level 2 Abyssal Fiend. After Yang Feng turned into a level 2 Abyssal Fiend, he stealthily flew towards the Abyssal Fiend army. Hiding next to the Abyssal Fiend army, Yang Feng carefully observed for a while. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He saw an advanced abyssal fiend with a goat head and a pair of fiend wings on the back slightly separate from the army. Legend Domination. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation and pointed at the advanced abyssal fiend, and a queer mind control spell landed on the advanced abyssal fiend. The advanced abyssal fiend trembled slightly, and its eyes lost clarity. Its figure fluttered, and it suddenly flew towards Yang Feng's hiding place. Yang Feng brandished the secret treasure sword forged from divine blood steel in his hand and beheaded the advanced abyssal fiend. Then, he operated a secret method recorded in the taboo text and pointed at the corpse of the advanced abyssal fiend. A suction force emerged and sucked the corpse dry, turning it into ashes. Only a bit of bloodline essence entered his finger. Countless mechanical tentacles extended from the magical mechanical cloak behind Yang Feng, pierced into the head of the advanced abyssal fiend, and quickly extracted its memories. An advanced abyssal fiend with a bull head came over and said in fiend language, "Babu Babu. What are you doing?" Yang Feng turned into a goat-head abyssal fiend and said in a low, muffled voice in fiend language, "Babu, I smelled the scent of humans just now. I came over to take a look. The flesh and souls of human powerhouses are very delicious, much better than those of ordinary people." Babu extended his snake-like tongue, licked his lips, and grinned, "That's right, human flesh and souls are really delicious. Especially the powerhouses among them. As long as I eat a few dozen more human firmament knights, I'll be able to evolve into a great fiend. There was indeed the scent of humans just now, but now there's no more. He should have escaped." Yang Feng said casually and strode towards the abyssal fiend army. Babu stayed in place, sniffed, and muttered, "There is indeed a bit of a human scent. It seems that Babu has improved a lot in strength." Chapter 350. As soon as Yang Feng entered the crowd of abyssal fiends, he smelled a fishy odor and abyssal magic power pervading the air. After eating, abyssal fiends didn't have the habit of taking a bath. Moreover, there were very few clean water sources in the abyss. The abyssal fiends carried a terrible stench. Yang Feng carefully glanced at the surrounding abyssal fiends, only to see that they all looked strange, yet each of them exuded a fierce aura. His eyes shimmered with a touch of novelty. The endless abyss was a mysterious plane that ran through the 36 primary material planes. This plane was only slightly less mysterious than the netherworld, which ran through countless planes and was the final resting place of the dead. In the endless abyss, there were countless terrifying experts hidden. Even strong divine force rank gods could only dominate the first 49 floors of the endless abyss at most. Once strong divine force rank gods went to the 50th floor of the endless abyss, it would be difficult for them to guarantee their safety. In the Tsangji plane, even when the 7 warlock emperors ruled the world and suppressed countless planes, they didn't completely conquer the abyss. Although the 7 warlock emperors could come and go freely in the abyss, and could even enter the deepest part of the abyss to hunt any experts at will, but they couldn't completely conquer and purify the entire abyss. Basically, after every warlock emperor died, the abyss would rebel, and countless human warlocks would die in battle with the abyssal demonic creatures. The Tsangji plane had researched the abyss, and roughly divided the abyssal fiends into 4 types: humanoid, beast type, ogre type, and other types. Sheep-headed fiends and bull-headed fiends belonged to the beast type. Bardock Balrogs belonged to the other types. Succubi belonged to the humanoid race. Tupalak belonged to the ogre type. Generally speaking, among abyssal fiends, ogre-type fiends were the strongest of the same rank. The beast types were relatively balanced. Humanoid fiends were the weakest. The strength of other types was uncertain. There were fearsome other abyssal fiends that surpassed ogre types, as well as other abyssal fiends that were weaker than humanoid fiends. Although humanoid abyssal fiends were relatively weak among abyssal fiends of the same rank, but they were relatively more cunning and intelligent. The sheep-headed fiend that Yang Feng had transformed into was a beast-type abyssal fiend. His direct superior was a legendary ghost-type abyssal demon great demon, Tupula demon. The Tupula demon was a terrifying demon that was 4 meters tall and could freely control its bones. It had a hideous face that was as ugly as a ghost, and it was extremely savage. It could freely control the bones in its body to form all kinds of sharp blades that could appear on any part of its body. The sharpness of the bone blade was only slightly inferior to that of Yang Feng's secret treasure sword forged from divine blood steel. After careful observation, Yang Feng found that the commander of this fiend legion was the Tupula. Among the other 5 deputy commanders, there were 3 beast-type fiends, 1 ogre fiend, and 1 humanoid abyssal fiend horned. The horned was about the size of a normal human. His entire body was black, and he was extremely handsome. He had a 30-centimeter long horn on his head, a pair of demonic wings on his back, and strange demonic patterns on his face. Among the 3 beast-type demons, 2 were sheep-headed demons and 1 was ox-headed. The ogre fiend was a type of ghost-type fiend called a backed fiend. The backed demon was a ghost-type demon. It had a pair of huge demonic wings on its back and a horn that was 10 centimeters long on its head. It was 3 meters tall, and its face was as ferocious as a ghost's. It didn't look like a human at all, and it was covered in a layer of black scales. It had a tail that was like a steel whip, and it emitted a terrifying demonic aura. Among the 6 great fiends, the 2 great fiends, the Tupula and the backed fiend, exuded fearsome demonic might, which surpassed that of the other 4 great fiends by far. The horned great fiend was in charge of controlling the 90,000 demonic servants in the rear. The other 4 great fiends at the deputy commander level each controlled 2,000 elite fiends. The Tupalak great fiend controlled 2,000 elite Tupalak fiends that were all high-level abyssal fiends. If the demon legion were to face the human army, and the human army didn't have a large number of mages and priests, then the human army would face a terrible disaster. Led by the 6 great fiends, the frightening fiend legion soon appeared 5 kilometers in front of the Mohican city. Gleistar, who was hidden in the shadows, suddenly said, "The enemy is here. Prepare for battle." Ezramia ordered calmly, "Illuminate." Great illumination. Magal silently recited an incantation with the scepter of the Mohican River in his hand, pointed at the sky, and conjured the level 3 divine spell Great Illumination. Formidable divine power fluctuations came from the temple of the god of the Mohican River, and a sphere of light suddenly rose into the sky. Like a small sun, it spread its light in all directions. Illuminated by the light, the area several kilometers in radius around the Mohican city became as bright as day. Illuminated by the light, the human warriors atop the wall of the Mohican city saw the 100,000 grotesque and ferocious fiends in the distance. When the human warriors atop the wall of the Mohican city saw the terrifying fiend legion, they couldn't help but reveal looks of fear in their eyes. The Mohican Principality had been peaceful for many years. The 10,000 city guards of the Mohican city could at most deal with bandits. Although under Kisad's leadership, the 10,000 city guards had fought the Desert Empire several times, but this was the first time they fought against the terrifying extraordinary life forms that were fiends. The Tupalak Great Fiend Anjit looked at the human warriors atop the wall of the Mohican city, his eyes flashed with a fierce glint, and he barked, "Baloba, attack! Kill them all!" The horned Baloba opened his mouth and let out an incomparably strange shriek. The eyes of the 90,000 grotesque abyssal demonic servants turned bloodshot, and like a black tide, they surged towards the wall of the Mohican city. Countless abyssal demonic servants were born in the endless abyss every year. They were cannon fodder among cannon fodder, and no one cared about their lives. Only by devouring each other in battle, or by devouring enough intelligent life forms with souls, would abyssal demonic servants evolve into abyssal fiends. Only then would they have a bit of status and evolve from cannon fodder to cannon fodder. Only after evolving into an abyssal fiend lord would they be regarded as a bigwig in the abyss. Ezramia ordered coldly, "Release the arrows." The archers on the wall of the Mexican city shot a dense rain of arrows into the crowd of abyssal demonic servants from above the wall. One grotesque abyssal demonic servant after another was nailed to the ground by the arrows, and black blood sprayed out of their wounds. When the abyssal demonic servants reached the city wall, many of them with wings on their ribs flapped their wings and flew up. A sacred and formidable light radiated from the temple of the Mexican in the city and spread to the surroundings, and a frightening forbidden space array that enveloped the whole city was suddenly released. The abyssal demonic servants had just flown up, when they dropped to the ground. Boiling oil poured down from the city wall and poured on the abyssal demonic servants. Immediately after, the abyssal demonic servants were scalded and let out miserable screams. The crowd of abyssal demonic servants frantically cast their innate spells. Poisonous smoke, venom, shadow rays, bone spurs, and other long-range attacks barreled towards the human warriors atop the city wall. The elemental innate spells were completely blocked by the powerful barrier protecting the city, while the bone spurs and other physical attacks hit the human warriors atop the city wall and killed them one by one. The god of the Mexican River had limited divine power, and could only resist elemental spells. That kind of powerful barrier that could protect both physical and elemental types required a lot of divine power. Only the gods of the Xalia and Titan pantheons had the qualifications to use them. Some abyssal demonic servants resembling demonic insects crawled along the city wall and quickly climbed up the city wall. A 4-meter-long advanced abyssal demonic servant, a human-faced centipede, climbed up the city wall, opened its mouthpiece full of whiskers, bit off the head of a human warrior, and devoured it. The human face on its back also revealed a joyful expression. "Go to hell." A human warrior brandished his sword and roared, then slashed at the human-faced centipede's back. Ding! Following a sharp sound, the human warrior's sword was ricocheted away. The human-faced centipede turned around, opened its sharp mouthpiece, and bit at the human warrior. The upper body of the human warrior was bitten to pieces, and blood spilled on the ground. The human-faced centipede was an advanced abyssal demonic servant with an armor as hard as steel. It was the freak with the strongest defense among abyssal demonic servants. It was also the freak most adept at attacking fortifications. That human-faced centipede was like a moving tank. Wherever it passed, a human warrior would have their upper body bitten off by it. It was extremely terrifying. "Go to hell." Mikkel, who was covered in a layer of magic armor, roared angrily. He waved a magic sword and chopped the human-faced centipede in two. A copious amount of black blood sprayed from the human-faced centipede's wound. Under Michael's leadership, Sky Knight rank experts and above took action and killed the insect-type abyssal demonic servants that climbed up the city wall. Chapter 351. Sacred light surged above the city wall. The priests of the temple of the god of the Mexican River conjured divine spells, and divine light entered the warriors fighting fiercely above the city wall. Illuminated by the divine light, the warriors were blessed with strength, agility, and other buffs. They became as strong as bulls and as agile as leopards, and their combat power more than doubled. The injured soldiers were also recovering rapidly under the illumination of the divine radiance. An army with priests would have at least 5 times the combat power of an army without priests, and at least 10 times the combat power of an army without priests. Priests who borrowed the power of God to fight not only had healing theurgy that surpassed mages, but they also had powerful offensive theurgy. Of course, only high-rank clergymen could master these formidable offensive divine spells. Encouraged by the courage of the divine spells, the human warriors on the city wall rushed towards the abyssal demonic servants one after another. The sharp divine weapons made their weapons even sharper, and they beheaded the abyssal demonic servants that rushed up the city wall one after another. Enveloped by the formidable no-fly boundary, the abyssal demonic servants that could not fly, and could only huddle at the edges of the city wall and become targets for shooting. The abyssal fiends didn't have the slightest concept of building siege weapons. Most of the abyssal demonic servants crowded below the city wall in a disorderly manner. Under the rain of arrows of the human archers, they suffered disastrous casualties. The insect-type abyssal demonic servants that climbed up the city wall were also beheaded by Mikel and the other experts of the Mexican city. The 10,000 abyssal fiends laughed as they watched the abyssal demonic servants being killed by the humans of the Mexican city. For the abyssal fiends, the abyssal demonic servants were just food. Besides, abyssal demonic servants would also devour humans and livestock. For the abyssal fiends, they were cannon fodder that would compete for their food. No matter how many abyssal demonic servants died, they wouldn't feel any heartache. Many abyssal fiends were looking forward to the humans of the Mexican city killing more abyssal demonic servants, so that they could eat more humans and livestock. Watching this scene coldly, the Tupilak great fiend Anjit suddenly opened its bloody maw and let out a shrill howl. In the Mexican city, in the manner of Earl Dumanlusha, one of the 3 earls supporting the Mexican principality, in a castle study. The extraordinarily handsome Earl Dumanlusha opened his eyes and smiled sinisterly, revealing a pair of incomparably sharp vampiric fangs, and said coldly, "It's time. Now." From Earl Dumanlusha's mansion emerged 2,000 fully armed soldiers wearing the uniform of the Mexican city's city guard. Fully armed, Earl Dumanlusha walked out of the castle and looked at the 2,000 soldiers dressed in the uniform of the Mexican city's city guard and said coldly, "Set out." The 2,000 soldiers silently followed behind Earl Dumanlusha and rushed towards the west of the Mexican city. "Who are you people?" When Earl Dumanlucia and his party arrived on the street, they were stopped by a patrol of the Mexican city's city guards. The captain vigilantly stared at Earl Dumanlucia and his party and barked. "Get out of the way, George, don't you recognize me?" Earl Dumanlusha took off his visor, looked down at the captain of the Mexican city's city guard, and barked. George's complexion changed greatly, and he said respectfully, "Greetings, Sir Earl." Earl Dumanlusha was one of the 3 earls of the Mexican Principality as well as a descendant of Duman, one of the 4 legendary founding heroes of the Mexican Principality. He had a very lofty status in the Mexican Principality, and George was once his subordinate. Earl Dumanlusha barked, "I was ordered to reinforce the west gate, get out of the way." George didn't dare to ask any questions, and immediately stepped aside, "Yes, Sir Earl." Earl Dumanlusha advanced with his 2,000-strong army. When the patrolling soldiers saw him, they retreated to the side, not daring to stop him. He led his troops all the way to the west gate of the Mexican city. Escorted by a dozen guards, the general guarding the west gate of the Mexican city came up to Earl Dumanlusha and asked respectfully, "Sir Earl, why are you here?" "I'm here to kill you." Earl Dumanlusha showed a malevolent smile, slashed down with his sword, and instantly cut the human general with firmament knight rank cultivation base in 2. Almost at the same time, the soldiers wearing city guard uniforms who followed Earl Dumanlusha also changed sides. They brandished their swords and slashed at the city guards at the west gate as well as the priests on the city wall. The city guards at the west gate didn't guard against their comrades at all. In an instant, most of the city guards fell into a pool of blood. More than 100 priests who were heavily guarded also died tragically in the hands of Earl Dumanlusha's subordinates. Earl Dumanlusha barked, "Open the gate." Amidst the commotion, the west gate of the Mexican city slowly opened, and countless abyssal monsters surged towards the west gate one after another. The city is breached. The west gate is breached. Raging flames rose everywhere in the Mexican city, and kindred servants and vampires hidden in the darkness moved out. As they lit fires, they shouted loudly, causing slaughter and panic everywhere. Many believers who were praying silently at home and providing faith power to the temple began to panic. They poured out of their rooms and fled in all directions. Numerous thugs poured out of the streets, burning and looting everywhere to vent their desires. Countless believers of the god of the Mexican river fell into pools of blood. The formidable barrier that enveloped the entire Mexican city slowly weakened bit by bit. The barrier that could cover the entire Mexican city was originally released with the temple as the center and all the believers in the city as the energy source. The god of the Mexican River couldn't use his precious divine power to maintain such a powerful barrier. Otherwise, even if he could maintain such a powerful barrier, it would be difficult for him to support such a large-scale barrier. Seeing the flames rising in the city and the constant shouts coming from inside the city guards atop the city wall were shaken, their morale plummeted, and their fighting strength was reduced by more than 50%. The relatives of the city guards were in the Mexican city. Once the ferocious freaks broke into the city, the tragic outcome could be imagined. A haggard and anxious look on his face, Miguel came to Ezramia and asked respectfully, "What do we do now, Lady Ezramia?" There were already many signs of instability on the city walls. Even with the blessing of divine spells, there were still many soldiers who directly fled towards the city. The defensive line of the Mexican city was already in a precarious situation and could collapse at any time. Once the city gate was breached, it would be a huge psychological blow to the defending side. Besides, without the city wall and the formidable barrier, the human soldiers were fundamentally no match for the abyssal fiends. The astonishing number of demonic servants alone could slaughter all the human soldiers in the Mexican city. Ezramia stared at the motionless abyssal fiend legion without saying a word. A haggard and anxious look in his eyes, Miguel said in a slightly heavier tone, "Lady Ezramia, can you let Lady Liz take action? If it's Lady Liz, we can definitely recapture the West Gate." Liz was Gleistar's alias. Even though she had lost all her divine power, but after cultivation and recovery, Gleistar still possessed pinnacle legend rank strength. Her battle prowess was even far above that of Ezramia at this time. Gleistar, who was proficient in the art of assassination and walked in the darkness, had the terrifying strength to recapture the West Gate by herself. Ezramia's gaze was ice-cold, and she spoke with dignity, "No. Pass down my order, everyone must stick to their posts and are not allowed to attack at will. This is an order." Miguel gritted his teeth and said respectfully, "Yes. Lady Ezramia." Kath's beautiful eyes flickered with anxiety, and she asked in a gentle voice, "Lady Ezramia, why didn't you send someone to rescue the West Gate? With Lady Liz's help, we have great hopes of recapturing the West Gate. So what if we recapture it?" Ezramia pointed at the 10,000 abyssal fiends, who were ready to set off, and said grimly, "The barrier protecting the Mexican city has been weakened a lot. Once our main force leaves, the 10,000 abyssal fiends will launch a thunderous attack, and we won't be able to fight back. Our only chance of winning now is Ian. Only by cooperating with him can we have a chance of winning. Otherwise, we can only maintain this spark and evacuate at once." As a great elven monarch, Ezramia was proficient in the path of war. At a glance, she could see that the gap in strength between the Mexican city and the Abyssal Fiend Legion was too huge. Without special means, the Mexican city would not be able to defeat the Abyssal Fiend Legion, especially when the other side had an insider. Kath showed a wry smile and looked anxiously ahead. The Tupilak Great Fiend Anjit looked at the Mexican city and sneered, "The commander of this city is really a cunning guy. He didn't move his main force. But even so, he's bound to lose." A sheep-headed great fiend stared at the human powerhouses atop the city wall with bloodthirsty eyes, and licked his lips. "Anjit, let's attack. I want to taste the flesh and soul of human powerhouses. I can't hold back anymore." Chapter 352. The eyes of the Tupilak Anjit shimmered with a cunning glint, and he said with a ferocious smile, "Seton, bear with it. We just need to confront them here and pin down their main force. Once our servants have killed their way into the city, they will fight our servants until they are exhausted. That will be the best time for us to strike." Seton showed a sinister smile, and his bloodshot eyes flickered with a bloodthirsty glint. "How long do we have to wait? I can't wait to taste the delicacy of human blood." The abyssal great fiends stared at the human powerhouses atop the city wall with a bloodthirsty glint in their eyes. They could fly out at any time and attack the human powerhouses atop the city wall. The Tupilak Anjit licked his lips, his eyes shimmered with a fierce glint, and he said solemnly, there are more than 500,000 people in this city. After the city is breached, you can eat whatever you want. However, this is a city guarded by a true God, after all. We should be careful. When the abyssal great fiends heard this, their restlessness disappeared, and their eyes shimmered with caution. No matter which plane it was, gods were extremely powerful. Gods often entered the abyss to search for abyssal materials and hunt abyssal demonic creatures. Of course, when gods entered the abyss, they usually sent their avatars. Very few went to the abyss with their true body. That was because if their true body went to the abyss with their true body, they could be eroded by the power of the abyss, turn into an abyssal fiend lord, and be branded with an abyssal mark and bound by the abyss. In the deepest part of the abyss, there were many powerful abyssal fiend lords who degenerated into abyssal fiend lords. Once the true body of a god degenerated into an abyssal fiend lord, their godhead would collapse, and they would no longer be able to accept faith force or use divine force. They could only use abyssal fiend force like other abyssal lords, and would be rejected and suppressed by countless planes. They could only hole up in the deepest part of the abyss. What a mess! It seems that we ran into a cunning abyssal great fiend. This kind of abyssal great fiend that can restrain their desires is the most troublesome enemy. Hiding in the midst of the abyssal fiend army, Yang Feng frowned when he saw that the abyssal fiend army didn't join the battle. Although it's not the best time, but I can only act now. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he quickly flew in the direction of the horned. When the horned saw Yang Feng approaching quickly, his eyes flashed with vigilance, and a powerful force condensed inside him. Yang Feng said loudly, "Sir Baloba, I have something to report to you." The vigilance in Baloba's eyes faded a little, and he asked coldly and arrogantly, "What is it?" "Please die." Yang Feng's eyes flashed fiercely, and he unleashed the level 4 spell Dragon Force. Frightening Dragon Force filled his body, and he stabbed Baloba in the heart with his claw, dug out his heart, and crushed it. At the same time, the magical mechanical cloak on his back trembled, and Baloba's corpse was sucked inside. After killing Baloba with a sneak attack, Yang Feng silently recited an incantation, pointed at the 2 beast-type abyssal great fiends, and unleashed the level 3 spell Mark of Light. In an instant, the 2 beast-type abyssal great fiends burst out with powerful light and powerful auras of life. In the dark night, they were like beacons. Here it comes. Esramia's beautiful eyes congealed. With a flick of her lily-white hand, the sun god bow appeared in her hand. Mysterious runes appeared on the sun god bow, and a resplendent sun god ray turned into a ray of sunlight that crossed a distance of several kilometers and pierced through the heart of a beast-type abyssal great fiend in an instant. The beast-type abyssal great fiend issued miserable screams, and then was swallowed by the fearsome sun god ray and died. Another pitch-black arrow that seemed to have blended with the night silently pierced through the head of another beast-type abyssal great fiend, and exploded, insta-killing the beast-type abyssal great fiend. The Tupilak great fiend Anjit issued a world-shaking roar, "Enemy, an enemy has infiltrated our ranks." Countless eyes in the abyssal fiend legion focused on Yang Feng. The 10,000-strong abyssal fiend legion was made up of abyssal fiends. Any abyssal fiend had level 1 warlock rank strength, and there was no lack of advanced fiends among them. Faced with this fearsome abyssal fiend legion, even an ordinary starry sky warlock rank expert would exhaust their strength and have no choice but to flee if they didn't use large-scale meteorological spells. Yang Feng unleashed the 4th spell of the ancient black dragon bloodline, Dragon Might. A vast and fearsome dragon might diffused from him and spread in all directions. Intimidated by the fearsome ancient dragon might, the junior and intermediate abyssal fiends trembled, unable to budge. Intimidated by the dragon might, the advanced abyssal fiends revealed looks of horror in their eyes, unable to cast spells right away. Yang Feng pressed with his hand, and the demigod armament black dragon armor covered his whole body. A fearsome dragon aura diffused from him, as if a humanoid dragon had appeared in the secular world. The only flaw was that there was a deep blade mark on the demigod armament black dragon armor. This is the stench of an ancient black dragon. Interesting, human. Are you a dragonborn hybrid from the country of dragons? A trifling hybrid dares to be arrogant in front of me. You're courting death. The eyes of the Tupilak great fiend Anjit shimmered malevolently, and a copious amount of fiend power gushed out of its body. Black bones extended from its body and intertwined to form a set of black fiend bone armor. The fiend bone armor of a Tupilak great fiend had a fearsome reputation on many planes. This fiend bone armor could be strengthened along with the strength of the Tupilak. Some Tupilak greater demon overlords evolved into demon overlords, and their demon bone armor was even comparable to a divine artifact grade armor. Ordinary legend rank experts were powerless against the fiend bone armor of a Tupilak. They couldn't even break through its defenses. When the Tupilak great fiend Anjit finished its transformation, its eyes flashed fiercely, and it suddenly rushed towards Yang Feng like a black tank. Countless sharp blades extended from Anjit's body, and the abyssal fiends blocking in front of it were sliced to pieces as if tofu. In the blink of an eye, Anjit appeared in front of Yang Feng, smiled malevolently, and sent a fist shrouded in dense abyssal demonic chi barreling towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng surged with frightening dragon force, and sent a fist barreling towards Anjit. The frightening abyssal fiend power and the apex extraordinary life-form dragon force collided in midair and set off a frightening shock wave that sent the surrounding junior abyssal fiends flying. Boom! Along with a loud noise, Yang Feng was forced to take 7 or 8 steps back. Anjit, however, only took 3 steps back. Even with the help of the demigod armament black dragon armor, there was still a gap between the strength of Yang Feng, who had just stepped into the great warlock realm, and the fiend legion commander Anjit. Anjit laughed ferociously. Shrouded in endless demonic chi, he suddenly appeared beside Yang Feng and sent one fist after another barreling towards Yang Feng as if an abyssal sea extending from the deepest part of the abyss. Boom! Boom! Along with fearsome blares, frightening shock waves spread in all directions, blowing away a large number of junior fiends. The high-level abyssal fiends gritted their teeth, overcame the intimidation of the dragon might, and cast level 3 darkness spells barreling towards Yang Feng like raindrops. Yang Feng's face remained unchanged. He frantically urged the power of the black dragon armor, and a frightening dragon-shaped life force suddenly appeared around him and devoured the level 3 spells. The black dragon battle armor was a semi-divine artifact, and it could only display its great power as its owner's power increased. After Yang Feng promoted to a great warlock, although he still couldn't display the full power of the demigod armament black dragon armor, but the part of its power he could display was already very frightening. Anjit smiled malevolently and barked, "Interesting. Dragonborn bastard from the country of dragons, you're really strong. If this wasn't a war, then I would have fought you fairly. Seton, Adel, come over and help me kill this dragonborn bastard. I want his head, heart, and soul. As for the rest, you can divide them equally." The backed great fiend Adel smiled malevolently, unleashed Blink, and strangely appeared behind Yang Feng. Seton also used Blink, strangely appeared next to Yang Feng, and sent a claw at Yang Feng's chest and abdomen. The strength of the 3 great fiend commanders was far greater than that of ordinary abyssal great fiends. Besieged by the 3 great fiend commanders, even a slightly weaker demigod powerhouse would die if careless. Abyssal fiends are really powerful. Yang Feng's eyes congealed, and he felt the threat of death. He gritted his teeth and unleashed the final trump card hidden in the magical mechanical cloak. Vast fiend power gushed out of the magical mechanical cloak and entered Yang Feng. Strengthened by the vast fiend power, Yang Feng transformed into a 4-meter-tall backed fiend baron exuding boundless demonic might, and a frightening lord-rank demonic might spread in all directions. Chapter 353. The hierarchy of abyssal fiends was extremely strict. Without a special reason, inferior fiends could hardly resist superior fiends. Great fiends could hardly resist fiend lords. When the fiend baron rank demonic might erupted, the eyes of the three abyssal fiends shimmered with fear, and they slowed down a bit. The eyes of Yang Feng's embodiment of a backed fiend baron shimmered with a fearsome glint, and he mercilessly stabbed at Anjit's heart with his huge claw. When the sharp claw stabbed at Anjit's bone armor, it easily tore apart the bone armor comparable to a legend-rank magic armor, and then dug out its heart and crushed it. When Adel's claw stabbed at Yang Feng's scales, it issued an ear-piercing sound and barely tore open a 1 centimeter deep crack, from which black blood gushed out. Yang Feng slapped Adel on the head, and as if cutting tofu, the sharp claw cut off Adel's head. Practically at the same time, the tail of Yang Feng's embodiment of a backed fiend baron shot out like a javelin, ran through Seton's head, and twisted Seton's head into pieces. In less than 10 seconds after Yang Feng transformed into a fiend baron, the three commanders of the fiend corps died at his hands, and their corpses were absorbed into the magical mechanical cloak to serve as nutrients for the fiend baron heart. The fiend baron heart has become a part of the magical mechanical cloak. The more fiend power it devours, the stronger it becomes, and it may even evolve into an Earl-rank abyssal fiend lord heart. When Kath saw Yang Feng's embodiment of a backed fiend baron tear apart the three commanders of the abyssal fiend corps, her heart was filled with shock. Amazing. That's an abyssal fiend lord. He can actually use the power of an abyssal fiend lord, how terrifying. Dumbstruck, Maegel couldn't believe his eyes, an abyssal fiend lord. He can actually transform into an abyssal fiend lord, that's something that ultimate morphing can't do. What spell is that? What spell can actually use the power of an abyssal fiend lord? As upper echelon members of the Church of the God of the Mohican River, Kath and Maegel had some understanding of the abyss. They were well aware of how powerful and terrifying the abyssal demon lords of the abyssal plane were. If it wasn't for the fact that once they left the abyssal plane, the abyssal demon overlords would be suppressed by other planes and their strength would be greatly weakened. Even the gods of the Fesua plane could not resist the joint attack of countless powerful abyssal fiend lords of the abyss. The abyss had a very long history. It existed in the era when the ancient gods ruled over the Tsangji plane. According to legend, the 7 great warlock emperors were seriously injured after fighting with the most ancient and powerful existences of the abyss, which was why they were so short-lived. Like a flash in the pan, they disappeared in history. According to legend, the founder of the 8th warlock dynasty, the Dawn dynasty, the Dawn Lord had never stepped into the abyss during his lifetime. Reportedly, he feared the most ancient and terrifying abyssal fiend lords hidden at the bottom of the endless abyss. On the Fesua plane, even among the aloof gods, very few people could use the power of abyssal fiends. Yang Feng was able to transform into an abyssal fiend baron. If he wasn't the Archduke of the Mohican Principality and the Oracle of the God of the Mohican River, Magina, he would have been able to transform into an abyssal fiend baron. Maegel would never recognize someone who could use the power of abyssal fiends as an Archduke of the Mohican Principality. There was a flash of shock in Ezramia's beautiful eyes. That's amazing. In terms of strength alone, that abyssal fiend baron is far stronger than me. Gleistar's beautiful eyes flashed with excitement, and she licked her cherry lips with her sexy tongue, looking very bewitching and beautiful. That's my master for you. This power is really formidable. After Yang Feng insta-killed the 3 abyssal fiend commanders, he reverted to his human form. Drenched in sweat, he gasped for breath, his figure blurred, and he frantically rushed towards the Mohican city. The Fiend Baron transformation was Yang Feng's strongest trump card, but it was also the trump card that consumed the most energy. With his current strength, Yang Feng could only transform for 10 seconds at most. Once the 10 seconds were up, he would fall into a state of exhaustion after the transformation ended, unable to use any power. Kill him. Kill that damn human. Kill him. When the advanced abyssal fiends saw the 3 abyssal fiend commanders die tragically at Yang Feng's hands, they were taken aback at first, and then immediately issued frenzied roars. A variety of level 3 spells shot towards Yang Feng like raindrops. The 2000 Tupilak roared furiously, and countless sharp bone spurs shot towards Yang Feng like fearsome javelins. Under the frenzied bombardment of level 3 spells, the dragon-shaped life force field surrounding Yang Feng gradually collapsed. When the dense swarm of sharp bone spurs slammed into Yang Feng's black dragon armor, after their power was reduced by 80%, the remaining power blasted into his body. Amidst the attacks of countless abyssal fiends, Yang Feng quickly flew to the foot of the Mohican city. A green vine extended from the top of the Mohican city's city wall and landed in front of Yang Feng. Yang Feng reached out and grabbed the green vine. The green vine quickly shrunk and pulled him up the city wall. When the countless bone spurs stabbed into the city wall, they were immediately blocked by the thick city wall enchanted with a powerful barrier. The city wall of an ordinary city could not withstand the bone spur attack of advanced abyssal fiends. Any advanced abyssal fiend could destroy a small city without the protection of a temple. However, the defenses of cities enchanted with the power of a temple were terrifying. Even abyssal great fiend rank existences could not destroy the city wall with a single blow. When Yang Feng landed, he immediately asked, "What's the situation at the West Gate?" Ezramia replied methodically, "I have Liz take the main force to support them. With Liz's power coupled with the power of the temple, there won't be any problem to take care of them." Ezramia looked down the city wall and revealed a smile. Moreover, after losing the control of the great fiends, the abyssal demonic servants have fallen into chaos and started killing each other. This is very advantageous for us. Abyssal demonic servants were some low-level freaks of the abyss. They had extremely low intelligence and were like wild beasts. Without the suppression of a great fiend, they would kill each other. If they couldn't find food, they would even take the initiative to attack abyssal fiends. At this moment, after losing the control of the Horned, the countless abyssal demonic servants below the Mohican city wall started killing and devouring each other. After losing the command of an abyssal great fiend, the 10,000 abyssal fiends quickly split up. 2,000 Tupilak rushed towards the Mohican city's side. Of the remaining 8,000 abyssal fiends, some chose to leave, while 5,000 chose to watch from afar. Abyssal fiends were very cunning. Without the suppression of a superior fiend, they wouldn't risk their lives to attack the Mohican city. Overwhelmed by anger, the 2,000 Tupilak devils rushed towards the Mohican city. The 2,000 Tupilak devils were covered in incomparably sharp bone blades, like 2,000 tanks covered in sharp blades. Wherever they passed, all the freaks were chopped into countless pieces. Fire! When the 2,000 Tupilak devils approached the Mohican city's city wall, a rain of arrows was immediately fired from the city wall. When the dense rain of arrows hit the bone armor of the Tupilak, they were immediately ricocheted. Even the arrows shot by the Firmament Knight rank archers were ricocheted by the bone armor of the Tupilak. The large catapults hidden inside the Mohican city began to display their might. Boulders dropped from the sky and smashed towards the Tupilak. Faced with the boulders weighing hundreds of kilograms or even several tons, the Tupilak got up and punched at the boulders with their iron fists. Under the bombardment of the Tupila devils, the boulders shattered one by one and exploded in all directions. Seeing this, the complexions of the human experts atop the city wall changed dramatically. Even human star knights would be seriously injured by the boulders falling from the sky if they were careless. However, the Tupila demons shattered the boulders one by one. Their strength exceeded the expectations of the human experts on the city wall. 10 heavy ballistae flashed with light, and fearsome ballistae bolts suddenly shot out, bombarding the Tupila devil and nailing it to the ground. Within the Mohican city, only these heavy crossbows, which were known to be able to injure even dragons, could break the defense of Tupilak. Ezramia's face remained unchanged. The sun god bow in her hand released rays of sun god light, and an arrow that looked like rays of sunlight entered the body of a Tupilak, and the Tupilak exploded in an instant. With the sun god bow in hand, Ezramia looked like a sun goddess reaping the lives of fiends. Maintaining a constant speed, she killed a Tupilak with every arrow she shot. Most of the experts of the Temple of the Mohican City had been taken away by Magal to suppress the kindred rebellion at the West Gate. Although there were still a dozen plus Sky Knight rank powerhouses atop the city wall, but their attacks couldn't even break the defense of the Tupilak. The ordinary soldiers were practically useless. Chapter 354. Ezramia uttered calmly, "After I kill 7 more Tupilak, they'll come to the city wall. With their strength, Tupilak can easily climb the city wall." Tupilak were advanced abyssal fiends with frightening defensive strength above that of ordinary level 3 warlocks. Even someone as strong as Ezramia had to shoot them down 1 arrow at a time. Even in the endless abyss, ghost-type abyssal fiends like Tupilak were elite forces of abyssal fiend lords. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation and waved his hand, and vampiric rattan seeds quickly flew into the army of abyssal demonic servants. The seeds of the vampiric demonic rattans swelled in the wind and turned into countless huge vampiric demonic rattans covered with barbs. The several-meter-thick rattans swept towards the surrounding abyssal demonic servants and swept them up. Countless sharp barbs stabbed into the abyssal demonic servants and sucked them dry. After absorbing the powerful demonic blood, the vampiric rattans became even more berserk. At the same time, they produced countless rattans that swept towards the Tupilak. Sharp bone blades ejected from various parts of the Tupilak's bodies and frantically slashed at the vampiric rattans. Slashed by the sharp bone blades, countless vampiric rattans were pulverized, and mucus splashed about. A lot of vampiric rattans slammed into the Tupilak, yet they couldn't break the Tupilak's bone armor. Instead, they were sliced to pieces by the Tupilak's bone blades. Although the vampiric rattans couldn't kill the Tupilak, but they forced the Tupilak to chop up the vampiric rattans, hindering the Tupilak's advancement. With a flick of his wrist, a bucket-like 6-barrel railgun appeared on Yang Feng's shoulder. Yang Feng pressed a button on the 6-barrel railgun's launcher, and countless electric arcs flickered and shot railgun beams barreling towards the Tupila like shooting stars. When an railgun slammed into a Tupilak, it pierced through the bone armor of the Tupilak and blasted open a huge hole on its body. Another railgun blast blasted the thigh of a Tupilak demon, shattering its thigh. The power of each beam fired by the 6-barreled railgun was comparable to a single-target legendary spell. The only thing it couldn't compare to legendary spells was that it couldn't be locked down like legendary spells. However, the 6-barrel railgun launcher uses high-energy crystals as its energy source, so it doesn't need Yang Feng to provide any power. This was the strongest aspect of the 6-barreled railgun launcher. The outer layer of the 6-barreled railgun was engraved with countless mysterious magic incantations, making it look like an alchemy weapon refined using alchemy spells. It was full of mystery. However, its core was completely made of Shizu technology. Super railgun beams shot out of the 6-barreled railgun launcher like meteors and blasted into the group of Tupilak demons. Every moment, several Tupilak demons were penetrated by the railgun beams. Ezramia stared fixedly at the 6-barrel railgun launcher with a dignified look in her beautiful eyes, and tempestuous waves set off in her heart. Amazing. What's that? That's right, he's also an alchemist. Is this a magic artifact he made with alchemy? What a terrifying magic artifact. The 6-barreled railgun hardly stopped firing. Yang Feng just kept replacing the high-energy crystals as its energy source. Under Yang Feng's control, the 6-barreled railgun killed more than 200 Tupilak demons in less than a minute. Even at her peak, Ezramia wouldn't be able to kill Tupilak demons at this speed. So strong. He's so powerful. As expected of the man chosen by the mighty god. When the Mohican Principality's experts atop the city wall saw this, they were greatly shaken and discussed spiritedly. Each Tupilak demon possessed advanced abyssal fiend rank strength. As long as 20 Tupilak demons rushed up the city wall, no one atop the city wall would be able to resist their attack. Yet, as if ants, the Tupilak demons died tragically under the bombardment of Yang Feng's 6-barreled railgun. This filled the hearts of the Mexican Principality's powerhouses with shock. Faced with the bombardment of the rail gun, the Tupilak demons, who didn't dodge, revealed looks of fear in their eyes, and began to dodge. What a terrifying alchemical weapon! That human is really dangerous. Fortunately, I didn't throw away my life like those idiots. When the abyssal fiends hiding several kilometers away saw this scene, they rejoiced. After Yang Feng used the 6-barreled railgun to kill 400 Tupilak demons in a row, the reddened barrels of the railgun automatically fell off and fell to the ground. When Ezramia saw the 6 barrels fall to the ground, she felt slightly relieved. Sure enough, this alchemical weapon has its limits. Otherwise, it would be too terrifying. The firing speed of the 6-barreled railgun was extremely frightening. It was equivalent to more than 30 legend wizards casting single-target offensive spells without interruption. If the 6-barreled railgun could be fired without limit, then a powerhouse wielding it could massacre tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of troops by himself. Ezramia thought that if this frightening alchemical weapon could be mastered, then even the elven woods would find it difficult to stop powerhouses using this weapon. The thing that the 6-barreled railgun feared the most was a powerhouse capable of blink. A great fiend proficient in blink would appear in front of the user. If the user wasn't strong enough, they would be killed by such a powerhouse. The eyes of a Tupilak flashed fiercely, and it roared wildly, "That human's alchemical weapon has reached its limit, it can't be used anymore. Everyone, rush over and kill him. Destroy that weapon." The Tupilak demons no longer dodged, and instead rushed towards the Mexican city. The countless vines of the vampiric rattans were cut off by the bone blades ejected from their bodies. On top of the city wall, fear flashed through the eyes of all the human experts when they saw this. Once the remaining 1,600 Tupilak devils approached the city walls, they would be able to annihilate everyone on the city walls. Yang Feng smiled coldly and grabbed with his hand, and 6 new barrels appeared in his hand. Then, he inserted them into the 6-barreled railgun launcher. Countless electric arcs flickered, and railgun beams shot out like meteors and bombarded the Tupilak demons. Pierced through by the railgun beams, the Tupilak demons suffered heavy casualties. As if they had hit an invisible wall, they couldn't advance at all. Several official wizards and magic apprentices atop the Mexican city wall cast slow, grease, web, and other similar spells to slow down the advance of the Tupilak. How terrifying! This alchemical weapon can be used like this. He's really unfathomable. To be able to refine such a fearsome alchemical weapon. Ezramia's beautiful eyes flickered with astonishment. While shooting at the Tupilak demons that slipped through the net, she looked at the 6-barreled railgun launcher, and her heart filled with shock. As long as there were 10 such fearsome alchemical weapons as the 6-barreled railgun launcher, they could completely change the situation of a large-scale war. Unless a demigod rank or even a god rank powerhouse took action, virtually no one could suppress an army equipped with the 6-barreled railgun launcher on the battlefield. After more than 400 Tupilak demons were killed by the 6-barreled railgun launcher, the remaining Tupilak demons could no longer hold on, and collapsed and fled in different directions. How terrifying! That human is really terrifying. When the thousands of abyssal fiends standing in the distance saw this scene, they dispersed and fled in different directions, hiding in the darkness. Atop the city wall, the experts of the Mexican Principality heaved a sigh of relief. If the thousands of abyssal fiends had joined forces, they might not have been able to resist. Even if they could resist, who knows how many people would have died. Yang Feng replaced the barrel of the 6-barreled railgun launcher and said solemnly, "I'll leave this side to you. I'll go to the west gate as reinforcements." A complicated look in her eyes, Ezramia glanced at the 6-barreled railgun launcher in Yang Feng's hand and uttered, "Okay." Yang Feng blurred into motion, turned into a black ray of light, and quickly flew towards the west gate. When Yang Feng approached the west gate, a dignified look flashed past his eyes. By relying on the extraordinary perception of a great warlock with dragon bloodline sex bloodline, he clearly perceived that there were no fluctuations of life force of the kindred powerhouse near the west gate. Griselda was confronting another legend-rank powerhouse. Yang Feng frowned slightly, then sped up his pace. After a few breaths of time, he appeared above the west gate. Chrissy. When Yang Feng arrived above the west gate, he saw a valiant and beautiful woman with long blue hair and an extraordinary temperament, dressed in a silver magic armor. She was Princess Chrissy of the Amon Principality. Behind Princess Chrissy stood 5 people, each of whom was very young and exuded the confidence of a powerhouse. Gleistar, dressed in a sexy and alluring black leather armor, faced Chrissy and company with a smile on her face. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.